Chapter 1, Welcome to Orario. I was just another ordinary salaryman, living to work and working to survive, trapped in a miserable routine that barely left room to breathe. My life was pure garbage, a repetitive, meaningless cycle. One night, during one of those heavy drinking sessions with friends, the kind where we drank until we dropped, my body started giving warning signs. A sharp pain in my chest, shortness of breath, something was wrong. Before I could react, weakness overwhelmed me, and everything went dark. There was no time for help. I felt my body go numb, my eyes growing heavier, like they were made of lead. It felt like I was being pulled into a deep, irreversible sleep. A paralyzing fear took hold of me, but it was useless. Then came total darkness. Just when I had accepted the inevitable, a light appeared. Not just any light, it was intense, blinding, almost divine. The infamous light at the end of the tunnel people always talk about. When the light consumed everything, I opened my eyes, and found myself in a completely different world. Before me stood a city surrounded by towering stone walls. At its center, a massive white tower pierced the sky, radiating an almost sacred aura. There was no doubt, I was no longer in my world. I was in line to enter that city. The line was long, giving me plenty of time to process everything. Strangely enough, I wasn't nervous. On the contrary, I felt a strange excitement growing inside me. It was as if, for the first time, I had the chance to do something meaningful. Orario, I whispered softly, finally realizing where I was. I was really in Orario, the city where gods walk among mortals. Or rather, I was in the world of Danmachi. A very popular anime that, at first glance, seemed like just another adventure and romance story about an innocent boy exploring dungeons and winning hearts. But this world was far darker than it appeared. This city is chaos disguised as civilization. Practically a giant free-for-all, a never-ending battle royale. Not because there's a rule enforcing it, but because no one here can be trusted. Even now, I've probably walked past dozens of serial killers, people who aren't even wanted because, frankly, no one here cares about the dead. In Orario, you can kill whoever you want, whenever you want, and as many as you want, as long as no one notices. And if no one cares, nothing will be done. A massive nest of vipers and shameless worms. I guess I can understand a little now why Freya ended up the way she did. Freya, the goddess of beauty and desire. A figure as fascinating as she is dangerous. Living in a city as rotten as Orario is already hard for an ordinary person, but for someone who can literally see into people's souls? Probably maddening. For the first time, I felt something close to pity for her. But pity wouldn't stop me from worrying. She was an unpredictable threat. On one hand, maybe I didn't have to worry too much. Freya had her eyes set on Bel Cranel, the pure-souled boy. But on the other hand, she didn't seek Bel specifically, but rather anyone with an untainted soul, one not corrupted by the dungeon or Orario's decay. And what about me? The question echoed in my mind. Am I innocent? In a normal world, that would be easy to answer, no. I was just another average man, full of flaws and vices. My browser history alone could prove that. But here, the standards were different. Compared to this place, maybe I was the purest soul Freya would ever find. Damn, I thought. I hope she doesn't come after me. But Freya wasn't my only concern. There were still the Evilus, the terrorist organization spreading chaos through Orario, not to mention the constant feuds between the familias. And I hadn't even mentioned the monsters in the dungeon. I need to get strong. That was the only conclusion I could reach. If I wanted to survive here, truly live, be happy, then I had to become strong. There's no other way. And in this world, strength is only gained one way, by facing the dungeon. I looked up at the city before me. The massive white tower at its center seemed to reach the heavens, glowing with an almost divine light. All right then, dungeon. Let's see what you've got, I murmured, trying to muster courage while fear gnawed at my insides. Orario was even more impressive than I'd imagined. The streets buzzed with life, packed with merchants shouting about their goods, adventurers in extravagant outfits, and a constant cacophony of voices. The whole city felt like it was alive, pulsing with a vibrant, almost overwhelming energy. Despite all that, my goal was clear. I walked through the streets until I reached the imposing Tower of Babel, the heart of the Adventurers Guild. It was the place where I could start my journey, or so I thought. Upon entering the lobby, I was greeted by a nearly chaotic sight. Adventurers of all kinds hurried around, carrying gleaming weapons and gear that looked straight out of a fantasy tale. The sound of conversation echoed off the high walls, a whirlwind of words I could barely follow. But something was wrong. It wasn't just the noise that made understanding difficult. The voices around me sounded strange. A language I didn't recognize. Calm down, I thought. They must just be talking too fast. I kept walking through the lobby until my eyes found who I was looking for, Anew. There she was, sitting at a service desk. Her expression was calm but focused, her bright green eyes scanning the documents in front of her. Her brown hair was neatly tied, and her thin-framed glasses gave her an air of professionalism and confidence. Finally, someone trustworthy. With a sigh of relief, I approached her desk and said, "Excuse me, could you help me?" She looked up, clearly surprised by the interruption, but her expression quickly softened into a welcoming smile. She said. I froze. "Sorry, what?" I asked, trying not to sound desperate. Anew frowned, visibly confused. Every word that left her mouth was a mystery. It made no sense. I couldn't understand a single thing. It was like she was speaking an entirely alien language. My heart started racing. I had decided to become strong and live a fulfilling life, but the moment I faced my first obstacle, a harsh truth hit me: things wouldn't be as easy as I imagined. Discomfort spread through me, a growing sense of disorientation. I knew I needed to find a solution, but right then, I had no idea how. Why didn't I think of this before? I was in another world. Another world. Of course they wouldn't speak the same language I did. Anew looked at me, clearly noticing my confusion. Her hesitant smile tried to convey calm, but her eyes showed concern. She spoke again, this time slower, trying to be understood. "I don't understand," I muttered, my voice lower than I'd like, pointing to my mouth and then to my ears, trying to communicate my problem somehow. Anew blinked, visibly puzzled, but quickly grabbed a piece of paper and a quill, as if trying another way to communicate. But of course, the paper was filled with indecipherable symbols, resembling ancient Norse runes. What do I do now? Doubt flooded my mind, but I had no time to freeze. I took a deep breath and tried to focus. I couldn't let panic win. I was in a new world, but that didn't mean it was impossible to adapt. I don't know the language, fine. I'll learn it. Whatever the problem is, I'll overcome it. I refused to let this chance to truly live slip through my fingers just because of the first obstacle in my way. Chapter 2, To Anew. Today was just another normal workday for Anew. As a receptionist for the guild, she was used to helping adventurers with a variety of issues, a simple job, but often exhausting. Her routine always followed the same rhythm, until something unexpected happened. But the biggest problem wasn't the job itself. The real challenge came from the adventurers. Arrogant, greedy men, many of them walked around like they were the center of the world. Anew had grown used to that kind of behavior. They always showed up with some complaint, and when things didn't go their way, they'd throw a tantrum. She'd lost count of how many times adventurers had accused the guild of providing false information about a dungeon floor and demanded compensation for damages. It was exhausting. But the most unbearable type was a different one: the perverts. As a woman, Anew was particularly sensitive to unwanted stares. Ever since she started working at the guild, or honestly, since arriving in the city she couldn't remember a single day when she wasn't the target of lewd, invasive gazes. Every step she took was followed by unwanted attention, and even with her professional, welcoming smile, she couldn't help but feel violated, disgusted by it all. But what could she do? She was just a receptionist. A woman alone in a place where her work was downplayed, where her worth seemed reduced to her appearance. Sigh. Here comes another one. The sound of firm, hurried footsteps pulled her back to reality. From the rhythm alone, anew another adventurer was approaching her desk. "Excuse me, can you help me, please?" The voice belonged to a young man, but there was something oddly muffled in his words, something she couldn't immediately place. Ina lifted her eyes from the pile of papers and looked at him, trying to assess the situation. And when she saw him, something made her freeze for a moment. The man approaching was an elf. And not just any elf. His short golden hair shimmered like it was made of pure gold, catching the light of the room with such intensity that her own hair seemed dull in comparison. His emerald green eyes glowed intensely hypnotic, like they carried a wild, uncontrollable energy. His expression was youthful, but in his gaze, there was a faint trace of uncertainty, as if he were trying to fit into something he didn't yet understand. Ina felt slightly off balance. She wasn't used to dealing with elves, even though she was half one herself, and certainly not with someone so attractive. His skin looked as smooth as silk, pale and flawless, something Ina could never hope to achieve. His frame was well-toned, as if his fine clothes barely managed to conceal the elegance and power radiating from him. "He's beautiful," Ina thought, unsure of how to react. A blush rose to her cheeks, but she quickly pushed aside any distraction. She was here to work, and an adventurer's appearance couldn't be allowed to affect her focus. Deep breath. Stay sharp. With effort, she composed herself and, with a professional smile, asked, "How can I help you?" However, upon hearing her words, the boy's expression shifted into obvious confusion. His eyes shimmered with uncertainty, and his mouth opened slightly. "Sorry, what?" He seemed even more lost than before. Ina frowned, trying to process what she had just heard. He was clearly speaking a language she didn't understand. She wasn't sure if her confusion stemmed from the fact that he was an elf or from not understanding what he was saying. "Sorry, I didn't catch that," she said, trying to keep calm, though a hint of frustration crept into her voice. She tried again, more patiently. "How can I help you?" The boy now looked even more bewildered. His eyes widened for a moment, as if he were desperately trying to make sense of her words. Ina watched closely, a growing feeling of unease building inside her. The elf looked utterly distressed, his hands trembling slightly. It was then that she finally understood. "He doesn't speak our language," Ina thought, her heart beating faster as the problem became clearer. "Is he speaking Elvish? But I don't recognize anything he's saying." The thought caught her off guard. It wasn't common for adventurers to come to the guild speaking an entirely different language. But maybe this wasn't a common case. Could it be that he really didn't understand their language at all? Ina's anxiety spiked, but she did her best to stay composed. Maybe he can read, she thought quickly. Writing was a universal form of communication, right? She had nothing to lose. With swift movements, she grabbed a piece of paper and a quill. Carefully, she wrote the words as clearly as possible, "Who are you?" She extended the paper toward him, closely watching his reaction, hoping for any sign of understanding. The elf took the paper with trembling hands, and Ina watched his hopeful face. But as he looked at the words, his expression only grew more confused. He looked back at her, as if trying to process what was going on. His eyes returned to the paper, as if expecting the words to magically rearrange themselves. Nothing. No recognition. A lump formed in Ina's throat. She had no idea how to handle this. The despair in his expression was almost painful to watch, and she couldn't think of how to help him. She would need to be more creative, but time wasn't on her side. Every second without communication dragged on, like they were trapped in a room with no exits, each glance or movement adding to the mounting frustration. What now? Wait, why am I getting so worked up over someone I don't even know? This isn't my job. If he doesn't understand me, that's not my problem. That's when Ina realized she was getting far too involved in a stranger's struggle. She was just a guild receptionist. Helping people with language barriers wasn't in her contract. I'm not responsible for this, she thought, trying to convince herself that pulling away was the right thing to do. But as the silence stretched between them, an uncomfortable feeling grew inside her. Why is this bothering me so much? The idea of just ignoring him and moving on left a bitter taste in her mouth, like she was making a mistake. But, it's not like he's causing trouble, right? He just doesn't know our language. Her hesitation gave way to a sense of compassion. She found herself reflecting on how lost and desperate the boy seemed. It didn't matter who he was or where he came from, she just couldn't turn her back on him. You know what, it won't hurt to help him, right? That's when she focused on the boy again, noticing that he seemed a little calmer now, the tension in his body slightly eased. He looked at her with an intensity that made her heart skip a beat. It wasn't desperation this time, but something else, something she couldn't quite place. It made her blush a little. After all, what girl wouldn't feel flustered when a handsome man looked at her like that? He spoke again, and Ina noticed he was trying to communicate once more. Luki Brian, he said, pointing at himself with a firm, decisive look. Ina stayed silent for a moment, staring at him in confusion. At first, the gesture didn't make sense. But then, something clicked. Is he saying his name, she thought, and the realization hit like a key turning in a lock. Ah! He is. He's trying to tell me who he is. A soft, genuine smile formed on Ina's lips. It felt like a small victory, like she had finally found a way, even if just a faint one, to connect with this strange and beautiful boy standing before her. Ina Tool, she said, pointing to herself, her smile widening with pride at having taken the first step. The boy looked at her for a moment and then gave a shy smile, nodding, as if he finally felt seen. Ina, in turn, felt the barrier between them beginning to melt, and with it, a warm sensation filled her chest. Chapter 3, 3 Options. It was a challenge to establish any kind of conversation when neither side knew what the other was trying to say. Still, with a lot of patience, awkward gestures, and even some scribbles on a piece of paper, Luki and Ina managed to reach a basic understanding. First, Luki managed to communicate his name, Luki Brian. He saw no reason to change it after all, it was a connection to his past life and one of the few familiar things he still had. Even in such a strange world, the name still defined him. Second, he managed to explain or at least imply that he was 18 years old. Although that was his apparent age, he began to question his true biological age after discovering he was an elf. Unlike humans, elves normally had a much longer life expectancy and aged more slowly, making it hard to determine his exact age by human standards. This discovery didn't come from someone telling him, it came from a simple reflection. While glancing at the window glass, Luki caught sight of himself, and froze. That wasn't his face. The man staring back at him had sharp features, flawless skin, and pointed ears nearly identical to Ina's. Honestly, he looked a bit like Link from The Legend of Zelda if Link had hit a proper growth spurt and gotten a major upgrade in the looks department. Luki raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. Hey! I'm hot now? Okay, not complaining. In the world of Orario, elves were one of many races coexisting with humans, dwarves, beastmen, Palam, and Amazons, among others. It was fascinating, although a bit strange, to realize he now belonged to one of those fantastical races. Luki's reaction, however, was surprisingly mild, but compared to being transported into an anime world, discovering his new race seemed secondary. Third, after more than an hour of effort and explanation, Ina finally managed to convey one essential piece of information: to become an adventurer in Orario, it was mandatory to join a familia and receive a fauna. Luki, familiar with the concept thanks to the anime, quickly understood. Familias were like guilds in modern games but far more intricate. Gods and goddesses descended to the mortal world and could share their fauna, a divine blessing, with their followers. Those who received this blessing became part of their patron's familia. Well-known examples included the Loki Familia, the Freya Familia, and the Hephaestus Familia. The idea didn't bother him. He knew he'd eventually need to join one of those familias. What caught him off guard was the requirement of having a fauna just to attempt exploring the dungeon. He had always thought anyone could just enter the first few floors, but it seemed Orario had stricter rules than he had imagined. What Luki didn't know, however, was that Ina had left something out. In practice, the guild and Orario as a whole didn't prevent people without a fauna from entering the dungeon. If inexperienced adventurers wanted to risk it without divine protection, no one would stop them. After all, few survived past the 5th floor, and those who died didn't cause much of a stir. To the guild, they were just fewer names on the list. Ina had lied to protect Luki. She could see in his eyes a gleam of determination and youthful stubbornness that would lead him to act on impulse. If he entered the dungeon without a fauna, he would almost certainly meet a tragic end. Convincing him to seek a familia first at least gave him a better shot at survival. Now, however, came the most complicated part: choosing a god to join. Orario was home to countless deities, each with their own personality, priorities, and leadership style. Luki knew this decision would be crucial. It wasn't just about receiving a fauna. For Luki, it meant choosing a home, a community, and a direction for his new life. The decision wasn't just strategic, it was personal. As he pondered, he mentally outlined 4 possible paths: peaceful, easy, normal, and uncertain. The peaceful path. The first path was to join a familia like Hephaestus or Myake, gods who thrived in professions outside the dungeon, such as crafting or alchemy. The idea was tempting. He would have a relatively peaceful life, far from the dangers of the dungeon, with the stability of an economy based on a trade. It would be a safe, predictable, maybe even comfortable life. However, there was a glaring downside: lack of power. These familias didn't prioritize growth through dungeon exploration, and without the dungeon, becoming stronger in Orario was nearly impossible. And in Orario, the only sin is being weak. No matter how safe it looked, this path didn't meet the most important requirement: the easy path. The second option was to aim high and try joining one of Orario's 2 most powerful familias, Loki or Freya. With the support of one of these goddesses, his future would be practically guaranteed. He'd have access to top-tier equipment, powerful allies, and the best possible structure for adventuring. As long as he avoided reckless actions, he'd have a real chance to thrive. The problem, however, was getting in. The Loki Familia was known for focusing on exceptional talent and pre-existing bonds. Most members either had personal ties or such impressive skills that they were accepted immediately. Luki, a complete unknown with no apparent talent, would hardly be considered. As for the Freya Familia, that wasn't even an option. Not because of the goddess herself, but because of her followers. Her members were fanatically loyal and dangerous. If Freya showed any interest in Luki, they would kill him before he even got close, just to protect their goddess's undivided attention. No, thanks, Luki thought. The normal path. The third path seemed the most balanced: joining the Hestia Familia. Luki knew Hestia from the anime. Her warm personality and genuine kindness were trustworthy. She was a goddess who cared for her own, and her familia was made up of good people. However, choosing Hestia meant giving up any head start. She had no resources, no influential members, and no power to make Luki's life easier. Everything he achieved would come through his own merit, with lots of effort and perseverance. Still, there was something comforting in that idea. Knowing he could grow alongside trustworthy allies was a major attraction. If I'm going to fight for myself anyway, maybe it's better to be surrounded by people who truly care. The uncertain path. Lastly, there was the riskiest path, joining an unknown familia, one that never appeared in the anime. Orario was home to hundreds of familias, each with their own goals, cultures, and dynamics. Some could be great choices, offering unique opportunities and strong support. Others, however, could hide dark secrets, ties to evil, slave trafficking, or abusive practices. In this path, Luki would depend entirely on luck and Ina's recommendations. He'd have to trust her judgment, but even so, there were no guarantees. Appearances could be deceiving, and a friendly smile might mask evil intentions. This was the path of uncertainty, where every step would be taken in the dark. Which path should I choose? Am I willing to give up getting stronger for a peaceful life? Should I try to catch the attention of the strongest familias? Maybe a loving familia like Hestia's is better. Or should I take a shot in the dark, which could lead to greatness or ruin? Luki remained silent, his eyes fixed on the table in front of him. Each possibility carried its own weight, and he knew he couldn't make this decision lightly. As he reflected, Ina watched patiently, understanding the importance of the moment. Despite the language barrier, she could see the seriousness on Luki's face. It was a decision he had to make on his own. After a few minutes of contemplation, Luki finally opened his eyes. There was a new determination in his gaze. He leaned slightly forward, scanning the papers spread across the table. During their conversation, Ina had suggested they move to a table in the corner of the guild hall. There, away from the main commotion, they could talk without bothering others or being interrupted. The table was covered in sheets describing the various familias in Orario, with images of the gods and detailed information Luki, unfortunately, couldn't understand. With quick, precise movements, he began looking for something specific. Have you decided? Ina asked, even though she knew he probably wouldn't understand her words. Luki kept flipping through the papers until he finally found what he was looking for. He held the sheet firmly and showed it to Ina, pointing confidently at the image of a goddess. Ina's eyes widened slightly as she recognized the name and face. Hey? Her? She asked, surprised. Are you sure about this? We can talk about other options. How about Thor Familia? She lifted other sheets and presented them to Luki, pointing at each one, trying to convey that they were safer or more promising choices. Luki, however, shook his head firmly, rejecting the suggestions. He insisted this was his choice. Ina sighed in resignation. All right, you win. She began gathering the other papers, organizing them methodically before putting them away. She kept only the sheet with the name of the goddess Luki had chosen. When she finished, Ina turned to a fellow receptionist who seemed to be on break. Kim. I'm stepping out for a bit. Can you cover my station? I'll owe you one. Okay. But don't take too long. Kim replied, quickly taking over Ina's post. Thanks. Ina stood up and, with a gentle smile, extended her hand to Luki. Then, shall we go meet your goddess? She said, even though she knew he wouldn't understand the words. Luki didn't know exactly what Ina was saying, but he trusted her. There was something in the tone of her voice and the friendly glimmer in her eyes that made him feel safe. Without hesitation, he took Ina's hand, feeling both the softness and the firmness of her gesture. Chapter 4, For Hestia. Do I look pretty like this? Does he like hair up or down? Maybe I should touch up my makeup? What if he, Hestia began, her voice filled with anxiety as she adjusted the blue ribbon that highlighted her figure. Calm down, Hestia. This is just a recruitment, not a blind date. Hephaestus replied, arms crossed as she walked beside her friend. Her tone was practical, almost indifferent, but with a faint hint of concern behind it. Hestia turned to her, puffing her cheeks like a pouting child. But this is the first child to show interest in me since I arrived in Genkai. I can't let this chance slip by, Hephaestus. This is really important. Her voice was almost a lament, reflecting the blend of hope and nervousness that clung to her. Ina, walking ahead of the two, glanced over her shoulder with a reassuring smile. Lady Hestia, you're worrying too much. Her voice was calm and professional, but carried a soft kindness, as if trying to ease the goddess's worries. I met the young man today, and honestly, he doesn't seem like someone who cares about those things. And, if it helps, I must say you look very lovely in that dress. Hestia stopped for a moment, placing her hands on her hips with a theatrical sigh. Really? She asked, her tone shifting to something more playful, though it was clear she expected sincerity in the answer. Very much so. Ina confirmed with a smile before adding, now, shall we go? We don't want to keep him waiting. The three continued their path through the grand corridors of Babel Tower. The magnificent and imposing architecture was a constant reminder of the power and wealth flowing through the city. Yet, the presence of the three women drew as much attention as the tower itself. Passers-by and adventurers cast curious and admiring glances, unable to ignore the unusual trio. Leading the group was Inatul, a receptionist of the guild, known for her simple beauty and impeccable posture. Her uniform accentuated her elegant figure, but her presence was mostly marked by professionalism and kindness. Behind her, Hephaestus walked with the confidence of someone used to being the center of attention. Her slightly tousled red hair contrasted with her masculine-styled clothing, fitted pants and a stylish blazer. The eye patch covering one eye only added to her unique charm, giving her an air of strength and mystery. Lastly came Hestia, a petite goddess with a striking presence. Her dark hair was delicately tied, and the white dress she wore, adorned with the blue ribbon, emphasized her cute and graceful appearance. Despite her small stature, her generous physical attributes made her stand out wherever she went. As they walked, Hephaestus gave Hestia a discreet glance, clearly concerned about her emotional state. She knew how desperate Hestia was to form a familia and feared that, in her eagerness, the goddess might recruit someone unworthy just to fill the void she felt. You know, Hestia, Hephaestus began, breaking the momentary silence. Just because someone showed interest doesn't mean you have to accept them without question. Don't let the pressure blind you. You deserve a follower who truly trusts and respects you. That's not something to rush. Hestia sighed, clutching the blue ribbon on her dress as if the weight of her friend's words were physically heavy. I know, Hephaestus. But, you don't know what it's like. Seeing all the other familias grow, gaining followers, while I fall behind. There was a palpable sadness in her voice. I don't want to be forgotten. Ina, who had been quietly listening, turned and stopped for a moment, looking at Hestia with a gentle gaze. Lady Hestia, no one is going to forget you. Her voice was firm yet full of compassion. You have a lot to offer. You just need to give it time. Ina's words seemed to touch Hestia, who looked away, clearly emotional but trying not to let it show too much. Maybe you're right, she murmured, then raised her head and forced a smile. But that doesn't mean I won't give it my all today. Hephaestus rolled her eyes with a small smile, while Ina simply nodded, satisfied with Hestia's renewed determination. They resumed their path, now closer to the room where the boy awaited. To Hestia, this moment felt like the beginning of something big. Perhaps, finally, the start of the familia she longed for. After a short walk, the three stopped before a simple yet sturdy door, the only thing separating Hestia from the child waiting for the interview. The air felt heavier now, thick with expectation. Ina, ever professional, took position in front and placed a hand on the doorknob, turning to face Hestia. Are you ready, Lady Hestia? Ina asked with an encouraging smile, her voice as calm as ever. Hestia, however, seemed on the verge of a breakdown. And no, I'm so nervous. What if he doesn't like me? What if I say something wrong? Or worse, what if he thinks I'm ridiculous? She started to hyperventilate, waving her hands frantically in an attempt to calm down. Hephaestus sighed, crossing her arms as she watched her friend with a mix of exasperation and fondness. Hestia, deep breaths. Panicking now won't help. I've got a good feeling about today. Her voice was firm but unusually gentle. But what if he... Quiet. Hephaestus cut her off bluntly, her expression serious. Just breathe in, and out. Come on. 1, 2. Hestia blinked, surprised, but obeyed. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, she murmured, following the instructions. Gradually, her breathing slowed and her color returned. Hephaestus tilted her head, assessing her. Feeling better now? Yes, Hestia nodded shyly, though she still looked a bit unsure. Good. Without another word, Hephaestus grabbed Hestia's hand and pulled her toward the door before she could hesitate again. Wait, not so fast. I'm not ready. Hestia protested, but her voice was cut off as the door creaked open. The room beyond was simple, with a wooden table at the center and a young man seated, waiting. His curious, attentive gaze immediately turned toward the entering trio, studying them with a serene expression. Hestia froze not from nerves, but sheer surprise at the sight before her. He was a young elf, but something about his presence felt otherworldly. His golden, shimmering hair caught and reflected the ambient light like pure gold, glowing softly with each movement. His equally golden eyes were hypnotic, shining like precious jewels, as if hiding a deep, indescribable secret. Despite his nearly divine beauty, he wore simple, practical clothes typical of daily life in Orario, a beige shirt with a brown vest over it, linen pants, and worn but well-kept boots. Everything about him struck a balance between the ordinary and the extraordinary, as though he tried to blend in, but couldn't fully hide the glow that set him apart. For a moment, Hestia forgot all her anxiety, lost in the sight before her. He's beautiful, she murmured without thinking, her voice so low only Hephaestus heard, which made the red-haired goddess smirk. The boy, unaware of the impact he had, gave a polite nod, his bright green eyes patiently waiting for someone to speak. Hestia, still a bit dazed, realized it was her cue. Feeling Hephaestus gently nudge her shoulder, she gathered herself, taking a deep breath. I have to bring him into my familia no matter what. She decided firmly, her hands curling into determined fists. Just like men are naturally drawn to beautiful women, a woman can also be captivated by a striking man, especially someone like this elf, whose divine appearance made Hestia's heart beat a little faster. For months, she had dreamed of building her own familia, of finding someone who would look at her with the same affection and loyalty other gods received from their children. And now, in front of her, stood the chance she had been waiting for. More than just a desire to form a familia, something new stirred within her, the idea of having that young man by her side, seeing that charming face every day, was simply irresistible. Her mind raced with thoughts and possibilities. No matter what it takes, if he's willing to join my familia, I'll do everything I can to make it happen. She clutched the blue ribbon under her chest like a lucky charm and stepped forward, her eyes glowing with determination. Thank you for coming. I'm the goddess Hestia, and I hope we can talk about the future of our relationship. She said with exaggerated energy, only to stutter at the end as she felt Hephaestus's curious stare on her back. The elf raised an eyebrow, clearly confused by her choice of words, but kept his polite and respectful smile. Hestia, however, was dying inside. Internally, her brain crashed. You idiot! What must he be thinking now? She screamed at herself while trying to keep composure. Her cheeks began to flush, but she forced herself not to show more nerves. Hephaestus crossed her arms, trying not to laugh, while Anna watched silently, baffled by the direction things had taken. To everyone's surprise, The boy tilted his head slightly, seeming to process Hestia's words, then scratched his neck with an awkward smile. Sorry, I can't understand you. Silence fell over the room. What began as a nervous meeting had now turned into something completely bewildering. Chapter 5, 5 New Familia. Sorry, I don't understand you. I said calmly, trying to convey at least a minimum of politeness, even with my imperfect pronunciation. The silence that followed was almost palpable, filling the room like an unexpected wave. No one seemed to know how to react, which was understandable given the context. Hestia, who just moments ago was bubbling with excitement at the prospect of gaining a new member for her familia, now looked like she'd been doused with cold water. The shift in her expression was visible for a brief moment before she quickly tried to mask her disappointment. But honestly, my mind wasn't exactly focused on her reaction. My attention was on the surreal sight before me, literally, two goddesses. The anime definitely didn't do them justice. Maybe because now they were here real, not just two-dimensional characters on a screen. Comparing their appearance in the anime to reality was like comparing a wilted flower in autumn to a vibrant garden in full spring. The difference was overwhelming. Hephaestus, for example, was the perfect archetype of a mature woman. Her aura radiated a confidence and allure that could only be described as MILF energy. Yet, there was something more, something the anime failed to capture, the intense seriousness in her eyes. That contrast between the softness of her beauty and the firmness of her personality made it impossible to look away. Hestia, on the other hand, was a spectacle in her own right. In the anime, she was cute, with a borderline childish energy. But here, she was feminine. Not just in the physical sense, but in the charisma she radiated. Her height, which in the anime might have made her seem more childish, in reality only made her more charming. It was as if her small stature accentuated the weight of her presence even more. The dress she wore wasn't the one I expected. It wasn't the revealing outfit from the anime, but something much more sophisticated. A simple white dress that hugged her curves subtly and elegantly. The iconic blue ribbon was there, but it felt less flashy and more integrated into the outfit. Her hair, let down behind her back in soft waves, brought a gentleness that contrasted perfectly with the sparkle in her eyes. And honestly, Hestia was so stunning that looking away from certain, specific areas was a monumental task for Luki. He tried to maintain composure, but his thoughts drifted, immersed in the beauty the goddess radiated. I'm a man of culture, but I have enough decency not to blatantly stare focus. While Luki reflected on his luck or fate, depending on how one looked at it, the three women were engaged in a serious conversation, unaware of the elf's internal struggle. And that's how everything happened. Ina concluded her explanation, looking at Hestia and Hephaestus. The two goddesses exchanged glances, a mix of confusion and concern evident on their faces. Neither of them had anticipated a situation like this. What do we do now? Hestia asked, her voice betraying her nervousness. Not we. You. Hephaestus replied, crossing her arms and shooting a direct look at her friend. But I can't even talk to him. How am I supposed to invite him into my familia? Hephaestus, you're stronger than me. Is your linguistic ability still active? Unfortunately, no. Hephaestus sighed. I let that skill be sealed the moment I learned Genkai's primary language. The gods of Tenkai, though not omnipotent, possessed extraordinary gifts. One of these was the so-called linguistics, a skill that allowed them to understand any language almost instantly. When they spoke, their words were shaped by their intentions, eliminating language barriers. However, upon descending to the mortal world, these skills were sealed unless kept active through great effort, which neither Hephaestus nor Hestia had done. Hestia sighed in frustration, while Hephaestus simply observed patiently, awaiting her friend's next emotional outburst. Lady Hestia, if I may. I think it would be fine for you to simply welcome him into your familia. Ina suggested, her voice calm and professional. No way. Hestia protested. I might be desperate, but not that desperate. I would never do something like that out of pure selfishness. Ina smiled gently, recognizing the sincerity in Hestia's response. I really admire your character, Lady Hestia. It's not every day we find someone with such integrity in Orario. But in this specific case, I think we can make an exception. And why is that? Hestia asked, confused. When I was trying, with great difficulty, I might add, to help Luki choose a familia. He went straight to you. What? What do you mean? Exactly what I said. He didn't even glance at the other options. I tried introducing him to some of the more, let's say, popular familias, but he completely brushed them off. From the start, he was dead set on joining yours. Ina said with an innocent smile, fully aware that lying to a god was impossible. But I'm not lying, just slightly twisting the truth, that's all, she thought. Hestia blinked, surprised, while Hephaestus raised an eyebrow, intrigued. So, he really chose me? Hestia murmured to herself, her voice tinged with unmistakable joy. Yes. Ina confirmed, her tone firm. It seems he's already made up his mind. A wave of emotion rushed through Hestia. A mix of relief, nervousness, and something else she couldn't quite name. She looked at Luki, still calm and seemingly unaware of the conversation, lost in his own thoughts. Well, Hestia began, taking a deep breath. Then I guess I'll trust in fate. Hold on. Hephaestus interrupted, her voice full of skepticism. Don't you think there's something strange about this whole thing? A young elf suddenly shows up in Orario, apparently not speaking our language, and is interested in joining your familia. Hestia turned to her friend, confused, but Hephaestus continued. You've only been in Genkai a few months. Aside from your fame as one of the 3 virgin goddesses, there's no reason for him to even know who you are, much less want to join your familia. Hephaestus, Hestia tried to argue, but was cut off again. It's not about being paranoid, Hestia. You can't just accept a complete stranger into your familia, especially not as your first member. We don't even know what his intentions are. Hestia crossed her arms, irritated. It doesn't matter. Hephaestus, trust me. I know he's trustworthy. Hestia said firmly, her eyes locked with Hephaestus's. The intensity of her words and the determined gleam in her gaze silenced the forge goddess for a moment. Hestia rarely showed such conviction, but when she did, it was impossible to ignore. Hephaestus sighed, stepping back slightly. Hestia, you really think he's worth the risk? There's no risk. She replied flatly. Seeing the fire in her friend's eyes, Hephaestus had no choice but to yield. She knew Hestia well enough to recognize when her mind was made up. Fine. She finally said, raising her hands in surrender. Just know that if anything goes wrong, I'll be the first to say I told you so. Hestia gave a small victorious smile, laced with gratitude. Thank you, Hephaestus. I promise I won't let you down. Taking a deep breath, Hestia gathered every ounce of confidence she had and walked toward Luki. Her steps were now firm and determined as she crossed the room. Luki, still distracted, only noticed her approach when she stopped in front of him. Hello, my name is Hestia. She said with a gentle smile, extending her hand in a universal gesture of greeting. Luki blinked a few times, snapping out of his thoughts. He looked at the extended hand, and though he didn't understand the words she spoke, the gesture was clear. Luki Brian. Nice to meet you. He replied, rising from the couch and shaking her hand with respectful firmness. Hestia nodded, realizing that even without clear verbal communication, a connection was beginning to form. She looked at him, as if pondering her next words, then decided to follow her heart even if he probably wouldn't understand a thing. I know you probably don't understand anything I'm saying, but I'll say it anyway, thank you. Thank you for wanting to be part of my familia. It means a lot to me. Her voice was filled with emotion, and as she spoke, her eyes sparkled with sincerity. Since arriving in Genkai, I've seen my friends find happiness alongside their familias, building bonds that made them feel at home. I longed for that, but I never had the chance. She averted her gaze for a moment, her expression tinged with melancholy. But soon she looked back at him, with a small but resolute smile. I don't know why you chose me, especially considering I have nothing to offer, she laughed nervously, then continued, her tone more serious. But I promise I'll do my best to make this familia work. She took a step forward, looking straight into Luki's eyes. Even if he couldn't understand her words, she hoped the sincerity of her feelings would come through. So, do you want to be part of my familia? Hestia asked, extending her hand again, this time in a different way, as if expecting him to give her something. Luki looked at her hand, clearly intrigued. Even though he didn't understand the words, the expression on Hestia's face, a mix of hope and determination, was easy to read. He knew it was important, even if he didn't quite know why. He stayed silent for a moment. Then, to everyone's surprise, a big smile lit up his face, and he began taking off his shirt without warning. Wait, what are you doing? Hestia exclaimed, her eyes wide as a deep blush spread across her face. Hephaestus and Anna exchanged looks of shock and confusion. Is he some kind of pervert? Hephaestus muttered, frowning. But before anyone could jump to conclusions, Luki turned his back to Hestia and sat on the floor naturally, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. He looked over his shoulder with a warm smile and patted his back lightly, indicating where he wanted her to act. Hestia blinked, confused. The fauna has to be placed on the back, right? Luki said, his tone casual and relaxed. Though no one there understood his words, the gesture was clear enough to get the message across. For a moment, silence reigned as Hestia processed what had just happened. Then, like a burst of emotion, she exploded. He really chose me! She shouted, her voice filled with joy. Unable to contain herself, she ran up and practically threw herself onto Luki's back, wrapping her arms around his neck in a tight hug. I can't believe it. My first familia member. And he's so handsome. She squealed as she nuzzled affectionately against his back, swaying side to side. Luki, caught off guard, nearly lost his balance and had to place his hands on the floor to steady himself. He glanced over his shoulder, perplexed, while Hestia clung to him like a prized possession. What's happening? He murmured to himself, not understanding a word, though it was clear Hestia was extremely happy. Hestia, get a grip! Hephaestus snapped, rubbing her temples. You're going to scare the boy. Nonsense! He's mine. My first follower. My child. My familia has begun, Hephaestus. Hestia declared, full of emotion, clinging even tighter to Luki like a spoiled child. Inna sighed, crossing her arms. Well, I guess there's no more doubt about what's going to happen now. Hestia finally released Luki, wiping a dramatic tear of joy from her face. Then, she knelt behind him, taking the ceremonial dagger with reverence. All right, Luki, I promise I'll be the best goddess you could have chosen. She said, her smile brighter than ever. Luki, still not understanding much, smiled back. Even without words, he could feel Hestia's sincerity, and that was enough. Chapter 6, Home Dirty Home. Through the bustling streets of Orario, an unusual pair walked side by side, seemingly detached from the noise around them. They appeared immersed in their own world, indifferent to the curious glances they attracted. The man was a young elf with a striking appearance. His golden hair shimmered under the sunlight, complementing his bright green eyes that sparkled like precious gems. He was tall and slender, but there was something in his confident posture that conveyed both strength and grace. Beside him, firmly clutching the elf's left arm with almost childlike affection, was a young goddess. Petite and youthful in appearance, Hestia wore a radiant smile, and her dark hair fell in gentle waves. Though short in stature, she carried a remarkable presence, enhanced by physical features that did not go unnoticed. Together, Luki and Hestia walked through the streets of Orario with a clear goal in mind, a new home. After finally recruiting her first follower, Hestia had received unexpected news from Hephaestus, her longtime friend and host. Now that you have your own familia, Hestia, it's time you learn to stand on your own. You're officially kicked out of my house. Came Hephaestus' blunt, cold statement. Hestia was momentarily stunned. The surprise quickly gave way to mild annoyance, but she didn't argue. After all, her friend was right. It wouldn't be appropriate or dignified for her to keep relying on another goddess to survive. She had her own familia now, even if it was small. However, both Hestia and Luki now found themselves without a roof over their heads. Fortunately for them, Ina, always helpful, had mentioned an abandoned church that might serve as a shelter. When they arrived, Luki, who until then had no idea where they were going, stopped and looked around. His eyes narrowed in recognition as he saw the church before him. The architecture, the worn bricks, the overgrown grass, it was all identical to the one Hestia and Belle had once used as their base. Hestia, cheerful and excited, stopped in front of the church and turned to Luki with a wide smile, arms spread as if presenting a grand treasure. Luki-kun, from now on, this will be our new home, she declared energetically, unaware of how confusing her words might be. Luki frowned, clearly confused. He didn't fully understand her words, but her positive tone was unmistakable. He exaggerated his expression of doubt, tilting his head slightly to the side and pointing at the church. This home? He asked, then slowly repeated the word home, trying to see if she understood. Hestia looked at him, trying to interpret his reaction. She didn't speak his language fluently, but her forced smile was her way of connecting, as always. Scratching the back of her neck, she replied in a softer tone, hoping to be understood. Well, we don't really have a choice now, do we? But it'll be fine. We just need a good cleaning, some repairs, and soon it'll be perfect, she said confidently, even if Luki didn't fully grasp her meaning. Luki watched her for a moment, still a bit unsure. But her soft gaze and determined tone calmed him somehow. He didn't know exactly what she was trying to say, but the light in her eyes showed a conviction he could respect. He sighed, resigned, and ran a hand through his golden hair, already accepting that, for now, this would be their new home. Deep down, though, he knew it wouldn't be easy living there. Creak. As they stepped into their home, the smell of mold and dust overwhelmed them. The place was in a terrible state. Cobwebs covered every corner, and a thick layer of dust blanketed the floor. The silence was broken only by the echo of Luki's footsteps on the wooden floor. Sigh, cleaning this place is going to be a real pain, but I guess it's still livable, Luki muttered, scanning the house with a look that said he was trying to convince himself everything would work out. Then he noticed some brooms and dusters leaning against a dusty corner, almost invisible beneath the grime. Without hesitation, he grabbed the tools and brought them to Hestia. You take care of the cobwebs, I'll sweep the dust, Luki said, handing her a duster with a satisfied smile. Hestia looked at him with a bright smile and sparkling eyes. Even though she didn't fully understand what he said, she felt grateful for the help. Let's get this all cleaned up in no time, she said, convinced that, despite everything, they could turn this place into a real home. She grabbed the duster with enthusiasm, determined not to disappoint her new familia, and got to work immediately. The cleaning began. For hours, the two worked hard to bring some life back to the place. Luki swept the floor with vigor, clearing the dust with quick motions, while Hestia struggled a bit to remove the cobwebs. Time passed faster than expected. Luki, even without words, seemed to be having fun in his own way. Hestia, with her contagious optimism, was more than willing to face the tough task ahead. "Phew, finally done," Luki said, collapsing onto the couch with a relieved sigh. His body felt heavier now, exhausted from the long day's work. "First day in another world, and the first thing I'm doing is cleaning a house. The society of ice-guide persons must be so disappointed," he thought. "I'm dead." Hestia sat beside him, equally worn out, her shoulders slumping under the weight of the effort. Her usually sparkling eyes were now dimmed by fatigue. They both shared the same feeling, relief that it was over, and the sense that there was still much to be done. They sat in silence for a moment, observing their surroundings. The house, once consumed by dust and abandonment, now felt different. The dust had been swept away, the cobwebs removed, and the place was cleaner, more breathable. Luki's eyes drifted up to the ceiling. By some divine miracle, the roof was still intact. He wasn't sure how, but that meant leaky rain wouldn't be an issue, at least for now. They were safe. The walls, though a bit weathered, also brought some relief. Made of stone, they stood firm and solid, despite having clearly endured many storms. They weren't anything to brag about, but they offered a sense of stability. The windows, on the other hand, were a mess. Completely destroyed, they had been covered with makeshift sheets that now fluttered gently in the breeze coming through the open door. Speaking of sheets, Luki and Hestia had been surprised to discover a bed hidden in the church's basement. And even more surprising, it was in perfect condition. The bed was large, with a soft mattress and clean sheets that gave off a feeling of comfort completely out of place in such a worn-down location. Still sitting on the couch, Luki suddenly felt something touch his shoulder. Thump! He turned his head slowly, only to see that Hestia had fallen asleep right beside him. Her small body was completely relaxed, and the expression on her face revealed the exhaustion from the long day. Looking outside, Luki noticed the night had fully fallen. The dark sky, now dotted with tiny stars, marked the end of the day. It was time to rest, and he knew he couldn't leave Hestia there, asleep and uncomfortable. "I'm sorry, my goddess," Luki murmured softly. He leaned forward and, with the utmost care, lifted Hestia into his arms, cradling her like a princess. Without making a sound, he headed down to the basement. She instinctively nestled closer, her small arms wrapping around him unconsciously. Her face rested against his chest, lips slightly curved in a peaceful smile, as if this moment of comfort was all she had ever needed. Walking slowly toward the bed, Luki made sure each step was silent. When he reached the mattress, he laid her down carefully, adjusting the sheets around her small body. But as he tried to get up, he felt a sudden tug pulling him back down. My Luki, Hestia mumbled in her sleep, her voice soft but firm, as she clung tightly to him, refusing to let go. Luki tried, in vain, to wriggle free. His movements were cautious, trying not to wake her, but the strength in her arms, and more than that, the feel of her face pressed against his goddess's generous chest, made it nearly impossible. She's stronger than she looks, he thought, trying to hide the mix of embarrassment and resignation rising within him. After several failed attempts, he finally looked up. His gaze met Hestia's peaceful sleeping face, as if all the burdens of the world had vanished for a brief moment. Luki sighed in defeat, letting his shoulders relax. I guess I'll just take the opportunity, he murmured to himself, closing his eyes and inhaling the soft fragrance that seemed to naturally radiate from her. There was something calming in that scent, something that made him feel safe. Gently, he pulled the blanket around them, shielding them from the night's chill, and wrapped his arms around her slim waist. The warmth of their bodies brought an unexpected comfort, and he realized he hadn't felt this at ease in a long time. Good night, Hestia, he whispered with a barely visible smile. He rested his head in a more comfortable position without realizing it, right between her ample breasts, and slowly, the day's fatigue washed over him like a quiet tide. And so, in the stillness of that night, the two of them slept together for the first time, sharing a rare moment of peace amid the challenges of their new lives. Chapter 7, 7nd Day in Another World. The morning light began to filter through the makeshift windows of the old church, illuminating the space with a gentle glow. Hestia slowly opened her eyes, still feeling the weight of yesterday's exhaustion in her small body. She rubbed her eyes gently and let out a soft yawn as she tried to remember where she was. Still groggy, she noticed a peculiar sensation around her, warmth and a comforting weight that seemed to embrace her. Curiosity made her turn her head slightly, and what she saw made her heart thunder in her chest. Luki was there, lying beside her, his arms firmly wrapped around her. His calm and peaceful expression as he slept contrasted with the growing blush on Hestia's face. Her eyes widened as a mix of embarrassment, surprise, and a strange, fluttery happiness flooded her chest. She tried to process the scene. Luki was so close she could feel his calm, rhythmic breathing. The warmth of their bodies was undeniable, and although her mind told her this was inappropriate, her heart beat to a very different rhythm. What do I do now? She murmured to herself, raising one hesitant hand to cover her flushed cheeks. For a moment, she froze, just watching his serene face. He looked so peaceful while sleeping, his tousled golden hair falling slightly over his forehead. There was something almost angelic about him, something that made her forget, even if just for a second, all her shame. Too shy to wake him and ruin the moment, Hestia chose to stay still, staring at him with a mix of tenderness and fascination. "You're so handsome, Luki." "No, my Luki. Only I get to see your sleeping face." Hi, she whispered, her voice so low it melted into the silence around her. She stayed like that for a few more minutes, taking in every detail, the slight curve of his lips in an unconscious smile, the way he looked so vulnerable and yet so protective at the same time. Though still flustered, Hestia couldn't help but smile. For the first time in a long while, she felt something that could only be described as true happiness. Is this what the others felt? Having a family, she thought, wondering how other gods and goddesses felt when they created their familias for the first time. The comforting warmth of that morning wrapped around her like never before, but her moment of reflection was interrupted by movement at her side. Luki murmured, frowning and shifting slightly. He seemed to be fighting against the heavy fog of sleep still weighing him down. Hestia watched him as he stirred. Even without understanding his words, the soft, sluggish tone in his voice made her feel he was at peace beside her. When he finally opened his eyes and saw she was awake, his expression changed instantly, eyes wide, like a kid caught doing something wrong. Hestia let out a light sigh at his reaction. "Ah. Good morning." Luki mumbled. "Good morning, Luki-kun," she said, with all the energy in the world. Luki chuckled nervously. He pointed at himself, then at her, then made a small hand motion, as if apologizing. His expression was a mix of guilt and awkwardness. Hestia shook her head, lips still curled into a smile. She crossed her arms and uncrossed them in a gesture that seemed to say it's okay, her gaze remaining soft. They stayed quiet for a moment, but the silence wasn't uncomfortable. Luki risked another glance at her and saw the gentle glow in her eyes. He pointed at her, then made death universal sign of goodness, a thumb up, tilting his head in a questioning manner. "Are you okay?" Hestia blinked a few times, surprised, but gave a slight nod. Then she asked back to him, doing the same sign. "Are you okay?" Luki gave a sheepish smile and nodded repeatedly, maybe too much trying to emphasize that he was fine. Still, the exchanged looks between them said more than any words could have. With nothing else to say, the two simply stared at each other for a while, sharing a silent connection that words could never express. Growling. The sound of growling stomachs echoed through the room, followed almost immediately by another one. Hestia and Luki froze. On reflex, each glanced at their own belly, then at the others. Their eyes met once again, but this time, their expressions were pure embarrassment. Luki clutched his stomach, trying to play it cool, while his face turned bit red. Hestia, realizing what had happened, covered her mouth with a hand, trying not to laugh. PFF. Ha ha ha. Luki couldn't hold it anymore. He burst out laughing, almost bending over from how hard he laughed. Hestia frowned, confused at first, but the sound of his laughter was so warm and contagious that she couldn't help herself. Soon, a melodic laugh escaped her lips. Ha ha ha. They laughed together, the hunger and awkwardness momentarily forgotten in the lightness of the moment. Luki pointed at his stomach and then mimed eating with his hands, clearly signaling that he was hungry. Hestia understood, nodding firmly. She stood up, still smiling, and pointed toward the door, indicating it was time to go find something to eat. Luki followed suit, running a hand behind his neck and letting out a small sigh. Hunger aside, he felt surprisingly good. After taking care of the basics like brushing their teeth and getting dressed, mostly Hestia, who actually had a change of clothes, the two headed out into the streets of Orario in search of food. Luki hadn't yet started venturing into the dungeon and didn't have a single valis to his name, but Hestia still had a small amount of money left. It was, of course, the money she had borrowed from Hephaestus as startup capital to found her familia. The morning air was still crisp, and the streets of Orario, though usually full of life, were unusually quiet. Without the usual flood of adventurers, the city felt like a different place entirely. Orario without adventurers was just a well-built, peaceful city. With them, though, it became a powder keg ready to blow at any moment. Hestia tugged lightly at Luki's sleeve to get his attention. "Luki, how about there?" She pointed to a small establishment just ahead. It looked like a tavern, mostly made of wood with simple but cozy details. The door was slightly ajar, revealing a calm interior, a few tidy tables, and the faint scent of fresh bread drifting into the street. By the entrance, a signboard sat on the ground, likely the day's menu or something indicating they were already open or about to open. Luki paused, eyes lingering on the place. He couldn't read the name on the sign. The language barrier was still a major hurdle, but something about it gave him a strange sense of déjà vu. Even though he wasn't sure why, he nodded, trusting Hestia's judgment. Without hesitation, they headed inside, crossing the threshold and letting the scent of warm, fresh food wrap around them. It was a small comfort in a morning that somehow already felt more promising than usual. As they opened the door, a soft bell jingled. The warm smell of baked bread and hot food enveloped them immediately, bringing a sense of calm and comfort. The tavern's interior, rustic and inviting, glowed with warm light that contrasted with the still sleepy streets outside. "Welcome to the hostess of fertility." A cheerful female voice greeted them. They were quickly welcomed by a smiling waitress as they entered. Her silver hair was immaculately styled, and her eyes subtly evaluated the two of them in a way most wouldn't even notice. But Luki froze. He recognized that face. It wasn't just her warm demeanor, it was the mysterious gleam in her eyes. He had seen this woman before, or rather, he'd seen the truth behind her. She was one of the followers of the goddess Freya, someone who occasionally switched places with the goddess herself. "I'm so screwed." A chill ran down his spine. He couldn't tell if it was fear or just caution, but being in a place linked to the goddess who hunted for pure souls made him feel incredibly uneasy. He wasn't sure if his soul qualified, but he wasn't about to find out the hard way. Hestia, meanwhile, was oblivious to his sudden tension. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she took in the cozy interior of the tavern. "Breakfast for two, please," she said. "Right this way." "I'll show you to a table," the waitress replied with a graceful gesture. Luki forced a smile and followed, not understanding the conversation but picking up on the atmosphere. His steps were more hesitant than usual. As they walked to their table, he tried to keep himself calm. "No need to panic. She's just a waitress, or maybe not. Who's in control of the body now? Whatever. Since we're here, might as well enjoy it and not raise suspicion." They sat near a window, where the morning sunlight filtered through the curtains. The waitress placed the menus on the table with a smile. What would you like? Our homemade bread is the highlight of the morning, she said casually, though her eyes watched them closely. Hestia smiled and leaned slightly forward, trying to appear relaxed as she made her order. I'll have the homemade bread with scrambled eggs, cheese, meat, and a glass of milk. For Luki, he'll have. She stopped suddenly, looking at Luki, who was staring back at her curiously, clearly unaware of what was going on. What does he even like to eat? Hestia thought, a small wave of anxiety rising in her chest. Their limited communication made it impossible to know Luki's food preferences. He couldn't even read the menu, which made things harder. She glanced at him. Does he like meat? The thought was immediately dismissed. No. Elves don't eat meat. They're vegetarians and prefer light food, I'm sure of it. Memories of old stories about elven culture echoed in her mind, giving her confidence in her assumption. Now more certain, she continued with a calm smile. For him, just a simple salad and vegetable soup. She said softly. Little did she know, Luki wasn't a typical elf. He was transmigrated and had zero issues with eating meat or heavy food. The poor guy had just been sentenced to grass for breakfast. Chapter 8, First Incursion, 1. Remember to always pay attention to your surroundings, especially when collecting spoils, and never underestimate anything down there. Even the walls are dangerous, and don't you dare go too deep just because you're feeling confident. Only the first floor, come back home in one piece. And another thing. Hestia kept going, her voice hurried and full of worry. She paced back and forth, gesturing wildly as if sheer repetition could burn the rules into Luki's mind. Ha ha ha! Luki burst out laughing, cutting through her avalanche of words. He couldn't understand anything she said, but her actions were as clear as day. His goddess was genuinely worried about him, and that touched him deeply. Stop laughing! This isn't funny. What if you? Hestia halted mid-sentence when she saw Luki's face now carrying a soft smile. Though he found her paranoia amusing, he understood the reason behind it. Today was an important milestone for him. After a week of adjusting to life in Orario, Luki felt it was finally time to begin his journey as a true adventurer and explore the dungeon for the first time. Ever since he announced his decision, Hestia had turned into a bundle of nerves, constantly drilling him with the essential lessons for surviving that treacherous place. Hestia, worried, Luki said, his voice calm and filled with gratitude. The goddess's eyes widened for a moment, surprised. Luki had spoken but not in his original language. He had used words from the local tongue, though his pronunciation was hesitant and heavily accented. Yes, during this time, Luki had been working hard to learn Orario's language. Hestia, ever enthusiastic, took every opportunity to help him. Though far from fluent, he could already speak keywords like Hestia, family, food, and other simple expressions. Now, he had used what he learned to reassure his goddess, even if in a basic way. You are learning fast, Hestia said, her expression softening. She was visibly touched, though the worry still clung to her. Luki tilted his head with a smile. He didn't need to say more, his actions and efforts spoke for themselves. All right, but don't forget what I said. First floor only, understood? Hestia added, crossing her arms and trying to look stern, though the smile on her face betrayed her feelings. As he prepared to leave, Luki cast one last look at his goddess. He could see the mix of anxiety and hope in her eyes, something that made him feel even more responsible for returning safely. See you later, Hestia! Luki shouted, bidding farewell as he started his way toward the dungeon. Hestia stayed where she was, standing in front of the humble home they called theirs. Her eyes followed Luki until he disappeared into the distance. This was the first adventure of her first child, and she was prepared to wait every second until he returned. It was early morning, the calmest time of day in Orario. The streets were still relatively quiet, and the same was true at the dungeon's entrance, where only a few adventurers had arrived. Luki had chosen this hour for two reasons. The first was practical, to avoid the long line that often formed later. The second was strategic, with fewer adventurers around, he didn't have to worry as much about the dangers that came from humans themselves. People say the greatest danger in Orario is the dungeon, but those who live in the city know that isn't entirely true. The greatest danger is its own inhabitants, greedy adventurers. Monsters in human skin, who wouldn't hesitate to end another's life for profit. For them, it's a matter of survival, better him than me. When he reached the massive entrance to the dungeon, Luki paused for a moment. The grand white marble structure, towering as if to touch the sky, now loomed right before him, intimidating and silent. He took a deep breath and did one last check of his gear. He wore a simple leather armor that covered only the essentials, a metal standard sword at his belt, and a smaller dagger by his side. Both were basic items provided by the guild as part of a beginner's adventurer registration. They weren't of great quality, but they were enough to keep him from going in unarmed. Luki touched the sword's blade briefly, testing its steadiness. It was a little heavy, seemed sturdy enough to handle low-level monsters. He adjusted the armor's shoulder strap, making sure it fit comfortably, and secured the dagger firmly at his waist. This is it, he thought. No more excuses, no turning back. He was about to take his first step into the unknown world that so many feared and admired at the same time. With a mix of determination and caution, Luki stepped into the vast labyrinth. The dungeon's first floor had a cavernous, austere look. Uneven grey stone walls. The ground was treacherous, shifting between smooth areas and others full of cracks and natural ridges, demanding attention at every step. Dim light came from bioluminescent fungi scattered along the walls or from tiny glowing crystals embedded in the rock. The light was faint, but enough to guide the eyes. Wide corridors, about 3 to 4 meters across, allowed for free movement, but the silence and vastness of the space heightened the feeling of vulnerability. Larger rooms appeared occasionally, vast spaces where danger seemed even more imminent. At a glance, it might seem like nothing more than a regular cave system, devoid of real threats. But Luki knew it was just an illusion. The air was heavier here, not just from the depth, but from something else, a constant sense of being watched, as if the dungeon itself were alive and observing. And more than that, he couldn't ignore the fact that those seemingly inert walls could give birth to hordes of monsters at any moment. Step, step, step. Luki's footsteps echoed through the corridors as he advanced slowly, sword in hand, alert to any movement or strange sound. Then, the silence was broken. Shriek! A sharp, almost metallic screech reverberated through the corridors, slicing the air like a blade. Luki froze instantly, every muscle tensing as the hairs on his neck stood up. He recognized that sound. A goblin. Turning the next corner, he saw it. It was small, short in stature, with a hunched posture. Sickly green skin. Its small eyes gleamed with a crude, hungry intelligence. In its claw-like hands, it held a makeshift blade, more a sharp stone than a real weapon. Must have found on the ground and not born with it. Luki swallowed hard, tightening his grip on his sword. Even if it was only a goblin, he knew he couldn't underestimate it. This was the first real enemy he'd face in the dungeon. With the monster before him, he didn't rush in. Hestia's words echoed in his mind, as vivid as if she were right beside him, or at least part of them. Remember. Pay attention. Surroundings? Spoils? Never underestimate anything? Walls? Dangerous. Taking a deep breath, Luki let his eyes scan the area. Every crack, every shadow, every irregularity in the wall was analyzed. He glanced back, checking the path he'd come from. He couldn't afford to be surprised by something lurking in the shadows. Satisfied there were no other threats nearby, he decided to act. Carefully, he crouched and picked up a small stone from the ground. With a quick motion, he tossed it toward a nearby wall. Clack! The dry sound echoed through the cavern, instantly drawing the goblin's attention. Shriek! The monster grunted curiously, its grotesque head turning toward the sound. With awkward steps, it began moving toward the wall, its beady eyes searching for the noise's source. That's when Luki saw his chance. Slowly, deliberately, he began to advance. Each step was calculated, his feet touching only the firmest surfaces, avoiding loose stones or cracks that could betray him. Very slowly. He held his sword close to his body to prevent it from swinging and making noise. The goblin, oblivious, crouched to inspect the ground, inspecting like an animal. Luki held his breath. Now! With a sudden burst, he lunged forward, gripping the sword tightly. His first strike went straight for the goblin's neck. Shurg! The monster's grunt echoed through the corridor. The blade sliced its rough skin, but not deeply enough to be fatal. Dark blood trickled from the wound as the goblin instinctively clutched its neck, trying to stop the attack. For a moment, Luki hesitated. Why is it still alive? Maybe it was the goblin's natural toughness, the dull blade, or his own lack of strength, but the creature was still standing. Die, damn you! He snarled through clenched teeth, pulling back the bloodied blade. Gathering his resolve, Luki swung again. This time, the sword struck the goblin's arms as it tried to shield itself. The cut was deep, touching the bones. The monster stumbled and fell backward, screaming in pain and fury. On the ground, it tried to crawl away, but Luki didn't give it the chance. Raising the sword as high as he could, he brought it down in a brutal strike to the creature's back. Shriek! The goblin's agonized scream rang out, but Luki didn't stop. One slash. Then another. And another. With each blow, the goblin's resistance faded, until with a final cry, its body dissolved. Poof! The almost ethereal sound marked the end of the fight. Where a grotesque creature had once stood, there was now only shimmering dust floating briefly in the air before fading away. Luki took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the spot where the goblin had been moments before. On the ground, something faintly glimmered. He crouched to pick up the small mana stone fragment. A very small, tiny stone, like a blue or purple crystal. Something so insignificant yet so valuable. This is an adventurer's primary currency, the living proof of their achievements, and their main source of profit. While there are other, more valuable objects within the vast dungeon of Orario, no one ignores the smallest of all the mana stone fragments lying on the ground. Before he could catch his breath from the fight, an unsettling sound echoed through the corridors. Shriek! 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 The sharp, threatening cries apparently sounded from everywhere. Luki froze for an instant, eyes wide. The sweat running down his forehead now felt colder. The goblin's screams, they brought others. Wasting no time, he wiped the sweat with his forearm, drew a deep breath, and began running in the opposite direction, his footsteps pounding against the uneven ground. There was no way he would face more goblins. Not now. Not alone. Not this week. The corridor felt longer than before, the shadows cast by glowing stones and bioluminescent fungi dancing around him, as if the dungeon itself were watching. As he ran, his fingers tightened around the mana stone fragment in his hand. The small stone felt heavy not because of its size or material, but because of what it meant. This was the first. Chapter 9, 9 First Incursion, 2. Through the many corridors of the first floor of Orario's dungeon, a lone elven adventurer wandered in search of his next target. Luki moved cautiously, each step measured, every glance alert to the shadows that seemed to shift along with him. The tension in the air was almost tangible, and the muffled sound of his footsteps on the uneven ground was his only company in that hostile environment. Remaining constantly on guard was exhausting. Every sound could be a threat, every crack a trap. But, as Luki well knew, that level of vigilance was the difference between walking out alive or being swallowed by the dungeon. Suddenly crack! The familiar sound of splitting stone rang out behind him, cutting through the silence like a blade. Without hesitation, Luki spun around, sword already in hand. From the jagged contours of the wall, a goblin began crawling out, its eyes gleaming with malice. But before it could fully emerge, Luki acted. Swish! With a swift, precise movement, he decapitated the monster. Its head hit the ground with a dull thud, followed by its body. A faint glow appeared as the goblin crumbled into dust, leaving behind a small mana stone shard. Luki sighed, bending down to collect his loot. That's the third one already. He muttered to himself, examining the fragment before storing it away. The dungeon seemed to have a cruel fondness for ambushes. Monsters would silently emerge from the walls, as if the very structure itself was alive and trying to catch even the most vigilant adventurers off guard. Luki still remembered the first time it had happened. He had been distracted, crouched to collect a mana stone from another defeated goblin, when he heard the threatening crack above him. Instinctively, he had thrown himself to the side, narrowly avoiding the monster that fell from the ceiling, its claws almost tearing into his flesh. The fight that followed was fierce and intense, leaving him with cuts on his arms and a newfound understanding of how treacherous the dungeon could be. It might not seem like it, but these goblins were only a little weaker than a normal person. Having only recently received his Falna, Luki was still about on par with one of them. The second attack was similar, but this time Luki was better prepared. He heard the crack behind him while walking, as if the dungeon itself was testing his awareness. He quickly turned and eliminated the monster before it could strike. Now, by the third encounter, Luki's efficiency was improving. Seems like the dungeon doesn't like seeing me relax, he said quietly, his sharp eyes scanning his surroundings once more. Regaining his composure, he resumed his path through the dungeon's winding corridors. Luki knew the key to survival was avoiding unnecessary risks. He would ambush lone goblins and steer clear of groups, even pairs. Never bite off more than you can chew. That was his method. It might seem inefficient, maybe even cowardly, but he preferred to call it prudence. Life was nothing to toy with, especially your own. A goblin sleeping against a rock, killed with a precise stab to the heart. A goblin wandering aimlessly, struck down from behind before it even knew what hit it. A goblin that tried to hunt him, eliminated after an intense frontal battle that cost him a tiny piece of armor. Two goblins walking together, ignored as Luki silently took another route. This was how he continued exploring the floor, gathering mana shards and gradually learning the traps and patterns of the place. A few hours later. Swish! His sword sliced deep into another goblin's chest. The monster let out a pained cry before dissolving into glittering dust. Luki bent to collect the shard it left behind but froze when he heard a strange sound. Grr! His body instantly tensed. A chill ran down his spine. Sword in hand, he spun around, scanning the shadows for the source of the threatening growl. "Where are you?" he muttered, cold sweat forming as his eyes darted around. Grr! The sound echoed again, but this time he realized the truth. Ah, Luki relaxed, exhaling in relief. Just my stomach. He scratched the back of his neck, visibly embarrassed. Good thing no one saw that, he said to himself, trying to laugh off his overreaction. Without noticing, he had been in the dungeon for hours, hunting goblins without rest. Hunger had finally caught up to him. I should probably head back now. He pulled out his floor map, in his recommendation, searching for the way out. It might seem excessive to abandon exploration just because of hunger after only a few hours, but Luki didn't care. Not long ago, he had been just an ordinary office worker in a modern, peaceful world. Now, he was in an underground labyrinth, risking his life against monsters straight out of a fantasy tale. He wasn't built for this kind of work, neither physically nor mentally. Every battle was an achievement. Surviving is an accomplishment in itself. With that thought, he charted his path to the exit and began the journey out, more aware than ever of his limits, and of how much he still had to learn to truly thrive in this unforgiving world. Sigh, never in my life did I think I'd be so happy to see daylight. Luki murmured as he emerged from the dungeon. The warm sunlight enveloped him, like a comforting embrace that washed away the accumulated weight of darkness. Each step carried him farther from the suffocating tension of the labyrinth and closer to a long-forgotten sense of safety. Arriving at the guild's reception, his goal was clear: trade the mana shards for money, a small triumph in his new and challenging journey. Among the many busy stations, he quickly spotted a familiar face. "Ina-san, good afternoon," he said, his tone marked by a thick accent and hesitation, but with a clear effort to sound polite. The young woman with brown hair and a welcoming smile looked up from the counter and recognized him instantly. "Hey? Oh, Luki-san. It's good to see you back alive and whole. Looks like your first exploration was a success," she replied, relief evident in her voice. There was a reason for that relief. Working at the guild meant seeing many new adventurers walk in with dreams of glory, but only a fraction returned alive from their first dungeon dive. Let's not even talk about second and third ones. "I'm fine," Luki replied, his vocabulary still limited, but attentive to her encouraging tone. Ina smiled, satisfied. "I'm glad to hear that. Now, just place your loot here, and I'll calculate your earnings." She placed a metal tray on the counter and gestured for him to proceed. Luki nodded, understanding. He carefully untied the small pouch from his waist and emptied its contents onto the tray. Clink, clink, clink. The sound of mana shards hitting the metal rang out amid the busy atmosphere. Ina glanced over them, counting with practiced ease. "Let's see, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18 mana shards." She looked up with an encouraging smile. "Not bad, especially for a first time." She gathered the stones, storing them for the guild, and quickly returned with the tray, now holding a few gleaming coins. "Here you go, 500 valis. It's not much, but it's a start." "You did great, Luki." Luki looked at the coins with a mix of relief and satisfaction. "Thank you," he said, his accent still present, but his gratitude clear. As he put the coins away and prepared to leave, he couldn't help but feel a small spark of pride. It was a modest step, but for him, it marked the beginning of a new life in a world full of challenges and possibilities. "See you, Ina-san," he said with a faint smile. "See you, Luki-kun. And be careful next time." Ina replied, her affectionate tone tinged with genuine concern. With a tired but determined expression, Luki left the guild and began walking through Orario's streets. The sun was already leaning west, casting a golden glow over the bustling city. At this hour, the streets were full of adventurers, most heading to the dungeon in organized groups. Equipped with armor, weapons, and magic, they moved with the confidence of those who had faced the labyrinth's dangers countless times. "In the future, I should look for companions too," he thought, watching a nearby group laughing and chatting before heading in. Exploring alone was mentally and physically exhausting. Every decision, every fight, fell solely on him. A companion could share the burden, ease the tension, and above all, increase his chances of survival. But he knew finding someone trustworthy in Orario was a challenge of its own. "I'll think about it later," he decided, pushing the thought aside. For now, he was content with what he had achieved. Without realizing it, his steps brought him back home. The small, worn temple was the picture of modesty, but to Luki, it was home, a place where he would always be welcomed warmly, no matter how hard the day had been. At the entrance, a figure waited eagerly, swaying slightly as she watched him approach. Her eyes shone with relief, and her smile was as radiant as the first rays of dawn. "Luki-kun! You're back!" Hestia shouted, her voice overflowing with joy. Before he could respond, she threw herself at him with all the force of her divine affection. "Wait, wait!" he tried to say, but his voice was muffled as his face was buried in a rather generous spot. "My Luki-kun, my Luki's safe!" Hestia exclaimed, hugging him tightly, completely ignoring personal space. Instead of feeling embarrassed like most would, Luki only laughed inwardly. "Is this heaven?" he thought, trying to savor the moment for as long as possible. Stealthily, he slipped his arms around her slender waist, hugging her in return, not wanting the moment to end any time soon. Hestia, however, seemed in no hurry to let go. She wrapped her legs around his waist and squeezed even tighter, as if making sure he would never escape again. I need to breathe," Luki said, starting to struggle as the air left his lungs. "Ah, sorry." Hestia finally released him, a hint of embarrassment on her face. "It's just that I was so worried." "Don't do that again, okay?" She crossed her arms, cheeks puffed in a classic pout. "Worried?" he replied with a teasing smile. "With a welcome like this, maybe I should go to the dungeon every day." A mischievous thought crossed his mind before fading quickly. "Humph, just a little." Hestia gave his arm a light tap, unable to hide her smile. Despite the exhaustion, Luki felt warm inside. It wasn't just Hestia's hug, it was the fact that, for the first time in a long while, he had someone waiting for him with such devotion. "Thank you, Hestia-sama," he said sincerely. "I should be the one thanking you for being such an amazing child. Now come, I made lunch while I waited." Hestia let go of him and began pulling him inside by the arm. Seeing the situation he was in, Luki couldn't help but feel lucky. Life in this world was hard, but at least he had someone like Hestia by his side. Chapter 10, Fauna. In the simple room on basement, lit only by the soft glow of a oil lamp, Luki was lying face down on the bed, his back exposed. He felt the slightly rough texture of the sheets against his skin while Hestia prepared to update his fauna. "Luki-kun, ready?" Hestia's voice was filled with anticipation. Luki turned his face slightly toward her and, after a moment, replied hesitantly "Why yes, ready." Hestia gave a warm smile, already used to his peculiar way of speaking, and gently sat down on his legs, holding the small silver needle. "All right. Don't worry, it'll be quick," she replied, unsure if he would fully understand. Hestia gently pricked her finger with the needle and let a drop of her blood touch the markings on Luki's back. The fauna began to glow, and magical symbols floated in the air, revealing Luki's true strength. Name, Luki Brian. Level, 1. Attributes: Strength, STR 10I. Endurance, END 11I. Dexterity, Dex 10I. Agility, AGI 10I. Magic, Mag 0I. Skills, none. Spells, none. Looks like everything's pretty much the same, except for endurance, which went up to 11. Hestia commented, analyzing the numbers. "With the Excelia you've accumulated, I can distribute 30 more points into your attributes. How do you want them allocated?" "I didn't understand," Luki replied, his expression a mix of confusion and an attempt to look attentive. Hestia let out a deep sigh, placing a hand on her forehead. Right. I forgot to explain. My little Luki-kun, pay attention now, okay? I'll try to be as clear as possible." Luki nodded, fixing his gaze on her, though the language barrier was still a challenge. "Here's the thing, with my blessing, called fauna, you accumulate a special energy called Excelia. This happens when you do things like defeating monsters in the dungeon. Got that so far?" Kinda. Excelia is like, reward?" Luki guessed. "Exactly." Hestia celebrated, excited. "I use that Excelia to enhance your physical stats, like strength and endurance. And there's more, when you gather enough Excelia and do something big, like defeating a boss or performing a heroic deed, you can level up. Hestia paused dramatically, gesturing for emphasis. When you level up, your current attributes are absorbed into your body and reset to 0 on the fauna. That means the power becomes truly yours, no longer dependent on me. Do you understand that too? Luki scratched his head, clearly processing as much as he could. Level up, makes power mine. I think I get it. Great. So now I need you to tell me how you want to distribute your 30 points. You can think about where you want to get stronger, or focus on what you think you need to improve. Luki stayed silent for a moment, pondering what he'd heard. He still had doubts about how this system really worked, but one thing was clear, it seemed like a variation of the world he knew. In the anime, they never explained that the gods controlled growth like this. It always seemed automatic, based on individual effort. Could this be an alternate world? He recalled that in the original work, many adventurers rarely reached rank A in their stats unless they were truly talented. But from what Hestia said, it sounded more like farming excelia than pure talent. Luki-kun? Hestia called, snapping her fingers in front of his face. Any idea where to put the points? He turned his attention back to her with a small smile. Let's put half in strength and endurance. I want to get stronger and hold out longer. Hestia smiled, pleased. Good choice, my little Luki. Leave it to me. And with that, Hestia began updating the fauna while Luki watched curiously. He was intrigued by the process, especially considering how much this world seemed to have subtle differences from the stories he knew. All done, said Hestia with a radiant smile. What? Already? Luki asked, surprised. Hestia let out a playful giggle. Hi, of course, silly. What did you think would happen? A magic ceremony with light explosions? Maybe. He shrugged, a little embarrassed. She shook her head, sitting on the bed with a sheet of paper in hand. Don't be silly. Anyway, here are your new stats. Here, take a look. Luki took the sheet and sat down, adjusting his posture to read. He still struggled with reading, but the text was straightforward enough for him to understand with relative ease. As he read, his concentrated expression slowly shifted into a faint smile of satisfaction. Name, Luki Brian. Level, 1. Attributes. Strength, STR 10I, plus 15, 25I. Endurance, and 11I, plus 15, 26I. Dexterity, Dex 10I. Agility, AGI 10I. Magic, Mag 0I. Skills, none. Spells, none. Luki stared at the sheet in his hands, the numbers jumping out at him. A heavy sigh escaped his lips as he processed the reality. I feel weak, he muttered, his voice low and tinged with frustration. Hestia, still beside him, tilted her head and watched him with concern. Oh, my Luki-kun, it's okay. She placed her hands on his shoulders, trying to comfort him. You've just started your journey. It's normal to begin small. No one is born strong, you know? He stayed silent for a moment, still staring at the numbers. Then he looked up at her and, with unusual clarity, said, You were born a goddess. The statement caught Hestia completely off guard. Her face instantly turned bright red, a mix of surprise and embarrassment flooding her expression. What? She exclaimed, flailing her hands. Luki-kun. Where did you learn to talk like that all of a sudden? He simply shrugged, as if it were nothing, though the faint smile on his lips suggested he knew exactly the effect of his words. Ugh, you really know how to disarm a goddess, hey? Careful or I might disown you, she muttered, turning her face away to hide the blush. But her tone quickly returned to normal when Luki spoke again, this time in his usual awkward accent. But, this is so little. 26, is nothing compared to, 999? Hestia sighed in relief at seeing him return to his usual self, but she also noticed the genuine concern in his words. Luki, listen. She leaned closer again, holding his face in her hands and making him look into her eyes. Don't compare your beginning to someone else's end. Every adventurer who achieved great feats started just like you, small. He frowned, absorbing her words, though he still seemed a bit down. I try, but it feels hard. And it is hard. She smiled softly, leaning her forehead against his. But you have something many don't, me. I'll help you grow, get stronger, and one day you'll look back and laugh at how far you've come. Luki hesitated, but a small smile appeared on his lips. I trust you, Hestia-sama. She giggled, pulling back and giving him a light pat on the shoulder. That's right. Now, let's rest. Tomorrow's a new day, and you've got a lot of work ahead, my little hero. He nodded, still holding the sheet, but with a different light in his eyes. Her words had brought an unexpected comfort, and for the first time since arriving in this world, he began to believe he had a real chance to become someone strong. Chapter 11, 11-second incursion. Luki adjusted his backpack and fastened his sword to his waist. He looked at Hestia, who crossed her arms and watched him with an expression somewhere between worry and irritation. Don't think that just because you've gotten a little stronger you can go adventuring into the lower levels. She warned, wagging her finger at him. Stick to the first floor, kill as many goblins as you can to build up your excelia, and earn valis to invest in better equipment. Luki nodded, but before he could respond, Hestia pressed on, her tone becoming more intense. And besides, she began, but Luki's attention was stolen by a sudden, overwhelming sense of déjà vu. He frowned, feeling as though he had lived this exact moment before. It had been 2 days since his first incursion into the dungeon, totaling 10 in this new world, where he had fought goblins for the first time. The next day, determined to return, he had been stopped by Hestia, who insisted he rest and recover from the wounds he had sustained. Now, with his equipment repaired on a guild-affiliated blacksmith, and his body in better condition, he had finally been granted permission to continue his adventure. But, just like the first time, Hestia was excessively worried, making a mountain out of a molehill. It's going to be fine, no need to worry. He said slowly, choosing each word carefully in an attempt to reassure her. Hestia narrowed her eyes and huffed, clearly unconvinced. Who do you think you are, giving orders to your goddess? I'll decide whether I should worry about you or not. She said firmly, but her voice was full of warmth. Her face softened at the end, and her eyes revealed the affection she felt for him. Luki sighed and gave a small smile. He knew Hestia only wanted to protect him, but he also understood he needed to keep moving forward to grow stronger. He leaned forward slightly, as if to silently thank her for her concern, and began walking toward the dungeon. Hey, Luki! Hestia called, running up to him. Before he could react, she slipped a piece of bread and an apple into his backpack. Don't forget to eat, okay? This time, he smiled genuinely, shaking his head in agreement. I'll be right back, he said, making one last effort to reassure her. As he disappeared through the door, Hestia sighed deeply, clasping her hands together as if in prayer. Please, come back to me safely once again. The dark corridors of the first floor of the dungeon were silent, except for the occasional noise echoing between the stone walls. Luki moved cautiously, each step calculated, his eyes scanning his surroundings. Even with his renewed strength, he knew underestimating the dungeon would be a fatal mistake. Shriek! The high-pitched cry echoed, sending a chill down his spine. Luki immediately crouched, hiding behind an outcropping of jagged rocks. Peeking around the side, he spotted a lone goblin. The creature carried a crude club, its movements clumsy but its eyes sharp as it searched for prey. Pa! The sound of a falling stone caught the goblin's attention. It glanced at the ground, curious, and bent down to inspect the small object. Kurik! It was the last sound the goblin ever made. Swish! With a single strike, Luki killed the monster, nearly decapitating him but still doing the job. The goblin's body dissolved into glittering dust, leaving behind a fragment of mana stone. Wow, that was easy. Luki commented, surprised by how much progress he had made. Before, he had never managed such a clean strike. Cutting deeply had been the best he could do, which often led to prolonged fights and, worse, goblin screams that attracted reinforcements. So investing in strength really does make a difference, he thought. Still, he knew he was far from ideal performance. I probably need at least 50 strength to cut a neck effortlessly, or maybe just a decent sword. He looked down at his blade, evaluating its pitiful state. Calling it a sword was generous, it was more like a cheap hunk of metal with a wooden handle. The edges were nearly dull, and the blade had a slight bend to one side. Just 2 trips into the dungeon had been enough to ruin it, thanks to repeated clashes with goblins' improvised weapons. Maybe it was the fault of low-quality materials, maybe the blacksmith's lack of ability, or maybe just Luki's own inexperience. Ambushes are my best option, he concluded. He knew that direct confrontations would wreck his weapon in minutes. With limited strength and poor gear, strategy would be his greatest ally. I'll have to be more careful from now on. With renewed determination, Luki picked up the mana stone fragment from the floor and moved on. Every goblin defeated brought him closer to improving his skills and his weapon. The road ahead would be harsh, but he was ready for it. For 4 uninterrupted hours, Luki devoted himself entirely to the art of goblin slaying, creatures that, at first glance, seemed insignificant but hid deadly traps in their very nature. Small and malnourished looking, goblins could easily be underestimated. Their thin, awkward bodies concealed surprising strength, and their cunning minds were focused solely on survival and the destruction of careless adventurers. Despite their crude spawn tools and makeshift weapons, the real danger of these creatures lay in their natural abilities. One of the biggest challenges in fighting goblins was avoiding their sharp hearing. While not quite on par with a predator like a wolf, their large ears could pick up even the faintest sounds. Guild's Novice Adventurer Guide based. A single noise, a clinking piece of armor, a misstep, or even the uncontrolled breathing of an anxious adventurer was enough to alert them and trigger a chain reaction. To approach an unsuspecting goblin, one had to hold their breath, move slowly, and avoid interacting with the environment, no loose stones or scattered objects on the dungeon floor. Luki knew that with the slightest slip, the advantage would be gone. Though it had never happened to him yet, he wasn't eager to test his luck. Besides this, the most effective way to deal with goblins was to kill the target in a single blow, like anything in the world. The neck and heart were the best spots, a clean cut or a precise thrust was all it took to make the creature dissolve into sparkling dust. But again, like any other monster, prolonging the fight was an invitation to disaster, as the cries of a wounded goblin could draw others, and in groups, they became exponentially more dangerous. But once more, like any other monster, the guide is a little redundant. Luki's sword, though crude and worn, was perfectly suited for this task. Simple, fairly sturdy, short to medium reach, capable of slashing or stabbing, and above all cheap. However, the weapon's durability left much to be desired. Each clash against a goblin's rusty blade or crude club further reduced its usefulness. He knew his sword wouldn't last long, and if it broke mid-battle, it could mean his death. That was why he avoided direct combat whenever possible. Call him a coward or prudent, in the end what matter is that it's working. One last piece of the Guild's Novice Adventurer Guide's Infinte no Legment. What made goblins dangerous was their treacherous nature. Despite their limited intellect, they possessed an innate talent for setting ambushes, fighting in groups, and attacking where the enemy was most vulnerable. It was almost as if the dungeon itself had programmed them to be guerrilla warfare specialists, which, most likely, it had. Luki knew that facing a group of goblins put him at an immediate disadvantage. They didn't need complex orders or refined coordination. They don't even fear death. The basics were etched into their instincts, allowing them to cooperate with surprising efficiency, enough to overwhelm careless adventurers. If there was no clear advantage, never fight a group of goblins. They'd find a way to make you regret it. Luki sighed, leaning against a rough stone wall and wiping the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. He scanned the dark corridor to make sure it was safe before relaxing. At this point, I could write a bestiary or a tutorial on goblin hunting. That would make a certain adventurer from another world very proud. He murmured to himself. For a moment, he smiled at the thought. It was amusing to imagine a world where he was known as a goblin expert. But the light-hearted moment was cut short by an unexpected sound. Grr! His stomach growled loudly, echoing in the silent corridor and making him blink in surprise. Has it been that long already? He said, placing a hand on his stomach. Time flies when you're monster hunting deep underground. Luki opened his backpack and pulled out the piece of bread and apple that his goddess had slipped in before he left. He couldn't help but smile, remembering Hestia's worried expression as she insisted he eat properly. Bite, chew. Guess this should keep me going for another hour. He said between mouthfuls. Wouldn't hurt to hunt just a few more goblins. As he ate, his eyes scanned the shadows around him. Even during rest, Luki knew the dungeon offered no true moments of peace. Any strange sound or movement could signal danger. He finished the last bite of bread calmly, allowing himself a few minutes to regain his strength before standing again. The simple meal was enough to keep his energy up for a while longer. Thanks, Hestia. He murmured quietly as he packed away the leftovers. Luki adjusted the sword at his waist, the blade still worn but functional, and settled his backpack on his shoulders. The short break had renewed his resolve. He couldn't afford to return to the surface empty-handed. Every goblin defeated meant more Excelia, more Valis for better gear, and above all, more strength to push deeper into the dungeon. Yet, just one more hour, he told himself with a faint smile. With careful steps, Luki resumed exploring the dungeon's corridors, his focus sharper than ever. Chapter 12 Celebrating. After 5 long hours of hunting, Luki finally emerged from the dungeon, his heavy footsteps betraying the accumulated exhaustion. This marked the end of his second expedition, and despite the fatigue, he felt a faint sense of accomplishment. Walking with determination toward the guild hall reception, he searched for Ina, his advisor, already imagining how she would react to his progress. Luki-san. Ina greeted him with a warm smile as soon as she saw him approach. How did it go today? Without answering right away, he set the heavy sack on the counter, and the metallic sound echoed through the hall. Clink, 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 clink. Several shards of magic stones fell onto the metal tray Ina had prepared. Wow! Look at how many you got this time! She exclaimed, quickly counting. 37 shards. That's more than double your first time. Looks like you're getting used to all this pretty fast. Luki shrugged, a tired smile on his lips. Look! I found a lot of goblins. Ina raised an eyebrow, tilting her head. Don't be modest, Luki-san. You managed to defeat all those goblins on your own, and that's what truly matters. Finding so many might be luck, but the credit for coming back alive and with all these shards is entirely yours. She gathered the shards, letting them slide through a metal slot on the counter that led to the appraisal section. A few minutes later, she returned with a small pile of Valis neatly arranged on a tray. Here you go, 1,110 Valis, all counted. Thanks, Ina-san. Luki replied, carefully pocketing the money. Just doing my job, she said with a kind smile. Keep working hard, but please, be careful. With a brief nod, Luki turned and began his walk home. The Valis in his pocket gave him a small sense of triumph, but he knew he still had a long way to go. As he approached the church, the place he and his goddess called home, Luki spotted a familiar figure waiting near the door. The petite goddess, with her long black hair and eyes that seemed to shine even in the dim light, was there as always, eager for his return. The moment she saw Luki, Hestia ran toward him, her quick, determined steps closing the distance. "Luki-kun!" she exclaimed, throwing herself into his arms in a warm, or rather, suffocating, embrace. Before he could react, Hestia had already wrapped him completely, pulling him tight against her, just like she had the first time he returned from the dungeon. "I knew you could do it," she said, her voice full of joy and relief. "My Luki-kun is getting stronger every day." Luki sighed, resigned, but couldn't stop a small smile from forming. Despite her crushing hugs, there was something comforting about the way Hestia showed her concern and pride. "And it's nor her boobs on his face, believe it." Yet, Hestia-sama, loosen up a bit. I'm sweaty." "Ah. Right," Hestia said, finally releasing him, though she kept her hands on his shoulders. "You need a bath, something to eat, and then I want to hear every detail of your adventure." With a small nod, Luki entered the church beside his goddess, ready to rest and perhaps prepare for his next dive into the dungeon. "So, while he was still struggling to pull away from the wall, I drove my sword right into his chest, killing him instantly." Luki gestured enthusiastically, as if reliving the scene. "I thought he'd be the last of the day, but luckily, on the way back, I found 3 more lone goblins." He paused dramatically before continuing. "In total, I killed 37 goblins and earned over 1,000 valis. I'm amazing, aren't I?" Lying on his stomach on the bed, Luki recounted his dungeon exploits with the enthusiasm of a rookie adventurer that he is. Hestia, meanwhile, sat on his lower back, shaping the floating light runes above him as she updated the fauna etched into his skin. "Wow, you really did all that?" asked the goddess, a proud smile on her lips. "I'm so lucky to have such an incredible child like you." However, if someone paid attention, they would notice she was actually faking her emotions. A small problem was making the conversation difficult. In his excitement to tell the story, Luki had started narrating everything in his native language. Although he was quickly learning the local tongue, the same couldn't be said for Hestia, who made no effort to learn his. After all, Luki was the only person in the world who spoke that language. For her, learning it seemed unnecessary. Still, as she listened to the torrent of incomprehensible words, Hestia thought to herself, "I should make an effort to learn his language too. He shouldn't be the only one working hard for this family." "All done," Hestia announced, breaking her own thoughts. She stood up and handed Luki a sheet with the results of his fauna update. "Oh, and before I forget, your agility went up naturally." Luki sat up and took the paper, examining its contents carefully. "Name, Luki Brian. Level, 1. Stats. STR 25I, plus 25, 50I. N26I, plus 24, 50I. Dex 10I, plus 11, 21I. AGI 10I, plus 1, 11I. Mag 0I. Skills, none. Magic, none. With 50 strength, I should be able to cut a goblin's neck without much trouble," he murmured to himself, eyes fixed on the sheet. "And with 50 endurance, I won't tire as fast as before. This will make future dives much easier." Hestia watched as he analyzed his gains, a fond smile on her face. "You're improving so quickly. I'm sure you'll be among the great adventurers soon," she said, her tone full of admiration and encouragement. Luki looked up and returned the smile. "Hestia, reason, thank you," Luki said, his tone full of gratitude, trying to express that all his progress was thanks to her. "Nonsense," she replied, crossing her arms and looking away, trying to hide the faint blush on her cheeks. "You're the one doing all the hard work." "Even so," Hestia's heart swelled with pride. Every small victory of Luki's was a victory for them both, and she knew that together they could achieve great things. After a brief silence, Hestia suddenly stood with renewed energy and pulled Luki by the arm. Enough of the sentimental talk. Get up, we're going out tonight. Out? Luki asked, visibly confused. After everything that's happened, I think we deserve a little celebration. Actually, she hesitated for a moment, murmuring to herself. I wanted to do this after your first expedition, but I ended up forgetting. Luki tilted his head, trying to understand, but eventually just went along with it. Ah! Celebrate? I get it. Change clothes? That's right. Hestia replied, cheerful. Go get changed while I get ready. And don't even think about peeking. She added with a playful look, pushing him toward the door. Before Luki could question her, she had practically shoved him out of the room and shut the door with a slam. Outside, Luki scratched his head, trying to process Hestia's sudden burst of energy. Women, he muttered before heading to his own room. Inside, Hestia smiled to herself as she searched for something special to wear. I need to do something to show how important he is to me, a simple dinner and a good talk should be enough. After all, he deserves far more than I can give him right now, and for that, I'll wear the best dress I have. Meanwhile, Luki looked at his simple, functional clothes, wondering what would be appropriate for celebrating. I guess this one's fine. He said, picking out the least worn white shirt he had. And so, the two of them prepared for a night that, while simple, would mark yet another special moment in their journey together. Door creak. Good evening, do you still have a table available? Hestia asked with a smile as she entered the establishment, Luki right behind her, visibly curious as he took in the atmosphere. The hostess of fertility always has a table, Naya, a cat-eared waitress, replied playfully, winking before picking up two menus and leading the way. Hestia and Luki followed the waitress to a table near the window, where they could watch the not-so-bustling nighttime streets of the city. As they sat down, enjoying the warm atmosphere of the hostess of fertility, shortly after, a familiar figure appeared, carrying a notebook and a warm smile. Well, hello again. I didn't expect to see you both back so soon. Sir Flava, the silver-haired waitress, approached their table with the same grace as before. Luki recognized her instantly, but before he could respond, Hestia gave the young woman a quick, assessing look. Ah, you're the waitress who served us breakfast. Hestia exclaimed, forcing a smile while her eyes narrowed slightly. I'm glad you remember me. Sir replied, her melodic voice paired with eyes that seemed to sparkle when they met Luki's. I hope our food was good enough to bring you back. Hestia crossed her arms, leaning forward slightly as if to mark her territory. Of course, it was satisfactory. But it was the cooking talent here, not necessarily the service, that brought us back. Sir only smiled, ignoring the subtle jab, and turned her attention to Luki. And you? Are you enjoying your adventures? I hope you're taking care of yourself in the dungeon. Her voice was gentle but carried a genuine curiosity. Luki, a bit embarrassed, simply replied, it's fine, just surviving. The interaction, however, did not go unnoticed by Hestia, who immediately sat up straighter and gently squeezed Luki's arm, as if reminding him of her presence. He's doing great. In fact, it's thanks to me that he can face these adventures. After all, I'm his goddess. Hestia smiled, but her eyes followed Sir's every move. Sir tilted her head, keeping her tone friendly. Of course, a goddess's guidance is priceless. You really are blessed, Luki. Hestia stayed silent for a brief moment as Sir wrote down their order, but her mind was filled with suspicious thoughts. Why is she so interested in him? What's so special about Luki that caught this girl's attention? When Sir left to fetch their food, Hestia leaned toward Luki, whispering, did you see the way she looked at you? Luki, confused, just shrugged. What? She was being nice, too nice, if you ask me. Stay away from trouble, Luki. Especially trouble with silver hair. Chapter 13, 13 Hostess of Fertility. A bit too charming, if you ask me. Stay out of trouble, Luki. Especially trouble with silver hair. Hestia leaned dangerously close to Luki's face, her eyes gleaming with determination. Luki remained silent, avoiding any obvious reaction. But inside, he was glowing. Jealous, hey? My goddess is jealous of me. He might not be as naive as Belle, nor a complete pervert, but he at least knew how to read the emotions of the girls around him. And Hestia's were clear, possessiveness laced with a touch of insecurity. However, there was something else, something he had also recognized in Seer's behavior. So that's it. Freya saw my soul. Am I a pure soul? I'm screwed. He cried internally. Among all the threats in the world, Freya was without a doubt the most dangerous, and, ironically, the least likely to strike directly. But now, to his misfortune, she had decided to set her sights on him. In the original, she manipulated situations to speed up Belle's growth. Maybe I can use that to my advantage. I just have to stay alive and ignore her fetishes. After all, I'm a modern man of culture. As he sank into these thoughts, a sweet voice brought him back to reality. Luki-kun, you're not thinking about her, are you? The softness in Hestia's voice contrasted sharply with the dangerous undertone hidden beneath. He swallowed hard and turned to her. Why, would I? I have. Hestia-sama. Hestia's face instantly turned red, a mix of embarrassment and joy lighting up her eyes. She backed away, bringing one hand to her face as if trying to hide her blush. Well, of course you do. She replied, trying to disguise how much those words had affected her. Luki watched the little goddess, her smile impossible to hide, and felt relieved that, at least for now, he had managed to deflect the focus. But deep down, he knew the real problem wasn't Hestia, it was Freya. I need to be ready. At any moment, she could decide to toy with my luck. As if she could hear his thoughts, Seer appeared with their order. Hope you enjoy, she said with a professional smile as she set the plates down on the table. Luki looked at the meal before him, a generous caramelized apple pie, accompanied by a frothy mug of apple cider. The presentation was impeccable, but the sweet, fruity aroma left him curious. He took the fork and knife, cut a piece of the pie, and took a bite. Right after chewing, his face tightened slightly, not in disgust, but in surprise. Seeing his expression, Hestia and Seer reacted almost in unison. Luki-kun, are you okay? Hestia asked, leaning over the table in concern. What's wrong? Don't like the food? Seer asked, curious. Luki quickly shook his head to reassure them. No, it's not that. It's good, just different, he said, forcing himself to take another bite to prove it was fine. His words seemed to have completely different effects on the two women. Hestia clasped her hands on her lap, trying to contain the mix of pride and concern overflowing in her heart. He's pretending not to mind so he doesn't ruin the night. My Luki is so considerate and kind. I'm so lucky to have him as family. Meanwhile, Seer, or rather, Freya controlling the waitress's body, watched him with a peculiar glint in her eyes. A young, immature elf going against his own customs just so he won't hurt his goddess. What a pure and adorable child. Ah, Luki, you're becoming more irresistible to me by the second. While the two women were lost in thought, Luki, oblivious to it all, chewed another bite of pie as he reflected to himself. The taste is kinda strange. Seems too healthy. Feels like it's missing something, like those artificial seasonings or that touch of grease food from Earth had. Yeah, that's probably it. It's good, just too natural. He took a sip of the apple cider and furrowed his brows slightly. Guess I'll have to get used to these drinks too. It's good, but a bit tart. Nothing like a fizz soda. I'll be going now, enjoy your meal. Seer said with a smile before leaving Luki and Hestia alone at the table. The silence between them was almost palpable. The sound of cutlery against plates seemed to echo louder than it should. Hestia began to fidget in her chair, feeling the discomfort grow with every moment of unbroken silence. She glanced sideways at Luki, who ate calmly, seemingly oblivious to the tension in the air. Why isn't he saying anything? Is he mad about what I said about Seer? No, he seems so calm. But this silence is driving me crazy. She cleared her throat to get his attention. So, Luki-kun, she began, leaning forward slightly, trying to sound casual. What do you think of Orario so far? Any place that's caught your eye? Luki paused mid-bite, set his fork down, and thought for a moment before answering in his usual slow manner. Orario is big, busy. Many things to see. Hestia smiled, satisfied with the answer, but felt the need to keep the conversation going. Yes. Orario is a unique city. And there's still so much you haven't seen. Maybe, when we have the time, I can take you to see some of my favorite spots. He nodded, his gaze calm. I'd like that a lot. Her heart skipped at his simple but sincere reply. She rested her chin in her hands, smiling at him. You're always so direct, you know? Sometimes I have no idea what's going on in your head, Luki-kun. He tilted his head slightly, thinking. I think a lot. But I cannot say it. Words, hard. Luki admitted with his usual awkward honesty. Hestia laughed softly, shaking her head. You're adorable, you know that? She said warmly, making Luki avert his gaze, slightly embarrassed. They kept talking as they ate, their low voices filling the space around them. From time to time, soft laughter escaped, creating a light, intimate atmosphere. To an onlooker, they could easily be mistaken for a young couple on a date. Suddenly bam, a heavy hand slammed down on the table, breaking the moment. Luki looked up to find the imposing figure of Mamma Mia, the owner of the establishment, looming over them. Her dominating presence made the air feel heavier. Hey, brat! Heard you didn't like my food much. She declared, her loud, booming voice carrying a tone far too serious to be a joke. Hestia immediately jumped between Luki and Mamma Mia, crossing her arms defensively. Hey, wait a second. Luki would never complain without a reason, you hear? She said, her voice wavering between irritation and nervousness. Mamma Mia raised an eyebrow, looking at the little goddess with a mix of amusement and patience. Calm down, shorty goddess, I'm just messing with you. You really think I'd scare your boy? She said, letting out a raspy laugh. Hestia didn't look convinced, but Luki stepped in with his usual calm. Food, tasty, new, home, different flavor. Mamma Mia narrowed her eyes at him, as if analyzing each word. You speak strange, boy, so that's it? An elf trying something new and feeling unsure? Not the first time I've seen that happen. She said, recalling a certain employee of hers. But you know, brat, I don't like hearing that someone didn't approve of my food. She added, crossing her arms. Luki didn't mean it like that. He just has a more refined palate, he's an elf, after all. Hestia tried to explain, clearly nervous. Mamma Mia ignored her, straightened her posture, and raised her hand with a smile hiding mysterious intentions. Everyone around held their breath, curious to see what would happen next. The staff, especially Seer and a certain blonde elf, watched with tense eyes. To everyone's surprise, Mamma Mia did nothing threatening. Instead, she set down a new plate with a proud smile. That's why I made this. Let's see if you like it better this time. Luki looked at the plate, a vibrant salad full of fresh greens, a slice of bread, some familiar and unknown sauce. Ah, a salad? That suits you much better, Luki. Hestia said, trying to ease the tension, still surprised at the turn of events. Without hesitation, he shrugged, picked up his fork, and took a bite. As he chewed, his expression remained neutral, but his eyes lit up slightly. Better, reminds me of home. Luki said in his slow manner, eating another forkful. Mamma Mia gave a satisfied smile, hands on her hips. That's more like it. Now eat it all, or I'll put you to work washing dishes. She joked, winking before heading back to the kitchen. Hestia, still slightly tense from earlier, watched Luki eat in silence. His expression slowly changed. Without realizing it, a small smile appeared on his lips as he chewed the next bite. Feels like a Caesar salad I used to have back on Earth. The dressing's a little different, the greens too, but the flavor, it's so similar. It's been so long since I've tasted this. Nostalgia. Hestia, observing him closely, interpreted it completely differently. Ah, my Luki-kun. So he really was forcing himself to eat earlier just so he wouldn't hurt my feelings. Even thinking it was strange, he kept eating without a single complaint. What a kind heart he has. My Luki is so sweet. Chapter 14, Let's chat a little. Taking a little break from the chapters to have a more intimate conversation with you guys. So far, what do you think of the story? I've been trying to make things a bit slower and more justified, especially with the whole leveling up is hard without a special skill like Belle's approach. I honestly don't enjoy Danmachi fanfics where the protagonist just levels up super fast with no explanation besides he kills lots of monsters. That's the weakest excuse ever. I mean, a normal adventurer could kill 10 monsters a day, which adds up to over 3,600 in a year. Yet Ace is the only one on record who managed to level up in a single year. That says a lot. So instead of treating the dungeon like a mindless hack and slash, I wanted something that feels more logical. That's why I made a change in my fanfic. Gods can control how Excelia is spent to raise attributes. It basically turns the Falna system into something closer to a Dark Souls-style level-up system. Later on, I'll go deeper into this idea to show how real talent makes the difference between ordinary adventurers and legends like Ace or Otter. Hand pointing right, leave your thoughts here. Do you like this slower, more logical progression system? Now, moving on to the protagonist himself, what are your thoughts? His appearance, his personality, or even the awkward way he talks sometimes. I wanted to show that he doesn't really know how to interact with others, but I wonder if that comes across well. Hand pointing right, leave your thoughts here. Is the protagonist's personality working for you? As for powers, I don't want him to have anything too out of scale for the Danmachi world. The lore itself is already rich and flexible enough to allow for exotic abilities that still feel grounded. In the future, he'll definitely gain magic and skills that make him stand out, but without breaking the world's logic. Also, what do you think about the other characters so far? We've mostly had Hestia and Anna appear more than once. Do you feel like I'm portraying their personalities properly, or does it feel a little flat? Hand pointing right, leave your thoughts here. Am I doing justice to Hestia and Anna's personalities? And of course, we can't avoid the big topic, romance. Oh boy, this is honestly one of the hardest parts for me. In all my 11 months, maybe more, of writing fanfics, nothing has been as difficult to portray as romance. Maybe it's because I've never had a girlfriend, but let's just skip over that detail. Smiling face with open mouth and cold sweat. What do you guys think? Should this story go the harem route, or stay more monogamous? Personally, I don't like the Pokemon-style harem of let's catch 'em all. For me, around 3 to 5 is already plenty, because it allows more personality and focus for each girl. Hand pointing right, leave your thoughts here. Harem or monogamy, what's your preference? That said, romance won't be a huge focus, since every time I've tried before, things went horribly wrong and made me want to delete everything. Not that this has happened more than 10 times, Trust me, eyes. Honestly, I think the only character I can see a truly sincere romance with is Hestia. She lives with the protagonist, she's highly emotional, and if she could fall for a herbivore like Belle, then there's no reason she couldn't fall for my protagonist too, maybe even faster. Hand pointing right, leave your thoughts here. Do you support a Hestia romance, or would you rather see another direction? Now let's talk about the main plot. Let's all be honest, at least from what I've seen in the anime, Danmachi's plot is kind of weak. We've basically got two main points. Kill the one-eyed black dragon that supposedly wants to destroy the world. Survive Freya's fetishes. But if you take Freya out of the equation, 99% of the tension in the story disappears. She's the crazy one who doesn't care about the rules of the gods, basically a spoiled child with way too much power. Meanwhile, the dragon that's supposed to destroy the world hasn't shown any real evil master plan. It's just, really freaking strong. Hand pointing right, leave your thoughts here. Do you agree the main plot of Danmachi feels weak? Should I shanda it? Now, let me drop a small spoiler for my fanfic. My protagonist doesn't have a pure soul, but since he's from another world, his soul is unlike anything Freya has ever seen. It's not exactly what she was looking for, but maybe it's even better, or maybe she won't care at all. So here's the question, do you want me to completely scrap the Freya plotline and not have her chase the protagonist? Hand pointing right, leave your thoughts here. Should I remove Freya's obsession with the MC? Another idea I want to explore in my fanfic is the existence of other dungeons scattered across the world. As far as I know, Orario's dungeon isn't special except for being the biggest. Which means, somewhere out there, there should be a dungeon with only 10 harmless floors. Nobody would care to explore it since it's not profitable, but maybe those small dungeons are the key to understanding the true nature of dungeons. What's at the bottom of them? Are they alive? Is there some kind of master pulling the strings from the final floor? Hand pointing right, leave your thoughts here. Would you like me to explore smaller, unique dungeons? For example, I could introduce an aquatic dungeon, where every floor is completely submerged. You'd have to swim to move around, the deeper you go the stronger the water pressure gets, and the visibility gets worse. Basically, no one could ever explore it properly. Hand pointing right, leave your thoughts here. Should I add a unique dungeon concept like this? And of course, there's the other big question, what should I do with Belle? I've seen so many Danmachi fanfics, and Belle's role is always different. Sometimes he joins the Freya Familia. Sometimes he enters the Hestia Familia together with the protagonist. Sometimes Belle is turned into a girl and joins the harem. And other times, he just never shows up at all, leaving the spotlight entirely on the new protagonist. Hand pointing right, leave your thoughts here. What role do you want Belle to play in this fanfic? And finally, a small request. I'd really appreciate it if you could leave comments on the chapters and maybe write a review of the story. That kind of feedback helps me a lot. I don't usually go around asking for stones at the end of every chapter, though maybe I should start doing that. Smiling face with open mouth and cold sweat, but yet, I'd also love it if you could spare a few stones for me. So far, I honestly don't even know what they're for, but since everyone keeps asking for them, I guess they must be important. After all, nobody asks to be cooked, right? Hand pointing right, leave your thoughts here. Do you usually give stones to authors? Should I start asking more often? And why yes? Thank you so much for your attention and support, and see you next time. Waving hands sign. Chapter 15, 14 Some progress. 1 week later. In the damp, dark corridors of Orario's dungeon, a small creature, resembling a dog that walked on 2 legs, prowled in search of prey. The monster, known as a kobold, was essentially a more feral version of the goblins found on the first floors. With extremely sharp senses, especially smell, its fangs and claws could easily tear through flesh. Its body, slightly sturdier and stronger than a goblin's, was still considered weak for experienced adventurers. But its savagery and unpredictable behavior often caught inexperienced adventurers off guard. However, the true danger of kobolds lay in their ability to fight in groups, where their synergy could turn simple encounters into deadly ambushes. The best advice for dealing with them was to fight head-on. Trying to sneak past them almost always ended badly due to their keen sense of smell. And that was exactly what a certain young elf intended to test. Growl! The kobold snarled upon spotting the adventurer standing before it, the sound reverberating through the corridor like a primal warning. The figure before it was tall and slender, with short, messy blonde hair. He wore light clothing with no armor and held only a simple knife, nothing that suggested great experience. The kobold instinctively lunged. Without hesitation, the monster charged, claws scraping against the floor as the distance between them closed rapidly. The elf stood still, eyes locked on the creature. When the kobold was just a few meters away, it leapt into the air, jaws open wide, ready to sink into the adventurer's flesh. Now! The elf muttered to himself. With calculated precision, he stepped to the side, letting the monster pass him completely. In the same instant, he pivoted and struck with his knife. The blade cut into the back of the kobold's neck, hitting the nape. The monster let out a muffled sound before collapsing to the ground, dissolving into a cloud of shimmering dust that quickly dispersed, leaving behind a small magic stone fragment. Yet, first time I've managed to pull that off properly. Luki celebrated, bending down to pick up the loot while examining the fragment. Crack! A cracking sound echoed above him. Luki immediately looked up to see another kobold drop from the ceiling, where a fissure had formed. Without fully straightening, he twisted his torso back. His right arm, still holding the knife, slashed in a swift, precise motion. The crescent strike hit the monster's throat before it even reached the ground, nearly severing its head. Thud! The kobold fell dead beside him, dissolving into dust like the first. Luki hopped lightly to the side, avoiding the spot where the monster had landed. He crouched again to pick up the second magic stone fragment, now with a tired sigh. This cursed place doesn't give me a second of rest. But thanks for the investment. He murmured with a faint smile, examining the two fragments before storing them away. He stood up, adjusting the knife in his hand, and continued down the dark corridors, senses sharp for any new threat. This knife's working better than I expected, he thought, feeling the sharpness of the blade in his grip. But I still feel uneasy getting this close to attack. It had been a week since the day Hestia and Luki had gone out to celebrate at the Hostess of Fertility, totaling 17 days in another world. Since then, he hadn't slowed down in his dungeon expeditions, keeping a routine of going every other day. He was focused on getting stronger, and he knew the only way to do that was to face more monsters, in greater numbers. On his third run, he killed 45 monsters. On the fourth, 57. But on the fifth run, he truly outdid himself, an impressive 70 monsters in just 5 hours. However, the strain of so much combat took its toll. During his last expedition, his sword, the only one he had, finally broke. The metal couldn't withstand the constant battles and just fell off the handle, like a bad glued school works. With no other choice, he was left with the only weapon remaining, the knife he had received from the guild when he first became an adventurer. That sword was all I had, he thought, remembering when he had received it, hoping it would aid him on his journey. Now, it was just a keepsake from the beginning, something he would store at home as a memento of his first fights. And it wasn't just the sword that was gone. His armor, which had protected him in battle, had also been destroyed by goblins. As always, those monsters were eager to return the favor to adventurers daring to face them. In Luki's case, the goblins destroyed his only protection, forcing him to accept an unwanted gift, the loss of everything that kept him even minimally safe. They make sure to show me who's in charge down here, he thought with a bitter sigh, feeling the weight of the loss and the fear of being unprotected. He knew he had to press on without armor, without a sword but with a knife in his hands and a burning desire to become stronger. Wharf, growl, whrrr. Luki paused for a moment, the sharp cries of kobolds echoing in his ears. Ahead of him, 3 of them appeared, moving in a tight group. Their eyes gleamed with primal fury, claws scraping against the stone floor. He stopped, sizing up the monsters. It wasn't his first time facing a kobold, but it was his first time against a group. This was bound to happen sooner or later. With a sudden movement, the kobolds charged, rushing straight at him. Luki stood his ground, unflinching. When they were close enough, the monsters leapt at him, claws sharp as knives. Luki didn't move. His training and calmness were at the core of his strategy. He crouched slightly, letting the kobolds leap over him, but not before, with impressive agility, slashing up one of their necks cleanly with his knife. The kobold's body collapsed lifelessly to the floor, and the other 2, upon landing, barely had time to register the young adventurer's movement. Luki was already behind them, and with a single motion of his knife, he cut into another's nape, dropping it instantly. Wharf! Wharf! The third kobold barked furiously and, with a savage leap, threw itself at Luki. The strike was unexpected, but Luki, with his now superior strength and experience, was ready. He used his arms to keep the kobold's snapping jaws away from his face, the monster's sharp teeth clashing dangerously close to his eyes. His breathing was heavy, but his mind was cold and focused. With a swift motion, he kicked the kobold hard, sending it flying back. The monster lunged again, not learning from its mistake. It leapt through the air like a starving predator, determined to bite into its prey. Swish! The blade sliced the air, and Luki's knife once again found the kobold's weak spot, the nape. Puff, puff, puff. The 3 kobolds vanished, leaving behind their glimmering fragments and traces of power. The dungeon, as always, remained indifferent. Whew, that was close. Luki exhaled in relief, feeling the cold sweat on his forehead as he wiped his hand on his clothes. He knew that with each fight his confidence grew, but he also knew he couldn't let his guard down. The dungeon was full of dangers, and he was still far from unbeatable. However, as if the dungeon could hear his thoughts, just as he bent down to collect the spoils, it struck again. Crack! Before Luki could fully react, a goblin dropped from the ceiling, his sharp nails slicing through the air toward the monster. Arg! What the hell? Luki shouted, startled by the sudden attack, but instinctively already turning his knife to slash the goblin's neck mid-fall. Some time later, Luki, exhausted after spending 6 straight hours fighting in the dungeon for the first time, walked silently toward the guild's reception. His footsteps echoed heavily against the guild's stone walls. Clink, 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 clink. The loot fell into the metal tray, the metallic sound filling the otherwise quiet room. He had no energy left for words, he just wanted to finish this. Ina, who had been waiting for him, greeted him with a warm smile but quickly noticed the quantity of fragments. You're improving every day. Last time it was 70, now you've brought 89 fragments, and some are even bigger than the others. She said while jotting down notes to calculate his reward. Did you finally decide to go to the 2nd floor? Ina asked, curiosity in her expression. Yeah, problem? Luki replied, a little distant, still recovering from the physical and mental strain. Not exactly. It's just that most adventurers head to deeper floors by their 2nd day, sometimes even on the 1st. Honestly, I'm glad you're taking the safer route. Too slow W, Luki muttered, dissatisfied, eyeing the fragments in the tray critically. That's where you're wrong. Ina replied in a more serious tone. Looked at another way, you're doing very well. Your efficiency is higher than most rookies I've ever seen. How, only 89, 1 week, normal is more, Luki couldn't understand. To him, 89 fragments still felt like too little compared to what he thought he could do. Yes, normal adventurers earn more than that in a week, but they also spend far more, Ina explained calmly. They need to repair and replace equipment constantly, not to mention healing and stamina potions. But you, even after half a month, are still using your starting gear. Normally, it breaks within a day or two. So, your profit ends up being higher, since you don't have to worry about replacements. Luki fell silent for a moment, processing her words. He looked at the fragments again, feeling slightly uncomfortable with the reality she had shown him. Still, little, unsatisfied, he murmured, frustration clear in his eyes. Ina studied him for a moment before responding firmly. I know where your mind is going. Forget it, Luki. Don't let frustration or ambition get to your head. It's not worth taking unnecessary risks just for a few more fragments. Ina said with surprising authority, her concern evident. She had seen this happen countless times before, adventurers dissatisfied with their gains, diving deeper into the dungeon, facing more monsters, and taking greater risks. Until, in a single careless moment or unforeseen situation, they never came back. In the time she had known him, Ina had grown attached to Luki. He wasn't just another adventurer to her, he had become someone she genuinely wanted to help. She didn't want to see him lost to his pursuit of strength at any cost. Sorry. I will not, Luki replied quietly, his head slightly lowered. He knew Ina was right, but the feeling of moving too slowly still gnawed at him. Ina gave a small, relieved smile and continued calculating the fragments, knowing that despite his impatience, Luki was beginning to understand. Anyway, here's your reward, 4,500 Valis. Have a good day. Later. Luki took his reward and left. Chapter 16, 15 Something New. In Hestia's small and cozy room, Luki was lying face down on the bed, arms relaxed, while the goddess sat delicately on his hips, updating his fauna with a focused expression. How do you want me to distribute them? She asked, her fingers still glowing with divine energy as she worked. Points? He mumbled, his face half buried in the pillow. An incredible 70 this time. Seventy kobolds give a little more excelia than goblins, you know? Luki thought for a moment before answering in a slow, dragging voice 10 in Stran GHT, 20 in the others. Hestia smiled and shook her head so be it. And, done. You can take a look now. She said, handing him the sheet with his updated status. He took the paper with one hand, barely moving, still enjoying the comfort of the bed. His body begged him to stay on that mattress. Name, Luki Brian. Level, 1. Attributes. STR 50I, plus 10, equals 60I. End 110H, plus 20, equals 130H. Dex 71I, plus 20, equals 91I. AGI 66I, plus 20, equals 86I. Mag 0I. Skills, none. Magic, none. So? What do you think? Hestia asked, lying down on his back, pressing her face next to his with a touch of affection. Endurance H, good, get tired less, no armor, endurance priority. Luki replied in pauses, still trying to gather his thoughts. Hestia hugged his neck, squeezing him lightly with affection as she rubbed her cheek against his exactly. As long as you don't have armor, I forbid you from having any stat higher than endurance. And even after that, endurance will still be the priority. That way, I feel safer knowing you'll come back to me in one piece. Yes, ma'am, he replied without arguing, then continued. Agility and dexterity, needed, dodge and attack, escape. That's right. Since you use slashing weapons like swords or your knife, agility and dexterity are more important than strength for now. And don't forget, in the worst case scenario, you can just run away. Forget everything else, you're the most important thing to me. She said, her cheek slightly flushed and a silly smile lighting up her face. Luki noticed her tone and looked away to the paper, trying to ignore what seemed like some kind of confession. Was that a confession? No. I must have misunderstood, we only got to know each other for like 2 weeks? Eyes too soon, he thought. Hestia tilted her head to get a better look at him, but still, don't you think your strength is too low? I know the other stats are more necessary right now, but usually, strength is a priority for most adventurers. Luki shook his head briefly. Unnecessary. 50 is enough, precise strike, quick kill, 60 now, guaranteed, even for many monsters. Hestia smiled, satisfied with his answer. So you can still kill a first-floor monster with just 1 precise strike? That's great. At least that means none of them are an immediate threat. Dungeon, always threat, as a whole. Ah, I know. The dungeon as a whole is more dangerous than any Goliath, but you get what I meant, at least partly, right? She said with a small laugh, patting his back. Luki mumbled something unintelligible, and before Hestia realized it, he had already fallen into a deep sleep, exhausted after the intense day in the dungeon. His relaxed face, with calm, steady breathing, made it seem like he was at peace, something she rarely saw. The goddess sighed, leaning slightly to observe the adventurer more closely. Hey, Luki-kun, are you asleep? No answer. She poked his shoulder lightly, but he didn't budge. Come on, silly, you can't sleep with empty stomach, she said, shaking her head. Seeing she wouldn't succeed in waking him, Hestia gave a resigned sigh and carefully stood up, tucking the blanket over him to keep him comfortable. Fine, I'll prepare something for you. That way, when you wake up, there'll be a warm meal waiting. She whispered softly, almost as if justifying it to herself. In the small kitchen, Hestia began opening cupboards in search of inspiration. She soon frowned at the same sight as always: potatoes, potatoes, and more potatoes. Oh look, more potatoes in the corner, she murmured with a tired chuckle. Now that I think about it, are we eating too many potatoes? For a moment, she hesitated, resting her hands on the counter as she thought, Nat, I'm a goddess, and Luki-kun is an elf. She said, more to herself than to justify anything. He's probably used to a vegetable-heavy diet, so I guess it's fine. Determined, she gathered the needed ingredients. I think I'll make rustic potatoes. There's still garlic here, so that should work. Her voice carried a cheerful, almost childlike tone as she imagined the delicious smell filling their little home. She washed the potatoes carefully, cutting them into uneven pieces. She mixed simple but aromatic seasonings, salt, pepper, chopped garlic, and some dried herbs she found in the cupboard. Every movement was deliberate, as if cooking for Luki were a special ritual. I think I'll make them a bit crispier this time. He deserves something tasty after all he's been through today, she said, opening the oven to place the baking tray inside. While waiting, Hestia leaned against the counter, glancing toward the bedroom door. He really needs to learn to take better care of himself. Always coming back exhausted, she murmured, pressing her lips together. Then, almost reflexively, a small smile formed. But I guess it's part of a goddess's job to take care of her family, right? The scent of roasting potatoes began to spread, filling the air with an inviting aroma. She smiled, feeling accomplished at being able to do something so simple yet so meaningful for Luki. All done. Now I just need to wait for him to wake up, or maybe I should wake him with the smell of food. I bet he'll grumble, but he'll end up eating it all. With a soft laugh, Hestia carefully set the table, placing the dish at the center. The comforting aroma filled the small space, and she could hardly wait to see Luki's expression when tasting the meal. After all, it was in these small gestures that she found joy, especially when it came to him. But when she returned to the bedroom, the young elf was still fast asleep. He looked so exhausted that waking him would be a challenge. Luki-kun, wake up, Hestia called in a warm, gentle voice as she approached the bed. I made our dinner. It's warm. Even as she tried to rouse him, the truth was that she wanted him to keep sleeping. There was something comforting about seeing him so relaxed, free from the worries that usually consumed him during his adventures. "Come on, my Luki-ho. Your goddess made a meal with so much care. You wouldn't be cruel enough to let it get cold, would you?" she teased with a playful smile. Still, Luki didn't move, his calm breathing revealing that he was far from the waking world. Hestia sighed, resigned, but couldn't bring herself to step away. Her gaze remained fixed on him. As she watched, an overwhelming tenderness filled her chest. He looked so innocent, almost vulnerable, as if the weight of the world had vanished while he slept. That thought warmed her heart, but also stirred something else she couldn't quite define. Suddenly, a strange warmth spread through her body. She tried to push away the thoughts forming in her mind, but her eyes stubbornly drifted to his lips. It was involuntary, almost as if drawn by a force beyond her control. Feeling her face grow hot, Hestia looked away briefly, trying to regain her composure. "What am I doing? This is indecent," she murmured, barely audible. But even as she scolded herself, her attention returned to him. His lips were right there, so close, so inviting. It was impossible to ignore. "I'm his goddess. He should be happy with my affection, shouldn't he?" she thought, a weak justification that kept echoing in her mind. Hestia shook her head, trying to fight off the growing internal conflict. "No, no. He's my child, my adventurer. This would be taking advantage of him. I'm one of the 3 virgin goddess, how can I do something like this?" Despite her mental protests, her hands trembled slightly as she leaned in, irresistibly drawn toward him. The distance between them shrank until their faces were mere millimeters apart. She could feel his steady, warm breath. Her heart pounded fast, as if it wanted to burst from her chest. A whirlwind of emotions raged in her mind. Guilt, desire, tenderness, and something she feared to even name. "I'm sorry, my Luki," she whispered so softly it was almost lost in the air. Your goddess couldn't resist. Finally, Hestia gave in. Her lips brushed his in a gentle kiss, and in that instant, a storm of emotions engulfed her. It was overwhelming, joy, serenity, and a comforting warmth blooming from deep within. But just as quickly, she pulled away, breathless and confused. She stared at him intently to see if he was waking. Her heart raced, feeling almost as if she'd committed a forbidden act. When she saw he was still sleeping deeply, Hestia sighed in relief. She leaned her back against the wall, one hand touching her lips as if to preserve the sensation. It was so good, she thought, a faint blush spreading over her cheeks. The memory of the light kiss lingered, and her thoughts began to spiral. Despite being a goddess, Hestia had never experienced something so intimate. She had always been known as one of the 3 virgin goddesses, a symbol of purity and devotion, but in that moment, her resolve felt more fragile than ever. "That was my first kiss," she realized, surprised. Centuries of admirers, yet none had come close enough to stir such feelings in her heart. As she sank deeper into thought, her gaze instinctively returned to Luki. Once again, her eyes were drawn to his lips, as if etched into her mind. The desire returned stronger this time. One more couldn't hurt, right? She reasoned, trying to justify the growing pull she felt. Before she knew it, Hestia was leaning in again. Her fingers brushed along the side of his face, and this time, the kiss lasted longer. His lips were soft and warm, and Hestia felt a comfort unlike anything she had ever known. It was as if the weight of her immortality had been lifted, if only for a moment. She knelt beside the bed, keeping her head close to his. Her eyes closed as she savored the moment. Each time their lips parted, she took a deep breath before leaning in again. Kiss after kiss, she felt a mix of euphoria and guilt. But right then, nothing else mattered. She allowed herself to forget her status, her title, and everything except the warmth in her heart. "Luki, my little adventurer, what's happening to me?" she wondered as her fingers stroked his hair gently. Time seemed to stop. For Hestia, those kisses weren't just a physical act, they were the expression of a feeling she barely understood. Innocent, almost pure, yet deeply meaningful. Finally, after one last kiss, she pulled back, sitting on the floor beside the bed. Her fingers touched her lips again as a shy, nervous smile crept onto her face. "I'm sorry, but I couldn't help it." She rested her head against the bed's edge, watching Luki sleep peacefully. Deep down, she knew something had changed. Hestia was so absorbed in the moment that she didn't notice the slight furrow of Luki's brow, the faint tremor in his hands, or the barely audible murmur that escaped his lips. Unknowingly, her gentle caresses were slowly pulling him out of his deep sleep. When he let out a quiet groan and moved his head, Hestia froze, eyes wide. Panic quickly replaced the warmth in her chest, and before he could open his eyes or say anything, she hurriedly stood and rushed to the table. Sitting in one of the chairs, Hestia lowered her head, her hands trembling slightly as they gripped her dress's skirt. Her face was as red as a tomato, her heart pounding wildly. "Why did I run? I didn't do anything wrong, did I?" she thought, trying to make sense of the storm of emotions inside her. Part of her wanted to believe it was just nerves, but another part knew she felt guilty. Yet deep down, there was a spark of happiness, as if she had done something she would treasure as a secret. "I'm a goddess, so why do I feel like this? Why does it feel so wrong and yet so good?" While she battled her thoughts, Luki began to wake. He stretched, letting out a long yawn. His eyes, now more alert, caught the scent drifting from the other room. He smiled faintly and followed it, finding Hestia in the kitchen with a table set before her. "Oh, you made dinner?" he asked, still sleepy, rubbing the back of his neck. Hestia didn't answer immediately. She kept her head lowered, trying to hide the red still tinting her cheeks. "Hestia-sama? Are you okay?" "Why yes," she replied almost in a jump, trying to sound casual. "I just was waiting for you to wake up. Now, come eat before it gets cold." Luki smiled, sitting down at the table while Hestia forced herself to appear calm. Still, her heart kept racing, and her mind echoed with questions she couldn't answer. Why did I run like I was doing something wrong? Why do I feel this guilt, and at the same time, this happiness? What's happening to me? She took a deep breath and watched Luki start eating. His cheerful expression as he enjoyed the meal made her heart warm again. Maybe, for now, keeping that moment to herself would be enough. Chapter 17, 16 7th Incursion. 2 days later. "I am heading out." "Hestia-sama." "Hey?" "Ah, yes, of course, come back soon." Hestia replied, her voice gently dispersed, as if her mind was elsewhere. Luki looked at her for a moment, his gaze curious, trying to understand the unease in her eyes. She seemed to be in some kind of trance, absorbed in her own thoughts. But he didn't want to force an explanation. He had his own tasks to fulfill. He shrugged and, with a silent wave, turned and began walking out of the house, toward the dungeon. His goal was clear, yet something inside him still felt unsettled. Hestia's behavior, she was acting strange, distracted in a way he didn't understand. Perhaps it was just the pressure of everyday life, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was different. He continued on his way, and when the sound of his footsteps echoed down the street until fading into the horizon, Hestia finally closed the door behind her. Her mind still far away. "I hope Hephaestus knows what's going on with me," she murmured to herself, not realizing she had spoken aloud. With a sigh, she turned and began walking toward her friend's home. Luki walked silently through the corridors of the dungeon's second floor. His steps were firmer, more decisive than usual. He no longer seemed as hesitant as before. His eyes were focused, as though he was following a plan with a clarity he had never felt before. There was a certain tension in the air, a sense that he was about to do something big, something risky. And he was well aware of it. When he reached the end of a narrow corridor, he stopped before a dark entrance leading down a slanted tunnel. The descent to the dungeon's third floor. The air was damp, and the sound of his own breathing was the only echo filling the space. The entrance to the third floor, he muttered to himself, his voice low, as if unwilling to draw attention from anyone who might be listening. Luki hadn't shared his plans with anyone, especially not Hestia. He knew she wouldn't understand, and she would probably stop him from going through with this idea. But he had his reasons. He knew the dungeon was full of dangers, and that venturing deeper wasn't something any adventurer should do without thinking twice. But he also knew that in the future, various disasters would arise alongside the main plot. This difference in perspective prevented him from seeing this peaceful time as nothing more than a time to prepare. But he wasn't being reckless, nor was he being a fool. He had planned every step carefully, and he was ready. The dungeon was a massive beast, and he knew that to push further, it required more than just strength. It required strategy, focus. But he also knew where to draw the line. The fifth floor was his limit for now. To go deeper would be suicide. From the first down to the fifth floor, the monsters were familiar, mostly goblins, kobolds, dungeon lizards, and possibly a jackbird. Weak creatures that posed little threat individually, though they could become dangerous in larger numbers. Still, he felt confident. He knew he could handle them. The real challenge would begin when he ventured deeper, but for now, all he needed was to take it one step at a time. Luki closed his eyes for a moment, offering a brief prayer to Hestia. "Goddess Hestia, bless me," he whispered, with a tone of sincerity and faith he couldn't fully explain. He took a deep breath, the weight of his decision pressing against his chest. But, as always, his determination rang louder. He stepped into the tunnel's entrance, ready to move forward, to explore, and to face the challenges awaiting him. "I'm gonna get scolded so bad when I get back," Luki grumbled, but his words didn't stop his feet from moving faster. He was running with all his strength. Behind him, a large group of kobolds and goblins chased, their claws and crude blades clashing as they advanced. Luki glanced back quickly, his breath ragged. For an instant, he questioned his choices. "I just had to come all the way to the fifth floor, didn't I? Whose brilliant idea was this? Oh right, mine." The thought made him let out a nervous laugh, but he didn't lose focus. He no longer had time to doubt his decisions, only to move forward. Unlike before, upon entering the third floor, Luki hadn't been caught unprepared. He fought, yes, but only enough to get used to the environment and observe how the monsters behaved. He made a quick incursion into the fourth floor, and then descended without hesitation to the fifth. With each floor he went down, the size and number of monster groups increased alarmingly. On the first floor, he hardly encountered any monsters, and when he did, they were solitary or in groups of 2 or 3. On the second floor, the groups were larger, but still manageable. But on the fifth floor, things were different. Now, he faced groups of 7 at once, and danger lurked around every corner. Luki was sweating, feeling the weight of the situation on his back. Encountering multiple groups at once was no longer just a possibility, it was inevitable. And if that wasn't enough, soon he found himself surrounded by a swarm of goblins and kobolds, none of them willing to let their prey escape. "Damn it!" Luki shouted, his breath heavy as his eyes darted around. There was no time left to fight. He had no choice but to run. As he pressed forward through the corridors, the noise of the monsters grew louder, more and more of them joining the chase. The sounds of claws scraping the stone and guttural roars drew closer with each passing second. "Is this where I die?" The thought struck him, a heavy weight settling in his chest. His pulse hammered in his ears, the raw instinct of survival screaming louder than his reason. Yet, mixed with the fear, something else stirred. His breath came faster, his senses sharpened, every sound and shadow more vivid than ever. The corner of his lips tugged upward before he realized it, the thrill of running for his life sending an intoxicating rush through his veins. No, I'm not dying this early. Not to a bunch of weaklings like this. If I'm going to die, then it better be in bed, with a beauty by my side. The mischievous thought cut through the tension like a blade, and with it, his grin spread wider. Drawing a deep breath, he pushed down the fear, letting the surge of adrenaline steady his hands. Luki began forming a plan as he ran. His eyes scanned the dungeon's corridors, desperately searching for something to turn the tide. I can't let them surround me. I need somewhere narrower, but with at least 1 or 2 escape routes. There was a tight passage around here, I'm sure of it. He forced his legs to keep moving, despite exhaustion gnawing at him. Taking a sharp right, Luki kept running, the sound of the horde behind him growing louder. The monsters weren't just chasing, they seemed to be gaining confidence and speed as they gathered. Moments later, he spotted what he was looking for, a narrow tunnel ahead. Compared to the size of the goblins and kobolds, only 2 or 3 could fit side by side. A determined smile spread across his face. This was where he'd make his stand. Without hesitation, he dashed into the passage, the snarls of the horde echoing behind him. The walls pressed close, forcing the monsters into a bottleneck, just as he had planned. He turned Bassi, his sword cut through the first wave, each strike fueled by desperation and grim resolve while walking backwards. Things are looking good for him. But then, the tunnel ended. The walls opened wide, and Luki stumbled forward into a vast chamber. His breath caught in his throat as he realized too late what he had run into. The ceiling stretched high above, lost in shadow, and jagged pillars jutted up from the ground like the broken fangs of a beast. From the far side of the chamber, more monsters stirred form another exit, their glowing eyes flickering to life in the dark. The sound of claws scraped against stone. Not just behind him, but ahead, and even from cracks in the walls around. A low growl reverberated through the chamber, followed by a chorus of snarls and screeches. Goblins poured in from the tunnel he had just left. Kobolds emerged from the opposite side, their fangs bared. From the cracks high on the walls, dungeon lizards slithered out, their yellow eyes glowing with predatory intent. And as if the dungeon itself had decided to mock him, new creatures crawled out of hidden crevices, cutting off any chance of escape. But none of them lunged. Not yet. As if some silent command had been given, the monsters fanned out, spreading to the sides until a perfect circle closed around him. Dozens of eyes fixed on his every move. It wasn't hunger that drove them. Nor vengeance for the ones he had cut down. What radiated from their stares was far simpler, far more primal. Pure violence. A savage desire to tear, crush, and kill. Why? There was no reason. Because this was the dungeon. Fucking dungeon, he cursed, his grip on his sword tightening, the insane smile on his lips stretching wider instead of fading. He didn't even notice it himself, but the rush of danger was digging deeper into him, feeding something he couldn't yet name. The instant the words left his lips, the chamber erupted. Goblins lunged from the tunnels, claws and crude blades slashing. Kobolds leapt from the opposite side, their teeth snapping. Dungeon lizards tumbled from the high cracks in the walls, hissing and spitting as they launched toward him. Hidden creatures scuttled from the shadows, adding their weight to the onslaught. Luki barely had time to react. Steel met steel, claws scraped against stone, and a cacophony of snarls and screeches filled the air. His legs moved on instinct, weaving, ducking, and pivoting as attacks came from every direction. And yet, despite the chaos, the insane smile of pure happiness on his face grew even wider. He wasn't sure why, but his heart thrummed with a wild, intoxicating thrill. The fear of death and the rush of being surrounded collided, and somewhere deep inside, a part of him loved it. He slashed through a charging kobold, rolled under a lunging goblin, and parried a lizard's snapping jaws. Every hit, every dodge, every narrow escape fueled that inexplicable elation. He was alive, in the center of pure violence, dancing with death, and for the first time, he felt alive in a way his old life had never allowed. Chapter 18, 17 Scooting. It was late in the evening in Orario, around 9 p.m. That time marked the end of another day for most adventurers who ventured into the dungeon. It was common for them to depart on their journeys between 9 and 10 in the morning, returning to the surface around 6 or 7 in the evening, carrying heavy bags of loot and exhausted, yet satisfied, bodies. The city, during this period, gained a unique energy. The streets were packed, like rush hour traffic, with adventurers coming and going, merchants shouting their promotions, and taverns filling up with customers looking for food, drink, and stories to tell. But this hectic routine wasn't part of Luki's life. Unlike most, he always preferred to leave at 5 a.m., taking advantage of the silence of the early hours to explore the dungeon with caution. His more cautious style made him return before noon or, at most, shortly after, avoiding the busiest hours and, most importantly, the dangers of staying too long inside. But today was different. It was already past 9 p.m., and Luki still hadn't returned. For Hestia, every dragging minute without news of him felt like an eternity. She couldn't hide the worry that consumed her heart. Sitting on the couch of their small home, her mind wandered through scenarios she preferred not to imagine. He's never late like this. Never. Hestia murmured to herself, her eyes fixed on the door as if she could force it to open through sheer will. The silence inside the little house contrasted with the sound of the bustling streets outside. Laughter, loud voices, and hurried footsteps echoed, but to her, it all seemed distant, as if the world outside was a separate reality. The tension was almost palpable, and the waiting made every second longer than the last. What if something happened? What if he faced too many monsters? What if he was ambushed by other adventurers? These thoughts assaulted her mind without warning, feeding a growing fear she couldn't push away. Hestia shook her head, trying to banish the pessimism. No, maybe he just got lost, she whispered under her breath, clinging to that excuse even though she knew it was absurd. Luki was methodical, careful. He would never get lost, he has an incredible sense of direction. She knew that, but preferred the illusion to the idea that something truly serious might have happened. Please, come back home. Please, please, please. I've never asked you for anything. Hestia clasped her hands together, resting her elbows on her knees and her head on her clenched fists. It was a posture that resembled someone praying or begging for a miracle. Ironic, in a way, considering she was a goddess. You can't do this to me, Luki, not after everything. Damn it, Hephaestus, why did you have to reveal that? Why did you have to tell me that? Hestia clenched her hands even tighter, her thoughts drifting back to earlier that day, when she visited her friend Hephaestus. The two had been friends since time immemorial, and Hestia had always considered her like an older sister. Hephaestus was one of the few people she trusted completely, someone with whom she could be vulnerable, even when it came to something as confusing as what she was feeling now. She had left the house right after Luki departed for the dungeon, anxious to clarify the feelings that had been growing inside her. She didn't understand them. It was strange, unsettling, something she had never experienced before. After all, as a goddess, the only feeling she knew clearly was boredom. But Hephaestus, as always, faced her with characteristic frankness, shedding light on something Hestia had been reluctant to admit. "You're in love with him, you idiot," Hephaestus had said, without hesitation. The phrase still echoed in Hestia's mind, as if it had been branded with fire. She had denied it at the time, of course, but now, sitting alone in that empty room, consumed by worry, she could no longer ignore it. Hephaestus had been right. And that only made the waiting more unbearable. "Luki, come back to me," she whispered again. The silence of the house was dense, heavy, as if the very structure felt her anguish. She looked at the door, expecting at any moment to hear the familiar sound of his footsteps. But nothing. Only the quiet that stretched endlessly. Door creak. Then, finally, the sound of the door opening cut through the tension. Hestia quickly raised her head, her eyes lighting up as she saw Luki's silhouette in the entrance. "Home," Luki muttered, closing the door as if nothing had happened, his expression indifferent. "Sor. Luki." Hestia shouted, relief flooding her all at once. Without thinking, she leapt toward him, arms wide, her heart racing. "Wait! Wait! Wait! Blarg!" Luki, caught off guard, blurted out in his native tongue before being practically tackled by Hestia, who threw herself at him like a koala clinging to a tree. The impact was so strong that they both lost balance and fell to the floor. Luki groaned, rubbing the back of his neck with a pained expression. "Ooh, my head," he grumbled, still dizzy, trying to get up while looking at Hestia, who clung to him tightly, with no intention of letting go. "Luki! Luki! You're okay?" she cried, almost in tears. "Oh my gods, you're okay! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you!" He still seemed dazed by the sudden explosion of emotions, but the sight of Hestia, so worried and overjoyed to see him safe, made his heart warm. He didn't know how to deal with the storm of feelings her presence stirred in him, and the best he could do was stay silent, wrapping one arm around her waist while his other hand stroked her long hair, feeling the soft strands slide between his fingers. "Looks like she really worried about me. Now I feel even worse for lying, but it's not my fault, it's the dungeon." He looked at her once more, and his thoughts grew even more tangled. Who am I kidding? Even I don't believe that excuse. Hopefully she goes easy on me this time. The two stayed like that for the next few minutes, Hestia letting out all the tension and fear she had been carrying, while Luki, silently, prepared for the scolding he knew was coming. She held him as if afraid he would leave again, and he could only think that, in some way, he deserved everything that was about to come. "You idiot child!" Hestia exploded in anger, her face red with indignation. She shouted so loudly that spit flew everywhere, and with a sharp tug, she grabbed Luki's ear. "I told you today, yesterday, and the day before, to not do this kind of thing. And you dare tell me you went to the 5th floor? Do you want to be disowned?" "I'm sorry," Luki, sitting on the floor with his hands resting on his knees, could only apologize. His smile, meant to be cordial, looked more like an involuntary reflex, but his posture was one of complete submission, not daring to resist. "What was going through that head of yours?" Hestia continued, her rage not dimming at all. "That you'd just take a quick walk in the park and be back soon. You could have died." "I'm sorry," Luki repeated, with a tired sigh. "And look at your clothes!" Hestia shouted again, now inspecting his clothes, seeing the many fresh tears and bloodstains. "Look at all these rips! Oh gods, look at your state! How many monsters did you fight? I warned you not to do this." "I'm sorry," Luki murmured, his voice dropping low, almost drowned in shame. He looked at his own wounds, but had no valid explanation. He knew the scolding was more than deserved. "Luki, you idiot!" Hestia screamed, her voice full of frustration, almost like an explosion. "Stupid! Filthy ungrateful elf! Miserable!" She began spitting out every insult and curse that came to mind, releasing all the anger she had bottled up. Her eyes were wide, her face a mixture of visible exhaustion and overflowing concern. Luki, lost in his own storm of emotions, didn't have the strength to defend himself. He stayed there, motionless, listening to Hestia's voice resound in his ears. Every word felt like a heavy blow against his chest, and he couldn't find the words to fight back. He knew he deserved it, but the weight of her accusations didn't lessen. He knew he wasn't entirely wrong. After all, it was already past time he pushed himself deeper into the dungeon. He thought that, despite the risks of death, he had a fair chance of returning safely. In Orario, life itself was a constant risk, and the dungeon, for all its danger, seemed like a more calculable one. But as he reflected, he couldn't ignore the fact that his actions caused suffering to the one who cared about him. Hestia, with all her kindness and vulnerability, worried too much for him, and that was more than he could justify rationally. Logic, in that moment, made no sense against sentiment. He knew his decision was wrong, not because it was reckless, but because it ignored her concern. His actions only created more anguish, and even if necessary, he had to accept the consequences. And while she continued yelling, not giving him room to respond, he just stayed silent. The best he could do was wait for her to calm down. He knew that, no matter how painful the scolding was, she was only showing how much she cared for him, something that, deep down, made him happy. "Did you hear what I said?" Hestia shouted once more, her voice full of exasperation. With a violent pull, she grabbed his pointed ear, forcing him to bend closer to the floor. "I'm sorry," Luki answered almost automatically, his tone fading in the attempt to soften her fury, though he knew the words weren't enough. "And you still dare to drift off, you damn elf! Who do you think I?" Hestia continued, her voice cutting the air. She looked ready to explode again, but then a pause fell over her, as if she had begun to realize the impact of her own words. Sigh. He sighed inwardly. It was as if time itself had frozen for a moment. Luki could feel the intensity of her gaze still burning into him, as if she wanted to rip the tension straight out of his soul. He closed his eyes briefly, accepting the weight of the situation. This is going to take a while. Chapter 19, 18 Feelings. In the single room of the abandoned church, Luki lay on his back while Hestia, seated on top of him, worked silently to update his fauna. The air was heavy, filled with a mixture of tension and uncomfortable silence. Hestia was still furious, and Luki didn't know how to break the ice. "How many?" Luki tried to ask, referring to the points he had earned. "Quiet," Hestia replied coldly, without even looking at him. Realizing that any attempt at conversation would be useless, he sighed and buried his face in the pillow. All he could do was wait for the process to finish. "Why am I feeling like this?" The question echoed in his mind as a strange sensation ran through his body. A light tingling seemed to vibrate through his muscles, completely different from any previous updates to his fauna. Before, he had never felt anything. Perhaps because his progress had been so small as to be insignificant. But now, perhaps a substantial increase had occurred, and that explained the sensation. "Humph," Hestia huffed disdainfully, interrupting his thoughts. She picked up a sheet of paper from the nearby desk and pressed it firmly against Luki's back, transcribing the progress with her divine powers. "How?" he tried to ask, but was interrupted abruptly, the paper being tossed in his face. "Let this mean something!" Hestia snapped, her voice brimming with impatience. She got off him and sat on the bed, crossing her arms and turning her face in a childish, yet clearly hurt gesture. Luki watched the goddess for a few seconds, trying to decide whether to laugh or apologize once more. Eventually, he turned his attention to the paper in his hands, determined to analyze the results. Name, Luki Brian. Level, 1. Attributes. STR 60I, plus 5, equals 65I. End 130H, plus 238, equals 368F. Dex 91I, plus 8, equals 99I. AGI 86I, plus 13, equals 99I. Mag 0I. Skills, none. Spells, none. Ah, that is a lot. Endurance, Luki muttered, staring at the exorbitant number. Humph. And it better stay that way. From now on, I'll only increase your endurance until I decide it's enough, Hestia retorted, still turned away, her cheeks slightly puffed. But, Hestia-sama, he tried to protest, but was cut off. You disagree with me? She glared at him with an intensity that made him swallow hard. "No, ma'am," he answered, defeated. "Very well, then let it stay that way," she decreed, crossing her arms again, though the flush on her cheeks betrayed a mix of emotions. Luki sighed, chuckling softly as he looked back at the paper. 238 points, in a single day. That's more than I earned in a week of dungeoning. He sighed again. But all of it went straight to endurance. I wish I could focus more on agility. That would have been much more useful. I could have done everything I did today more efficiently. He paused, glancing at Hestia from the corner of his eye. But thinking about it, I can't blame her. If it were the other way around and I saw my child risking himself and returning injured, I'd probably do the same. She's just worried. A tired smile appeared on his face as he continued examining the other attributes. Still, the other attributes increased naturally through my effort. That's good. Every point counts on the path to becoming stronger. His moment of reflection was interrupted by a characteristic sound from the bed. Humph. Hestia huffed, slightly louder than necessary, clearly wanting to be noticed. Curious, Luki lifted his gaze and noticed she was watching him from the corner of her eyes, her gaze shining with something between hurt and pride. Realizing she had been caught, she quickly turned her face, crossed her arms, and huffed again, now with more intensity. Humph. Luki continued observing the back of his goddess. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, swaying slightly with her movements. With the curve of her chest visible from the sides, something her small body couldn't hide. He tilted his head, frowning as he thought. Does she want me to do something? He quickly pushed away any improper thoughts threatening to arise. Hestia-sama? He called cautiously. But she remained still, refusing to respond. Not giving up, Luki tried again. He knew words wouldn't be enough, especially with the language barrier between them. Still, he did his best, gathering loose words and gestures to try to communicate. Look, sorry. I do not know, speak, so hard, but, he began, choosing each word carefully. Hestia didn't move, but the shoulders that had been tense began to relax gradually. I feel very worry you, but need. Still without response, he continued, his voice filled with sincerity. Orario, dangerous, worry you. I want, protect. The words came out disjointed, but the tone of his voice made his meaning clear. I was dumb, sorry, but I need get strong fast to be safe. Finally, Hestia let out a deep sigh. She didn't turn around immediately, but her voice came low, heavy with sadness. But you don't need to put your life at risk for that. I'm your goddess, a fucking goddess, Luki. I'm the one who should protect you. Her words echoed in the room, soft enough to feel more like a confession than a response. Luki stayed silent for a few moments, absorbing the weight of what Hestia had said. He felt the sadness and vulnerability hidden in every word. He took a deep breath before finally responding, struggling against the language barrier to express his feelings. Protect, family. Hestia is family, you, not fight, live. Hestia flinched slightly at those words. Her expression of hurt deepened as she clenched her fists over her lap. But what about you? She replied, her voice quivering. You're my family too, and I want to protect you, but I can't do that. I'm just a useless goddess. All I can do is sit and wait for you to come back. Her voice broke at the end, and Luki felt a tightening in his chest. He knew the weight of his words pressed on her, and that was the last thing he wanted. With a small smile, he set aside the paper with his attributes and began moving. Slowly, he crawled on his knees across the bed until he reached Hestia, still turned away from him. Without hesitation, he enveloped her in a gentle hug from behind, resting his chin atop her head. Family, love, not useful, he said softly, his words simple but full of meaning. As he spoke, Luki used one of his hands to stroke Hestia's long black hair. He closed his eyes, savoring the comforting moment, letting his presence convey all that words could not. What he didn't notice was the impact of his words on Hestia. Her eyes widened, her heart racing. Love. Did he just say he loves me? And no, I must have misheard. But, he clearly said he loves me. Luki's words brought back memories of her conversation with Hephaestus earlier that day. The moment she had finally realized the confusing feeling that had consumed her since Luki entered her life, passion. Could it be that he also has feelings for me? Unable to contain herself, Hestia turned her head, calling his name suddenly, a little louder than intended. Luki. Surprised, he opened his eyes and loosened the hug slightly, looking at her. Hestia-sama? The goddess's cheeks were deeply flushed, and she seemed to struggle to find the right words. Why you? Hestia stammered, averting her gaze briefly, but soon gathered courage and looked at him again. You were serious, when you said that? Confused, Luki tilted his head, trying to understand what she meant. That? Hestia's heart raced so fast she felt like it would explode. Her hands trembled, but she insisted, determined not to back down. When you said, you love me, you were serious? Her words caught him completely off guard. Luki blinked several times, processing what he had just heard. The initial confusion was soon replaced by silent shock as he connected the dots. Her stammer, the flush in her cheeks, the eyes shining with a mix of hope, fear, and uncertainty. It all became crystal clear. She thinks I confessed. Now that I think about it, yeah, it sounded a little like a love confession. The thought hit him like thunder. As strange as it was, the tension in the air and Hestia's gaze left little room for doubt. She had indeed interpreted his simple words as a declaration of love. For a moment, Luki considered clarifying the misunderstanding. He could explain that he did love her, yes, but as someone loves family, a friend, a dear and precious person. It was a simple, straightforward solution that would avoid complications. But then, something unexpected happened. A part of his mind, that more instinctive, less rational part, began to shout louder. For the first time in his life, that inner voice felt incredibly persuasive. Is this really a problem? Luki found himself hesitating. He looked at Hestia, not only at her figure but at how amazing she was, not just as a goddess, but as a person. It was impossible to deny, she was special. She was kind, charitable, funny, and humble, qualities that touched him deeply. Her heart was as big as the world, always putting others first, even at the cost of her own happiness. Of course, she had her insecurities, like anyone. But even those little flaws only made her more human, more endearing. And there was more. Hestia wasn't just kind, she was incredibly beautiful. Her petite stature and small body contrasted with the strength of her presence, a beauty that was unique and irresistible. Her dark, long, shiny hair, her large, radiant eyes. And, of course, those two mountains that seemed challenging even for the tight clothes she wore. It was impossible not to notice, even if he tried to stay focused. As a man, it was impossible not to be attracted to her. Hestia was, in many ways, the dream woman of anyone. She's amazing. How could I not think about it at least once? No matter how much he tried to ignore it, the weight of the possibility hung in the air. Perhaps, just perhaps, this wasn't a problem. Maybe Hestia could be more than just a goddess or a maternal figure. But was he ready to make that decision? And, more importantly, should he? Hestia, meanwhile, waited for a response, her anxiety clear in her eyes. The silence seemed to stretch on forever as Luki wrestled with himself. Hestia-sama. Chapter 20, 19 Love. POV, Luki. Hestia. I try to find the right words, but nothing seems to come out. Maybe it's the nervousness. Maybe it's the language barrier. Or maybe I just don't have the courage to say what's stuck in my throat. How did it get to this point? She was ignoring me just seconds ago, and now we're in this romantic confession vibe. My thoughts spin as I watch Hestia's expression change. Gradually, her anxiety grows, and the sparkle in her eyes starts to fade. She seems disappointed. Like she expected something I can't give. Damn. I feel like trash now for leaving her like this. Call me a simp, an idiot, or whatever. But seeing Hestia sad like this is something I just can't bear, especially knowing it's my fault. It's like a knife is being driven into my chest, and the pain keeps increasing. I close my eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. Courage, Luki. Just do something. My heart pounds in my chest, but I gather all my strength to break the silence that's consuming us. Hestia-sama, I call her, my voice coming out steadier this time. She lifts her eyes immediately, surprised. Gently, I hold her shoulders and turn her completely to face me. Now we're face to face, sitting on the bed. The small distance between us makes the moment feel even more intense. My gaze falls on her, her big, hopeful eyes, the black hair softly falling over her shoulders, and that blush on her cheeks. I could admire her forever, but there's something more important to do now. Sorry, the word slips out before I can stop it. For a moment, I see her eyes widen, and then her expression drops even further. The sadness on her face hits me like a punch to the stomach. Damn, she misunderstood again. Bad choice of words. I quickly continue, before things spiral further out of control. I do not mean to talk. I try to organize my thoughts amidst the nervousness and language barrier. I do not know how to speak feelings. Difficult. Hestia blinks a few times, seeming to absorb what I said. Her face, still flushed, reflects confusion mixed with something softer, like she's processing my words. Feelings? She repeats, hesitantly. I nod affirmatively, trying to express what I feel without relying too much on words. I sigh, running my hand through my hair. I want to say things, right? But don't know how. Her eyes shine a little more, as if she's starting to understand. Hestia tilts her head slightly, and the tension in her body seems to ease. You can speak in your native language if you prefer. But I hesitate, confused. You know, Luki, I think there's one thing I haven't explained properly about us, gods. Her voice sounds calmer now, almost as if trying to ease my insecurity. I stay silent, attentive to her words. It's as if the pressure of the moment eases little by little. We, gods, have a unique ability. We can sense when someone is lying. Not by the words themselves, but by the feelings accompanying what's said. Every word carries a feeling, your true feelings. If someone lies, their intentions and emotions betray their words, and we can feel that. Hestia pauses, observing my reaction before continuing. But in your case, it's complicated. Since you don't speak the same language as us, it's hard to match what you say with what you feel. Your words and intentions are disconnected to me. I nod slightly, beginning to understand what she means. But that doesn't mean I can't understand you. She smiles softly, her eyes meeting mine. When you're very happy, or when you speak from the heart, no matter the language, I will know what you are saying. Hestia looks away for a moment, her insecurity returning briefly. What I'm trying to say is, just speak. Open your heart and let it all out. Even if I don't understand all the words, I'll understand, even if the answer is not. She doesn't finish the sentence. Her voice falters, and her eyes shift away again. It's obvious she's nervous, but at the same time, determined. It takes me a few seconds to process everything. At first, it's hard to fully grasp, especially because it feels so surreal. But then the pieces fit together. She wants me to speak. Without fear, without restraint. She wants me to trust her, even if the words aren't perfect. Then, here goes. I take a deep breath, feeling my heart race. My hands tremble slightly, but I clench my fists to contain the anxiety. If I'm going to say everything, there's no reason to hesitate. Hestia. She closes her eyes tightly, clutching her dress, as if preparing to hear something that will change everything. I think I love you. I say, my voice carrying every ounce of sincerity I can muster. Hestia's eyes open suddenly. She lifts her head quickly, looking at me, surprised, astonished, and above all, with a growing joy lighting up her entire face. Luki. I also. But. I interrupt her before she can finish. I have more to say, something that must come out before it's too late. She closes her mouth but can't hide the sparkle in her eyes. It's like she's holding back a scream of happiness, and in that moment, I see the Hestia I knew from the anime, outgoing, affectionate, sometimes a little clingy, but always genuine. I like you, really. You're probably the woman I've liked most in my entire existence. Yes, existence. She continues staring at me intensely, as if she can see my soul, absorbing every word, every feeling. You're amazing. Everything about you captivates me, like, you are sexy as hell. I can't deny I like the idea of spending my life by your side. She blushes a little because of my comment, and I feel like making a joke to lighten the mood, maybe about how small and irresistible she is, but I hold back. This isn't the time. But still, I don't think this is right. I pause, noticing the confusion on her face. Not for silly reasons, like you're a goddess and I'm a mortal and I will die first while you live a immortal life. Hestia tilts her head, clearly intrigued by what I'm about to say. It's just, we've known each other so little, we literally know each other for like, half a month. I barely know anything about you. For example, what's your favorite food? Your favorite place? Books you like to read? She blinks, surprised by the unexpected turn in the conversation. Those things, Hestia, though they may seem cliché or unnecessary to some, are what sustain a relationship. Two people can't stay together forever without that kind of connection, without knowing who each really is to the other. My mind wanders briefly, recalling the world I came from. Where I lived before, relationships were confusing. Especially in my generation, they were fleeting. I saw friends starting and ending relationships as easily as changing clothes. I remember a childhood friend, Pedro, who dated 6 different girls between ages 15 and 17. I give a small, almost melancholic smile as I continue. In college, it was the same. Relationships began and ended in weeks. Scandals, fights, reconciliation, everything felt so disposable. People seemed to forget what it really meant to love someone. I look back at Hestia, my tone becoming firmer. I don't want that for us. I don't want us to be another fleeting case, where everything is intense at first and then collapses because we didn't build something solid. I let out a heavy sigh, trying to organize my thoughts before continuing. Damn, until now, I've been hiding several secrets from you that could completely change your view of me. And if you knew, you might consider me complete trash. But where I come from, these things were normal. Hestia remains silent. Her eyes, shining with a mix of emotions, seem to study every expression of mine. I don't know what she's thinking, but I feel she's trying to understand me. So, if we're going to be something, I want to do it the right way. I want to know every detail about you, build something real. Because, Hestia, you deserve that. When I finish, a heavy silence falls between us. Not knowing what else to do, I close my eyes, feeling the pressure and anxiety weigh on my chest. Now I'm regretting saying all that. 1,000 thoughts flood my mind. What if Hestia loses excitement? What if she thinks it's better to leave this for later? I probably just wasted my only chance with the most incredible, and hottest, woman I've ever met. If I had just said yes when she asked if I was serious, would we already be kissing by now? Hopefully not. At least then I'd regret being responsible less. POV, third person. While Luki reflected on his choices, Hestia remained silent. Her eyes fixed on him shone with a mixture of conflicting feelings, doubt and clarity, as if she were trying to solve a puzzle. As for his words, Hestia didn't understand any of what he said. Luki's language was still a mystery to her. But as a goddess, she could sense something far more important than words, the emotions and intentions behind them. And what she felt was a whirlwind. There was greed and lust, probably from thoughts of a relationship with her, craving his company and closeness. That made her feel happy and proud. After all, what woman wouldn't want to be desired? There was also embarrassment, visible even without her divine powers, as if he were deeply uncomfortable opening up in such a way. This amused Hestia. It was rare to see Luki, usually so serious and composed, act so vulnerable, almost childlike. Hestia also sensed fear and doubt, clear signs he was unsure how she would react, which sparked a twinge of sympathy in her heart. But above all, she sensed desire and affection. Not just physical desire, but something deeper, a genuine connection Luki seemed to want to build with her. With all these feelings swirling, and with the intentions she could catch from his tone, Hestia formed a vague, very vague idea of what he was trying to say. Hestia took a deep breath, softening her expression, and leaned forward slightly. Her eyes shone with a mixture of expectation and determination as she stared at Luki. "Luki, do you like me?" "Hey?" He blinked, surprised by the direct question. "Just answer yes or no." Luki swallowed, feeling the pressure of that simple, yet loaded question. "Ah, yes. I do." Hestia's smile widened, but she didn't stop there. "You'll stay with me?" "Stay? Yeah, I want to stay with you." Her eyes shone even brighter, as if every word he said fueled her joy. "Are you saying you promise to stay by my side? Now and forever?" she asked, with a radiant smile full of emotion and a hint of mischief. Luki hesitated for a second but couldn't deny what he felt. "Yes," he answered, a little embarrassed, looking away. Hestia couldn't contain her joy and laughed sweetly, full of excitement. "Fufu, then come here!" she exclaimed before throwing herself on him. "Hestia!" Luki shouted, surprised as he was pushed back onto the bed. The impact was gentle, but the position they ended up in made his heart race even more. Hestia lay on top of him, her legs framing his waist while her arms wrapped around his neck. Reflexively, Luki placed his hands on her waist, trying to balance them both. "My little Luki-kun is so cute. We'll always be together," Hestia declared with a huge, goofy smile that seemed to light up the entire room. She began rubbing against him affectionately, holding him in a tight hug while giggling softly. Her voice was full of affection, but her behavior was far more clingy than usual. Luki, for his part, felt his ears burn as embarrassment washed over him. Things are taking a very dangerous path, mainly in his pants. "Hestia! Stop that!" He tried to protest, but his voice came out weak, unable to hide the smile threatening to break across his face. "I won't stop," Hestia replied, squeezing him even tighter, as if she never wanted to let go. "Now you're mine, my cute little Luki-kun." Luki sighed, defeated, but couldn't help smiling. No matter how intense it was, Hestia had a unique way of making even the most awkward moments feel comforting and special. And that marked the end and beginning of a significant moment in their lives, a turning point filled with meaning. From that moment on, neither of them would act the same as before. Chapter 21, 20 Next morning. It was early morning, and the sun had just risen over Orario. The city still slept, wrapped in its morning quiet. Yet, for the small Hestia Familia, the day had already begun. Luki, who until then had been asleep on the old couch, slowly opened his eyes. He sat up with a sigh, still fighting off drowsiness. He muttered as he stretched his back, feeling the discomfort of the worn-out furniture. My back is killing me, all because of this damn couch. One day I'll burn this shit. He thought, massaging his lower back as he stood up. Despite the romantic fuss from the night before, he and Hestia hadn't shared the bed. Hestia, of course, had been more than willing, but Luki had resisted with all his strength. He knew that if he gave in and lay beside her, sleep would have been the least of his problems that night. So, with a heavy heart and a good dose of willpower, he insisted they weren't at that level of intimacy yet. The couch, uncomfortable as it was, would be his bed for the time being. A soft yawn cut through his thoughts. Luki turned to find Hestia coming out of the basement bedroom, her hair messy and her gaze still half lost in the world of dreams. Morning, he said, his voice carrying the drowsiness of someone just waking up. A mischievous smile formed on Hestia's lips as she walked toward him with slow, uncertain steps. Good morning, my Luki-kun. Did you dream of your beautiful goddess last night? She murmured, resting her head against his chest and wrapping him in a warm hug. Even half asleep and on autopilot, Hestia never missed a chance to tease him. Yet, Luki answered in his own way, confirming that yes, he had dreamed of her. Though it wasn't exactly the most appropriate dream. He thought, the memories still fresh in his mind, threatening to stir a second morning erection. Luki-kun, let's brush our teeth together. She said, more awake now, grabbing his hand and tugging him toward the bathroom. Once there, they stopped in front of the narrow sink. 2 wooden cups filled with water and simple brushes sat inside. They picked them up and began brushing in sync, though in very different manners. Luki did it like a normal person. Hestia, on the other hand, specially cheerful in this morning, swayed her hips from side to side in rhythm with her brushing. He couldn't help but notice. She's acting just like in the anime intro, but she's never done this before. What changed? As he wondered, something else caught his attention. Something hypnotizing. 2 rounded shapes, firm and graceful, moved in perfect rhythm with Hestia's animated swaying. Up and down, up again, and then cruelly down once more with the pull of gravity. Luki tried to avert his gaze, but it was as if his eyes had a will of their own. There he was, brushing on autopilot, following the rhythmic motion of the boings. Hestia, seemingly oblivious to the storm in Luki's head, continued swaying happily, humming a little tune he couldn't quite catch. He swallowed hard, forcing his eyes back to his own brush. Focus, Luki. Focus. Determined to end it quickly, he sped up his brushing, trying to finish before Hestia noticed the obvious problem starting to manifest in his pants. As soon as he was done, he set the brush down, splashed water on his face, and left in a hurry. I need to be more careful. I can't just get excited like that in front of her, we're not that close yet. What Luki didn't know, however, was that Hestia wasn't nearly as innocent as he thought. She had noticed both his gaze and the very obvious tent forming without any attempt at subtlety. Still in the bathroom, cheeks faintly flushed, Hestia wore a dreamy look and a goofy smile. Yes. Yes. He really doesn't mind my small body at all, she thought, thrilled. With renewed energy, Hestia quickly finished brushing, dried her face, and went after Luki. Luki-kun, what are you going to do today? She asked, hugging him from behind, her voice sweet and teasing. Luki paused, feeling her warm touch and playful tone. He sighed inwardly. She's even clingier than before, just like in the anime. If Belle were here, he'd already be red as a tomato and running for his life. But Luki wasn't Belle. Though he still felt some embarrassment in intimate situations, he wasn't the type to lose control or run from them. However, while his face stayed firm and serious, that disdainful elf-like superiority written in his eyes, his ears betrayed him. Their tips had flushed red and were twitching up and down slightly without his consent. Yufu. His ears are red and twitching. He's embarrassed. My Luki is so cute, thought Hestia, pleased. Train. Strong. Dungeon, he said, the words slow but direct. In other words, Luki planned to spend the day training, building strength before his next dive into the dungeon. Normally, he didn't care much for physical training since the fauna took care of most of his body's growth. But with Hestia determined to pour almost everything into his endurance, he knew he had to compensate elsewhere. At Luki's words, Hestia's mischievous smile vanished, replaced by an annoyed frown. Oh no, you're not. Don't even think I've forgiven you for what you did yesterday. What? Investing in your endurance was just to make me feel safer that you won't do something reckless again. But that doesn't mean you escaped punishment. Luki raised an eyebrow, suspicious. For the next 7 days, you're forbidden from entering the dungeon. That's right, forbidden. Luki reacted violently to this, one of the few times in his new life that he was so expressive. It seems the dungeon is more important to him than it seems. But Hestia-sama, the money. We have more than enough to last the rest of the month thanks to your little stunt. So don't even try to argue. It's decided. You're banned, end of story. She declared, crossing her arms with a firm, authoritative look. Luki sighed, realizing there was no way out. Yes, he replied, resigned to his goddess's decree. Satisfied with his submission, Hestia smiled again, planting a quick kiss on his cheek before pulling back with a smug look. She might be playful and kind, but she can be surprisingly strict too. It felt like I was being scolded by my mother, he thought, glancing at the ceiling. Wait, did she just kiss my cheek? Only then did he realize it, quickly raising a hand to his face. It's wet, holy shit, she kissed me. Sure, it was just the cheek, but still. It's been like 3 years since a girl last kissed me. Elated, Luki felt even more energized and left the house to train, leaving Hestia to her own devices. Out in the churchyard, he found an open space and dropped to the ground, ready to start exercising. Planting his hands firmly on the dirt, he began a set of push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Even as an elf blessed by the fauna, Luki knew there were no shortcuts to success. Divine blessing could amplify strength, but true progress came only through effort and dedication. Success is 99% effort and 1% talent, or something like that. 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. His body, no longer that of an ordinary man, was far superior to one without fauna. Hestia's heavy investment in endurance allowed him to push far beyond normal limits. In his previous life, where once he would have collapsed at 20 or 30 push-ups, now he was clearing 70 without slowing. 97, 98, 99, 100. Luki let himself drop to the ground, breathing steadily. Though tired, it was nothing he couldn't handle. Even so, 100 straight push-ups still make me feel it. But that's good. It shows I'm growing. After only a minute of rest, he was back up, ready for more. He repeated the cycle 4 more times, totaling 5 sets of 100 push-ups. When he finally stopped, his body was drenched in sweat, but he felt satisfied. Phew, damn, huff, huff. I didn't know I could do all that. Sprawled on the dirt, chest rising and falling, he allowed himself a few minutes to recover. Maybe his high endurance also affected his recovery speed, because within 15 minutes he was ready again. Still lying there, he clasped his hands behind his head, planted his feet firmly, and began sit-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Focused as before, he kept the pace steady, moving repetition after repetition without rushing. 98, 99, 100, 0. He fell back again, this time facing the sky. Closing his eyes, he felt the sun's warmth on his sweaty skin. Despite the intensity, his spirit hadn't dimmed. Compared to the dungeon, hours of tension where a single mistake could mean death, these exercises felt almost relaxing, if not boring. The monotony of repetition was somewhat liberating, a welcome break for his ever-alert mind. As they say, pain is the best teacher. After facing mortal dangers, Luki's mind had hardened. He was no longer the innocent young man from Earth, he was an adventurer now. He understood that effort and discipline were the only path to strength. Much of physical exhaustion comes from the mind. If you think of giving up, everything feels harder. He had pushed past that barrier. Luki had no intention of giving up anytime soon. With that thought, he stood, spreading his feet into position, and began squats. His muscles burned with every repetition, but he embraced the pain. To him, this was progress. After finishing his squats, he decided to walk through the streets of Orario. Back on Earth, he might have done this sort of thing in a public park, but here, such places didn't exist. Or at least, not in the poorer areas where he lived. Maybe in the noble districts of Orario, there were parks. The streets were as busy as ever, full of adventurers, merchants, and common folk. Luki kept a steady pace, ignoring the occasional stares his striking appearance drew. When he finally returned home hours later, he was drenched in sweat, muscles stiff, and breath short. Yet, there was something invigorating in the exhaustion. He felt like he could keep going. 500 push UPS, sit UPS, and squats, plus, who knows how many kilometers of walking. Now that I've followed Master Saitama's teachings, what should I do next? He asked himself aloud, glancing around the yard as if it held the answer. In Orario, training outside the dungeon wasn't common practice. Most relied solely on fauna and excelia gained from combat. It's way more fast, way more. There were no gyms or structured training methods like on Earth, only the traditional and rudimentary approach of physical exercise. Luki wiped the sweat from his face and smirked. I guess I'll just do it all over again. Resolute, he dropped to the ground again, setting up for another round of push UPS. I won't stop. Not as long as there's sweat left to shed or energy in my body. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Luki continued his relentless training, something that didn't go unnoticed by Hestia. Chapter 22, 21 Temptation. Inside the small church that served as the Hestia Familia's headquarters, the gentle morning light filtered through dusty windows, casting shadowy patterns across the stone floor. There was a rustic wooden table, covered with papers scribbled in a language foreign to Luki. Around the table, the silence was broken only by the faint scratch of ink on paper and the sound of their breaths. Hestia, with her black hair loose in her back and eyes glowing with patience, leaned slightly forward, pointing at one of the papers. On it, the word rabbit was written, though in the script of that unfamiliar tongue. She pronounced it clearly, almost melodiously. Coelho, Coelho. Luki, whose voice still carried the accent of his homeland and the struggle of adjusting to the sounds of this new language, repeated cautiously. Coelho, Coelho. Hestia raised an eyebrow, but smiled, trying to remain patient. She shook her head gently, correcting him with a tone both firm and affectionate. No, it's Coelho. The sound is O, not U. Repeat after me, Coelho. Luki took a deep breath, concentrating on the cadence this language demanded. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, then tried again with effort. Coelho. This time, Hestia smiled encouragingly, her eyes meeting his with warmth and affection. Very good, my dear. Every syllable matters. Remember, it's Coelho, with the O well pronounced. Luki stared at the letters, absorbing every detail. He took a deep breath and repeated slowly. Coelho. Hestia smiled softly, correcting him tenderly. Almost there. Now we just need to work on that E dot. It's supposed to be E, no accent. Try again, Coelho. Luki focused, straining to catch the new rhythm. Closing his eyes once more, he spoke more clearly. Coelho. Not perfect yet, but with signs of progress. Luki kept trying. This was just another of their daily study sessions, where, for at least an hour, Hestia sat at the table with him to teach the language of this world. As they scribbled sentences and words on yellowed papers, Luki began to notice some peculiarities. Much like Portuguese, English, and other Latin-based languages, the alphabet of this world consisted of letters representing different phonemes, combined to form sounds and, in turn, words. Yet there was one glaring difference: this system had 34 distinct letters, many with such similar forms that it was difficult to tell them apart at first glance. Luckily, Luki thought, at least it wasn't like the Oriental languages where each symbol could carry countless meanings depending on context, something that, to him, looked like a labyrinth of interpretations. Here, despite the challenges, the alphabet's logic made things somewhat easier. But, just like the Oriental culture, it's a costume to speak words equivalent to Chan, Kun, Sama, and likes to show respect. As he absorbed all this, Luki found himself reflecting on his past life. I always blamed my bad grades in humanities on Portuguese, but I'm starting to realize, maybe it isn't so bad after all. Of course, Portuguese had its challenges, like verb conjugations that shifted with tense, something English handled far more simply. But compared to the complexity and ambiguity of this new world's tongue, Portuguese seemed almost like a well-organized paradise. Luki sighed as he adjusted the paper before him. He could already imagine spending years studying this language and still never fully mastering it. Then, suddenly, the acrid smell of something burning filled the air, snapping him from his thoughts. What the? Oh, gods! I left the pot on the fire. Hestia yelped, leaping from her chair and dashing to the kitchen. Curious, Luki quickly tucked away the study material in the cabinet before following her. When he entered the kitchen, he found Hestia pulling a pot off the wood-burning stove and tossing it into the sink. Black smoke rose, filling the air with an even stronger stench of burnt food. Sometimes I forget how rudimentary this world's technology is. They still use wood stoves. Luki thought, frowning. If there was one thing he truly missed from his past life, it was the convenience of modern technology. Back then, he had taken it all for granted: refrigerators, microwaves, electric showers. But now, living in what felt like a medieval world, the difference was staggering. Like they say, you only show valor to things when you lose them. Oh no, now we don't have lunch. Hestia sighed, her voice heavy with frustration. It's okay, go out. Luki suggested. We can, but, this was our lunch, and I ruined it. Hestia lowered her head, looking strangely shaken by something so simple. Luki studied her for a moment before realization struck. She's thinking again that she's useless, that she can't do anything right, that she's not worthy of this familia. He looked upward, considering how best to handle this. Hestia had never been one to care much about appearances like most people did, but when it came to her usefulness, her self-esteem was fragile. Fragile to an irritating degree, but what can he do? Memories of that night surfaced, the night he and Hestia had finally confessed their feelings to one another. Luki lowered his gaze to the small goddess before him, and a rather bold idea crossed his mind. After all that talk, I think it's fine if I do this, right? Casting aside hesitation, he moved forward with resolve. He knew he couldn't falter in that moment. With gentle movements, he slipped his arms around Hestia's waist, pulling her close and wrapping her in a tight embrace, her back pressed against his chest. Luki-kun. What do you think you're doing? Hestia's eyes widened in shock. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and though she squirmed, her resistance was weak, almost non-existent. Taking advantage of the moment, Luki lowered himself, resting his chin on her shoulder. He romantically inhaled deeply, savoring the sweet scent of her hair and the softness of her skin. Luki-kun, a small moan escaped Hestia's lips, her legs seeming to weaken beneath her. He smiled, pleased with her reaction. Hestia, let's go out, eat, play, alone, he said slowly, fighting against the limits of his vocabulary. Hestia blinked, processing his words. Then, as if a light bulb had gone off in her head, she turned quickly to face him, her eyes shining with excitement. Are you asking me on a date? Her voice carried a hopeful lilt. Luki paused, taking in the new word. Date? That's how you say it. After a moment of thought, he nodded firmly. Yes, date. Me and Hestia. Her eyes sparkled even brighter, and a wide smile spread across her face. Then that's it. He. All right, I accept your invitation. She turned fully toward him, taking his hands and intertwining her fingers with his. We're going to have a beautiful date, just the two of us. Luki smiled, content. He was still far from mastering this cursed language, but at least in that moment, he had managed to express exactly what he meant. And from the look of things, their day had just gotten a whole lot better. Though the two had gone out together many times before, it had always been for practical reasons, to eat, run errands in the city, or simply walk around. But this time was different. This time, it was special. Their first official date, with no purpose other than to enjoy each other's company. Perhaps that was why Hestia was so excited. Even living in their shabby, unfinished church, like any woman, she had her priorities in order. And one of those priorities was a wardrobe full of dresses and a few beauty products. Now, how she got money for this, even she don't. In a rush, she took a hot bath and began to get ready, never losing the smile on her face. Meanwhile, Luki, though excited, didn't feel the same nerves. In his past life, he had been on a few dates, none of them particularly memorable. And as poor as he was, his tastes were simple. His wardrobe basically consisted of the same set of black shirts and trousers. Let's see, which one should I pick? The black shirt? Maybe the dark one? How about this short-sleeved black sweatshirt? I know, today I'll spice it up and wear this monochromatic cloth. He chuckled internally at his own joke as he picked out what to wear. I seriously need to rethink my priorities. In the end, he chose the newest outfit he had. After changing, he walked to the cracked mirror in the church hall to check his appearance. I'm not exactly dressed for a date. Thinking that, he took advantage of his damp hair and combed it back, letting his elven ears show more clearly. If only I had a tie and a belt, but it'll do. That was when Hestia's voice echoed from her room. Luki-kun, could you do me a favor? Hestia's voices echoed through the house, but in a strange, suggestive tone. There was something odd in that. Help? He asked, going down to the basement room. Not really, I just wanted to know what you think. Before he could even open the door, soft footsteps echoed across the silent basement. The door creaked as it opened, and Hestia stepped slowly out, almost as if she were walking a runway. Of this, she asked, her voice carrying a seductive note. The reaction was instant. Luki's face flushed, and her elven ears flapped as if they were going to fly. He couldn't hide the deep red spreading across his cheeks. In front of him, Hestia was devastatingly divine. The goddess wore a deep sapphire dress that clung to her body, accentuating her curves, the silky fabric embracing every curve as if it had been crafted to cause desire on who see it. The off-shoulder cut bared her flawless skin, while her voluptuous chest seemed eager to burst free. And perhaps because she had just bathed, Luki noticed a faint rosy hue in two very specific spots. A playful slit traced the side of the gown, offering fleeting glimpses of her thighs with every subtle movement, a dangerous contrast to the purity of the long white gloves that hugged her arms up to the elbow. Her long twin tails framed her figure like dark silk curtains, the pale ribbons at their ends teasing innocence, while everything else about her radiated temptation. The way the fabric tightened around her waist only amplified her hourglass shape, drawing his eyes irresistibly down to the gentle sway of her hips. Every step she took made the chandelier's light ripple across the flowing ruffles of the dress, giving her the aura of a goddess descending into the mortal realm untouchable, yet painfully close. If anyone had doubted her divinity, now they would worship. "I want to rip this damn dress." Luki, Hestia called his name, averting her gaze for a moment. Her face was flushed red, her embarrassment obvious. He blinked, realizing he had been staring far too long. "Ah, sorry." He, she giggled softly. "It's okay. I don't mind." Hestia bit her lower lip before looking back up at him again. "You can keep looking, if you want." Luki swallowed hard. "This date is going to be a lot harder than I thought." Chapter 23, 22 First Date, 1. The sky was clear, and the sun shone brightly over Orario, illuminating the bustling streets filled with adventurers coming and going from the dungeon. The murmur of voices blended with the clatter of armor and the creaking wheels of merchant carts rushing past. But none of that mattered at the moment. For a certain pair, a young elf and a petite goddess, the world around them seemed to have lost both color and sound. Amid the city's usual chaos, they walked hand in hand, unhurried, as if they were the only ones there. From time to time, their gazes wandered across the vibrant scenery, absorbing the beauty of the morning and the energy of the city. But, inevitably, their eyes always returned to the figure at their side, as if drawn by an invisible magnet. Whenever their eyes met, a faint blush colored their cheeks, and shy smiles escaped before they could stop them. It was something both embarrassing and amusing, a silent game of glances where, with every exchange, their hearts seemed to beat just a little faster. But they weren't the only ones watching each other. Wherever they went, the crowd followed them with attentive eyes. Men stared at Hestia shamelessly, their gazes sliding over her generous curves, coveting what they could never have. Women, though more discreet, devoured Luki with their eyes, taking in every detail of the handsome elf with golden hair, as if trying to etch his image into memory. Any other couple might have felt uncomfortable under such scrutiny, but Luki and Hestia seemed oblivious. To them, the eyes of the world were nothing more than a distant whisper. In that moment, all that mattered was the warm sensation of their intertwined hands and the gentle brush of their pinkies with every step. The rest of the world could wait. "Yum, what a nice smell!" Hestia exclaimed, tilting her head back and closing her eyes to savor the aroma. Luki, ever attentive to her every reaction, only then noticed that they had wandered into a marketplace. Well, marketplace was the word used, but in truth it was a wide, spacious street lined with stalls selling everything: food, crafts, flowers, and even spices with a hint of magic, a typical Orario market. "Hungry?" Luki asked, turning his gaze back to her. "Are you kidding? It's already past lunchtime and I haven't eaten a thing." Hestia answered brightly, clutching his arm with both hands. "Come on, I know a place you'll definitely love." Before he could reply, she was already tugging at his arm, walking eagerly among the stalls. With little choice, Luki followed her pace, quietly observing what the market had to offer. They passed a stall where glass bottles held shimmering liquids in vibrant colors. Potions, he presumed, something the original story never described in much detail. Farther ahead, he spotted a shop with the emblem of the Hestia Familia, its display packed with dazzling, high-quality weapons. He didn't need to ask to know that even the cheapest among them cost more than everything he had ever earned in his life. Among the stalls, an old palom sat behind a cloth spread with finely carved wooden figurines. Despite the craftsmanship, no one stopped to look. People in Orario didn't seem to value that kind of art. But they're really beautiful. Maybe I could. Ta-da! Hestia's sweet voice cut through his thoughts. Looking ahead again, he realized they had stopped before a modest street stall. Despite its simplicity, a considerable line of people was waiting to buy. The buttery, sweet aroma in the air stirred a buried memory from Luki's past. His eyes widened. Crepe. The word slipped out involuntarily. Hestia tilted her head, puzzled. Hey? Crepe? What's that? You've had one before? Luki looked away for a moment, staring at the sky as he tried to recall the last time he'd tasted that flavor. Yes, delicious, he murmured, a faint nostalgic smile forming on his lips. The expectation of tasting something from his past life again made his heart beat a little faster. The sweet scent in the air promised a piece of a reality long lost in time. And so, Luki patiently waited 15 long minutes in line. Time dragged on, but he didn't mind. Each time someone walked away from the stall with a crepe in hand, the buttery sweetness in the air only heightened his anticipation. Finally, it was their turn. Luki had no idea how they managed to make crepes with the tools and devices available in this era. Not to mention the whipped cream, how was that even possible? With the technology here, it seemed unlikely. Well, considering gods literally walked among mortals, perhaps things are more developed than others. One banana with chocolate, please, he ordered. And I want a strawberry with whipped cream. Hestia added, swaying slightly with excitement as she waited. The vendor worked quickly, spreading the thin batter on the hot plate. In minutes, the crepes were folded into cone shapes and filled with generous portions of their chosen ingredients. When Luki finally held his, the nostalgic aroma flooded his senses. The combination of melted chocolate and caramelized banana made his mouth water instantly. Without hesitation, he took the first bite. He chewed slowly, savoring the soft texture of the batter and the familiar taste of banana and chocolate blending together. It was good, really good, but something was missing. Okay, but it's lacking something. I don't feel like my life expectancy is dropping with every bite. If it were, then I'd say this was truly delicious. As he pondered the subtle difference between a decent crepe and one that could bring him to the brink of death by sheer gastronomic pleasure, a sound caught his attention. Yehun Hestia moaned softly, swaying her legs a little as she held her crepe. Her eyes sparkled with satisfaction. But then, something caught her eye. Luki's crepe. It looked so tempting in his hand, and that melted chocolate dripping from the edge. She fought the intrusive thought. She really did. It lasted 2 seconds. Mine. Hestia declared without hesitation before leaning forward and taking a huge bite out of his crepe, tearing away a more than half. Luki blinked, stunned. When he looked at his hand, all that remained was a deep bite where once there had been a generous layer of banana and chocolate. He stood still for a moment, staring blankly at the mutilated crepe. Meanwhile, Hestia chewed without a care in the world, her eyes closed in bliss. Yours is really good too. Luki slowly turned his head to look at her. She finally opened her eyes and met his gaze. She swallowed. What? The silence stretched for a few seconds. Then, Luki took a step forward, leaning slightly toward her. Hestia's eyes widened. Hey, what? Mine. Luki said simply. Before she could react, he snatched the crepe from her hand and took a massive bite, devouring nearly all of it. Hey! Hestia cried, reaching to grab it back. But there was a small or rather, enormous problem, their height difference. While she stretched up on her toes, trying to reclaim her stolen food, Luki, standing at 6 feet, simply raised his arm and kept it out of reach. Luki, you idiot, give it back. The elf only smirked and, without hesitation, shoved the rest of the strawberry crepe into his mouth in one go. The result? His cheeks puffed out like a squirrel's as he struggled to chew, nearly choking on the absurd amount of whipped cream. Hestia stood frozen, staring in shock, her fists trembling with indignation. Luki finally swallowed and, with the straightest face in the world, muttered, "Bad." Then he simply turned and kept walking as if nothing had happened. Hestia's silence lasted a second. "If it was so bad, then why did you argue?" she exploded, punching his back repeatedly. Luki just kept walking, unfazed. He had faced battles that threatened his life. Hestia's little fists were far from a problem. "Humph!" she huffed, crossing her arms and turning away, puffing her cheeks. Then, without a word, Luki turned and held out the chocolate crepe he still had in his other hand. Hestia blinked, surprised. She looked at the crepe, then at him. "Humph! Don't think I'll forgive you just for this." Despite her pouty tone, she snatched the crepe without hesitation and took a bite, her eyes lighting up with satisfaction. Luki only gave a small smile and kept walking. Both of them knew her little tantrum was nothing more than a playful act between two lovebirds. Chapter 24, 23 First Date, 2. Author, sorry, I forgot to post person with folded hands. /_////////////// After finishing their crepes, Luki and Hestia continued exploring the market, letting their eyes wander across the stalls and shop windows that caught their attention. The buzz of the crowd, the exotic aromas of spices, and the glitter of ornaments on display gave the place a vibrant, almost magical atmosphere. Thanks to the success of their last dungeon expedition, they had a decent amount of money in their pockets, a small luxury they couldn't often afford. It was the first time in a long while that they could spend without worrying about whether they'd have enough for tomorrow. Naturally, Hestia headed straight for one of the more elegant clothing shops in the area. Her eyes sparkled like stars as she admired the dresses in the display window. Fine fabrics, intricate embroidery, pieces that radiated luxury and sophistication. She imagined herself wearing one of those dresses, twirling gracefully, drawing everyone's gaze. But reality struck soon enough. With her petite frame, the only clothes that actually fit her were in the children's section. "A goddess can dream," she muttered to herself with a sigh. Luki, standing beside her, watched the shifting expressions on her face. There was a glimmer of longing, followed by a touch of melancholy. He turned his gaze away and decided to browse the men's section. Now that he thought about it, his wardrobe was basically just a set of identical dark clothes. A little variety wouldn't hurt. In the end, after some negotiation and after Luki had to literally drag her away from the most expensive displays before they went broke, Hestia settled on a lovely simple blue dress, elegant in its own way, while Luki chose a plain white shirt. "Humph! See? I only bought one dress. I'm a super frugal goddess," Hestia declared proudly, holding her bag. Luki chuckled softly and shook his head. Even when she tried to be modest, Hestia always found a way to praise herself. As they continued through the market, he carried the shopping bags in one hand, while the other had somehow become entwined with Hestia's without either of them noticing. Neither of them knew exactly when it had happened. Maybe when they left the store, maybe somewhere along the way. But, in the end, it didn't matter. Neither of them seemed to want to let go. Walking through the streets, Luki and Hestia arrived at a small plaza where a large crowd had gathered, forming a circle around the center. The sound of music echoed through the air, blending with laughter and enthusiastic applause. Curious, the two squeezed through the people until they found a good spot to see what was happening. In the middle of the plaza, a group of dancers performed, moving in perfect sync to the strings and percussion played by the musicians behind them. The women were stunning, dressed in revealing outfits that highlighted their slender figures and fluid movements. The gleam of jewelry and golden chains shimmered under the torchlight, enhancing the spectacle even further. The audience was enthralled, and it wasn't hard to see why. Most of the spectators were men, their faces shifting between admiration, fascination or, in some cases, something much more obvious. The highlight for the male audience came when the dancers approached and swayed close to them, their hands gliding seductively through the air, almost brushing against them. Some even let their fingertips trail across a man's face or shoulders, drawing sighs and love-struck gazes. A few bolder men tried to take advantage of the moment, reaching out to touch the dancers. However, before they could go too far, they were met with sharp slaps and piercing glares, immediately ignored in favor of the more respectful onlookers. What no one noticed, though, was the small coin purses the women quickly slipped into their wide sleeves made of plain cloth. It seemed the audience weren't the only ones enjoying the show. Luki watched intently, though not for the same reason as most of the men there. He recognized the movements like a mix of Arabic, Egyptian, and Indian dances, or whatever their origin had been, the kind he used to see on YouTube in his past life. The precision of the gestures, the hypnotic rhythm, it brought him an unexpected wave of nostalgia. Well, he muttered to himself, eyes still fixed on the performance. Hestia, on the other hand, was far from impressed. She stood with her arms crossed, her foot tapping impatiently against the ground. Her gaze narrowed more and more, especially as she noticed how focused Luki was. "Tch. Of course he's enjoying it," she grumbled under her breath with a huff. As if sensing his interest, one of the dancers suddenly approached. She wore a green outfit of nearly transparent fabric, adorned with glittering jewels. Her smile was seductive, her movements as smooth as a snake about to coil around its prey. Luki blinked when he realized she was coming straight for him, but before he could react, the woman was already there, moving around him with graceful fluidity, brushing her body lightly against his. The sweet fragrance she wore was almost intoxicating. For a moment, he froze. Hestia, however, did not. In the blink of an eye, the tiny goddess leapt like an enraged cat between them, her eyes blazing. Her hands shot up like claws, slicing the air in a fierce gesture, as if ready to drive away the threat. "Get away from him, harlot!" The dancer jumped back in surprise at the sudden interruption. Some people in the crowd laughed, while others simply watched, curious to see how things would unfold. Luki sighed, already feeling the situation getting complicated. "Hestia-sama, calm down." But calming down was the last thing on her mind. She planted herself firmly in front of him, like a guardian protecting a priceless treasure, glaring daggers at any other dancer who dared approach. Luki just scratched the back of his neck, wondering how exactly he had ended up in this situation. After the little show they had just witnessed, an infuriated Hestia grabbed Luki's hand and dragged him away, fuming. Her only goal was to find a place with fewer sluts. With no real destination, the two wandered through Orario's streets until they suddenly found themselves before the imposing Colosseum of the Hestia Familia. Now this was a true attraction. After all, what could be more exciting for adventurers than watching gladiators battle monsters in brutal combat? The tickets weren't cheap, but that was to be expected for such a popular event. Once they had theirs, they climbed the stands and found seats among the enthusiastic crowd. Down in the arena, a gladiator prepared to face his opponent. He was tall and muscular, wearing nothing but a simple loincloth, golden pauldrons, and a long red cape fluttering behind him. He radiated unshakable confidence as he spun his sword, waiting for his foe's charge. His opponent was a colossal monster, resembling a bull. Standing over 2 meters tall, its reddish skin stretched over bulging muscles. 2 pairs of black horns curved menacingly from its head, and its metallic hooves clanged with each heavy step across the sand. When the signal was given, the beast charged with full force, like thunder splitting the air. Yet the gladiator dodged with surprising ease, his movements agile and calculated. With every dodge, his blade left shallow cuts across the monster's skin, enraging it further. The crowd roared with excitement. Beer flew through the air, chunks of bread and meat were tossed carelessly, and even Luki and Hestia got hit by the occasional splash of collective enthusiasm. But none of that mattered, they were both absorbed in the spectacle before them. Then came the climax. The bull charged again, its eyes burning with fury. This time, the gladiator didn't step aside. Instead, with flawless timing, he ducked low, locked the beast's neck between his shoulder and jaw, and with a mighty twist, flipped the monster through the air. The crowd held its breath for an instant before erupting into cheers and applause. The bull crashed onto its back with a deafening thud, dust rising around the arena. But instead of continuing, the monster lay still, its breath heavy and its body limp. The gladiator planted a foot on its chest and raised his arms in triumph, basking in the audience's praise. It was a true spectacle, and neither Luki nor Hestia could deny they loved every second of it. Some time later, as the battles ended and the crowd began to disperse, Luki and Hestia descended the stands, still thrilled by what they had seen. "Did you see how strong that guy was? He went toe-to-toe with an orc, no armor at all, and still won," Hestia exclaimed excitedly as she walked beside Luki. "MMHM, strong," Luki muttered, looking thoughtful. "And that duel between the two adventurers? I was sure the archer would win, but who would have guessed the spearman had such good aim?" She went on, gesturing animatedly. "Rigged," Luki said vaguely. "Hey? Rigged?" Hestia blinked in confusion, then frowned. Are you saying you think it was staged?" Luki gave a slight nod. "Man, archer, dodge, no." Hestia pursed her lips, trying to piece together what he meant. It was true the archer seemed to have enough time to dodge that final strike, but didn't. Yet, he could have dodged, he was free to move. "But I don't think it was staged. They were both too weak for anyone to bother setting up a fake match," she said, crossing her arms. "Dumb," Luki concluded flatly. Hestia sighed and laughed. "Honestly, there are plenty of idiots out there who'd do that. But still, it was fun." Luki shrugged, silently admitting she was right. The show had been a unique experience, something he didn't usually indulge in. Seeing the city like this, without fighting monsters or being in danger, felt refreshing. But he wanted more. Wanting to make the moment even more memorable, Luki racked his brain for an idea. A fancy restaurant? Out of budget? Buying something impressive? He didn't know what Hestia would want. Cinema? That hasn't been invented yet. Then, as his eyes wandered toward the horizon, he noticed something simple, yet stirring a buried memory. The Great Wall surrounding Orario. He remembered a scene from an anime in his past life, two people sitting on a wall, watching the sunset together, sharing a romantic moment. Simple, but beautiful. Without hesitation, he took Hestia's hand and pulled her forward, determined to bring the idea to life. Luki-kun? What's going on? Where are we going?" Hestia asked, surprised by his sudden initiative. "Come," was all he answered, not slowing his pace. Glancing at the sky and realizing it wasn't as late as he feared, Luki felt relieved. There was still time. Picking up the pace, he pulled Hestia along more firmly. "Wait! Luki-kun, slow down!" Hestia protested, trying to keep up. Her cheeks were lightly flushed from his sudden boldness, but she didn't resist. The wall awaited them. And with luck, that moment would be etched into their memories forever. Chapter 25, 24 First Date, 3. Luki and Hestia climbed the stairs of Orario's Great Wall, the sound of their footsteps echoing against the stone steps. The ascent was long and tiring, and Hestia soon began to feel the strain weighing on her small legs. "Luki! I swear, if this climb isn't worth it, I'll throw you off the top," she grumbled, panting, wiping the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. Luki, on the other hand, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the top of the wall. Halfway up, he had the idea of turning this into a surprise and decided not to reveal his plan. "Hey! Are you even listening to me?" Hestia huffed, crossing her arms. You could at least carry me, you know. Luki gave her a brief glance, seriously considering it for a moment, before dismissing the idea and continuing his climb. After what felt like an eternity to the goddess, they finally reached the top. A fresh breeze welcomed them immediately, a relief after the exhausting ascent. Hestia leaned against the parapet, catching her breath. That was horrible, she muttered, still trying to steady her breathing. I should have taken an elevator. Luki, meanwhile, remained silent, gazing at the horizon. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky with vibrant shades of orange and violet. The sight was breathtaking, a stunning contrast to the bustling city below. Still sulking, Hestia looked at him with a pout. Well? What was so important you had to put me through this torture? Luki only smirked faintly and pointed ahead without saying a word. Hestia, still frowning, lifted her gaze, ready to complain again, but the instant her eyes met the view before her, the words vanished from her mind. The sky above Orario was a spectacle of vivid colors. Warm tones of orange and gold blended smoothly with violet and deep twilight blue, while the first twinkling stars began to appear. The silhouette of the Tower of Babel, imposing and majestic, stood against the blazing sky as the wind carried with it the distant sounds of the living city. Hestia's eyes sparkled, perfectly reflecting the spectacle of lights and colors. Since she had descended to the mortal world a few months ago, this was the first time she had seen something so beautiful. Time seemed to slow down. Her heart, still racing from the climb, now beat in a gentler rhythm, as if it wanted to follow the serenity of the sunset. Wow, Hestia whispered, unable to say anything more. While the little goddess was enraptured by the sunset, Luki also watched the scenery, though his thoughts wandered in a different direction. Sunsets in animations always seem more vibrant, more magical. But still, nothing compares to seeing one for real. He frowned slightly. When was the last time I did something like this? When I was 15. Maybe 14. I was never the type to go out just to look at scenery. The truth was, though he acknowledged the beauty of the scene before him, his mindset was still that of someone used to the immediacy and intensity of the digital world. Processed images, saturated colors, artificial light effects, they always seemed more striking. The natural spectacle was beautiful, but it didn't leave him in awe. His eyes drifted toward Hestia. And in that moment, he realized the true wonder wasn't in the orange sky, but in the woman before him. The glow of twilight outlined her silhouette sublimely. The golden light highlighted the delicate features of her face, while soft shadows emphasized her curves. Resting casually against the stone parapet, she seemed almost ethereal, like a painting capturing the essence of divinity and femininity all at once. Luki swallowed hard. Maybe I. His fingers twitched instinctively, his hand starting to rise toward her, as though something invisible was pulling him. But at the last moment, he hesitated. Am I being too hasty? Maybe that's too intimate. Or maybe I'm just nervous and overthinking. He studied her again, memorizing every detail. The dark hair falling over her shoulders, the blue eyes reflecting the shifting sky, the gentle rise and fall of her chest as she breathed calmly. A small spark of determination lit within him. But that's why we're here, to deepen our relationship. If I hesitate now, I'll just be running away like a coward. Luki took a deep breath, steadying his resolve. His heart beat faster as he slowly approached Hestia until their shoulders brushed side by side. Her warmth was palpable, and the closeness only heightened the subtle tension in the air. Then, unhurried, driven by a mix of courage and desire, he lifted his right arm and gently wrapped it around her waist. The sensation was immediate. The softness of her clothes beneath his fingers, the subtle curve of her body pressed against him, the comforting warmth of her presence. It was the first time he had held her like this, in such an intimate yet casual way. Hestia, still lost in the sunset, blinked at the unexpected gesture. Her body stiffened for an instant, as if her mind needed a few seconds to process what was happening. But then, without hesitation, she relaxed. A small smile blossomed on her lips. As if it were the most natural thing in the world, she raised her arm and wrapped it around him in return, resting her head against his chest. When Luki realized how comfortable she seemed, he allowed himself to relax as well. With a quiet sigh, he pulled her closer, resting his head lightly against hers. Time seemed to slow down. There, bathed in the golden glow of the horizon, the two remained together in silence, simply feeling each other's presence. A gentle breeze brushed their skin, carrying the faint scent of the city and the sweet fragrance of Hestia's hair. It was a moment that could only be described as pure romance, a scene worthy of lovers. But in that instant, there was no need for fiery passion or unnecessary words. All they felt was peace and tranquility, the kind only found in the arms of the one you love. After a few minutes, the sun had completely set, and darkness took over Orario. Without electric lighting, the city below was illuminated only by the flickering flames of torches and lanterns, casting a soft and scattered glow. High up on the wall, where they stood, only the stars and the moon offered the faintest clarity, leaving the surroundings draped in shadows and blurred silhouettes. Hestia let out a deep sigh, feeling the cool night air fill her lungs. A small smile touched her lips. That was really wonderful, thank you for bringing me here. Luki replied, calm and steady. She tilted her head to look at him. Even in the darkness, because they were so close, she could see him with the faint light the stars provided. I didn't know this place existed. How did you think of it? He took a while to answer, as if pondering. Then, with an almost lazy simplicity, he said, cannot really say. Hestia smiled. I see. Silence settled between them, but it was a comfortable silence. In that moment, words felt unnecessary. Luki shifted his gaze toward Hestia. Even in the dimness, he could feel her presence beside him, so close and natural. It wasn't an overwhelming or consuming sensation, but something gentle, as if he were exactly where he was meant to be. Hestia, in turn, felt the warmth of his body against hers. With the vast, endless sky above them and the quiet city below, everything seemed in perfect harmony. Without realizing it, the two slowly leaned toward each other, guided by something they didn't need to understand. The silence of the night was profound, and in Orario's darkness, with only the faint starlight brushing their faces, everything felt calm and natural. The cold night air seemed gentler, more pleasant, and the darkness, which could once have felt oppressive, now seemed the perfect backdrop for the moment they shared. Luki, Hestia called softly, her voice carrying emotions she couldn't put into words. Hestia, Luki murmured, his voice low, almost as though he were forcing himself to hold on to rationality. Trying to reach Luki, who was considerably taller, Hestia rose onto her tiptoes. But she didn't mind, the world around them seemed to have vanished, the only sound the quiet beating of their hearts. Their eyes closed without them realizing, as if the moment had completely taken hold of them. Seeing her close her eyes, Luki felt compelled to do the same, surrendering to instinct. The peace that wrapped them was filled with a soft desire to be closer. There was no rush, no hesitation, only the quiet certainty that this moment was meant to be. Without words, they drew nearer, close enough to feel each other's breath and warmth, something pulling them to close the gap even further. When their lips were just about to meet, Baruhulum. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, throwing them off balance. Hestia, standing on her toes, was the most affected. Hestia-sama. Luki caught her tightly, stopping her from falling. What's happening? Hestia pulled back slightly, frightened, her wide eyes darting around in panic. The shaking seemed endless. The ground of Orario quaked violently, making the air itself vibrate around them. Large cracks split open in the pavement, and chunks of stone and cement broke free from nearby walls. Houses began to collapse, their foundations shattering as if made of paper. In the distance, panicked screams echoed as chaos engulfed the city. The horizon itself was unsettled by a turmoil no one could explain. Even the imposing Tower of Babel, a symbol of power and stability, was not spared. Its walls, once seemingly unbreakable, began to fracture. Deep fissures spread across its structure, and chunks of stone and concrete rained down. From the top of the tower, a massive piece, the size of 3 to 5 entire floors, broke off in terrifying fashion. The fragment, colossal in scale, plummeted like a comet toward the ground, visible from every corner of the city. Boom! With a deafening crash, the enormous piece of the tower slammed into the ground beside the structure, creating a crater that swallowed several nearby houses. The impact sent a massive cloud of dust and debris into the air, and the noise was so tremendous it felt as though the earth itself were splitting apart. The tremor threw the entire city into total panic, the sounds of collapsing buildings blending with the desperate cries of its citizens. Then, just as suddenly as it had come, the earthquake ended with a final rumble that defied logic. The ground stilled, and an eerie silence fell over Orario, as if even the city itself was in shock. But the trail of destruction throughout the city was undeniable, a stark reminder of the uncontrollable power that had just been unleashed. Luki and Hestia were still breathless, even though they had done nothing. Their bodies remained entwined, seeking comfort in each other after the terror. Fear and confusion were clear in their eyes. What was that? An earthquake? But how? Something like this has never happened before. Hestia asked, her voice trembling. I don't know, Luki answered, disbelief etched on his face. He was still trying to process what had just happened, fear mingling with bewilderment. For a while, they simply held each other, trying to calm down. The world around them seemed to have slowed, and neither knew what to do or even what to think. Chaos still echoed throughout the city, but at that moment, all that mattered was that they were there, together. Are you okay? Luki asked softly, concern in his voice. Yes, and you? Hestia replied, pulling back. But uncertainty still lingered in her gaze. Luki muttered, unsure of how else to respond. The shock was still heavy, and the sense that something far greater was happening hung thick in the air. They fell into silence again, both lost in their own thoughts. What should they do now? What mattered most? The situation was spiraling out of control. And then, as if struck by the same lightning bolt, reality hit them both at once. Their eyes widened together, and without another word, they straightened suddenly in panic. Our home! They cried out at the same time, worry flooding their faces. And as if nothing else mattered, the two bolted, rushing down the stairs without a thought for the worst, or perhaps because they feared the worst had already happened. Chapter 26, 25 Now what? As Luki and Hestia ran through the streets of Orario, the scene around them looked like something out of a nightmare. The tremor had passed, but the trail of destruction was still evident. Cracked walls, collapsed rooftops, shattered windows, it was as if the entire city had been struck by an invisible, merciless force. Screams of panic still echoed as people rushed out of their homes, some injured, others dazed, trying to understand what had just happened. A group of adventurers worked together to clear debris from a partially collapsed building, while merchants desperately tried to salvage their scattered goods. Luki and Hestia dodged wreckage, leapt over cracks in the ground, and slipped through narrow alleys to avoid the more congested streets. At every corner, the devastation looked worse: fallen pillars, overturned carriages, cracked fountains spilling water uncontrollably. The air was thick with dust and smoke, and with every breath, Hestia felt her chest tighten. As they approached the outskirts of the city, the chaos lessened, though the fear still lingered in the air. The houses here, built more simply, had suffered less than the large buildings downtown. Still, some had partially destroyed roofs, walls scarred with deep cracks, and doors torn from their hinges. When they finally turned the last corner and saw the old church, an overwhelming weight crashed onto their chests. The building, once a humble refuge, now bore the scars of disaster. The front seemed intact, but the left side of the structure had caved in. Part of the building had collapsed, leaving a massive hole where a small side hall once stood. Chunks of stone and wood littered the ground, and dust still floated in the air, betraying how recent the collapse was. "And no," she whispered, her voice breaking. Her wide eyes were fixed on the destruction. Her body trembled slightly, as if her mind refused to accept what she was seeing. "No," she repeated, her breathing turning ragged. She staggered forward a step, her knees weak. The weight of the moment hit her like an avalanche. This wasn't just an abandoned church where she had taken shelter. It was the home she had dreamed of building. Though little time had passed since she discovered her love for Luki, Hestia had already been imagining their future together. Luki would work as an adventurer, save up a small fortune, and with that money, they would gradually restore the church until it became a proper home, where they would raise children and spend the rest of their lives together. But now, all of that was gone. "No." Her voice came out louder, but full of pure despair. She ran to the rubble, falling to her knees on the rough ground, her trembling hands touching the cold stones. Her eyes glistened, vision blurring as tears threatened to spill. All she wanted. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, her breaths broken. She tried to speak, but the words dissolved into sobs. And before she knew it, strong arms wrapped around her. Luki knelt at her side, holding her firmly against his chest. "Hestia-sama." It was only when she felt his warmth that the barrier of strength she'd been clinging to finally shattered. The tears came, uncontrollable. She clutched his shirt, burying her face in his chest as sobs shook her. "Luki-kun, our home," her voice was fragile, broken. He didn't answer immediately. He only held her tighter. He could feel her fingers clutching at him, as if she were anchoring herself to the only thing she had left. It's okay," his voice was low but steady. "I'm here." Even as he tried to comfort her, Luki realized his words weren't reaching her. She trembled, sobs caught in her throat, as if holding back a scream that would never come out. Her small hands clutched his shirt so tightly the fabric nearly tore, her knuckles white with pressure. She bit her lip, trying to hold back the flood of emotions threatening to consume her. Luki didn't know what to do. Didn't know what to say. He, too, felt his chest tighten at the sight of the ruined church. As much as he tried not to show it, deep down, it hurt. Shit. I was starting to like this place. The thought came suddenly, unexpected. He had never truly grown attached to the church before, it was simply too terrible, but after sleeping there so many nights, it was inevitable that he'd formed some bond with it. Taking a deep breath, Luki tried to push his feelings down and analyze the situation with the coldness it demanded. Almost the entire left side collapsed, there's no repairing that. We'll have to clear the rubble and patch the wall. But at least there wasn't anything important there. The main structure is still intact, we can salvage this with a lot of money. While waiting for Hestia to calm down, he gently stroked her hair, slow and patient. Just being there with her. But even then, his mind wouldn't stop. What the hell was that earthquake? He couldn't remember anything like this being mentioned in the story. Not with this intensity, not with this impact. Could it be related to some content he hadn't seen? He had only followed the story up to the talking monsters arc. If something like this were relevant, he would have heard of it. But then, his mind inevitably went there. A thought he couldn't ignore. The dungeon. Did something happen inside? But that was even less likely. If an event of this magnitude were connected to the dungeon, it would have definitely been mentioned in some conversation. For God's sake, I mean, for Hestia, I hope I'm just imagining things. He closed his eyes for a moment, pushing the nagging worry aside. This wasn't the time for theories. Not with Hestia still trembling in his arms. Then, a soft, fragile voice called to him. Luki-kun. He blinked, snapping back to the present. Are you okay? He asked, now completely focused on her. Hestia lowered her gaze and nodded faintly. Her voice was weak, but at least she wasn't crying anymore. With a sigh, she slowly pulled away from his chest, wiping her tear-streaked eyes. Luki watched as she turned her gaze back to the church ruins. Her expression was a mix of sorrow and resignation. As if trying to accept what she saw, yet unable to hide the pain. He said nothing. He only placed his hand on her shoulder, a silent gesture of support. Hestia shivered for a moment, then covered his hand with her own and took a deep breath. Let's go inside, her voice was steadier now, though weary. There's probably a huge mess to clean. Yet, let's see what's left. Together, they entered the church, ready to face whatever awaited them. Luckily, the interior wasn't as chaotic as they'd expected. Perhaps because they had little furniture. The floor was covered in dust, but the worst of the mess was in the kitchen, where some ingredients had fallen from the cupboards. The area near the collapsed section was filled with rubble and ash. Hestia let out a heavy sigh as she looked at the state of the place. Tonight's going to be long, she murmured, already gathering cleaning supplies. Luki silently followed, grabbing a broom and sweeping the dust outside while Hestia picked up ingredients and tried to restore some order. They couldn't just go to sleep with the church in this state. If they left everything scattered, the ingredients could spoil and stuff like that, and by morning the mess would only be worse. The scrape of broom bristles echoed through the hall until Hestia broke the silence. Luki-kun, what do we do now? About the church. He kept sweeping, eyes still on the floor. Wall. Repair the wall? Yeah, we could do that, she said thoughtfully, but her expression quickly changed. But it would be really expensive. Do you think we have money for that? Luki hesitated for a moment before replying yes, tight. Hestia frowned. Clearly, his vocabulary still needed work. You mean we have money for it, but it'll leave us in a tight spot, barely enough to get by? Luki stopped sweeping and turned to her, confused. You said? Hestia sighed, shaking her head. Never mind. She waved a hand dismissively. I think I understood. Looks like we really can't repair the wall. Her voice softened at the end. She lowered her gaze and returned to storing the remaining supplies. Luki stayed silent, lost in thought. His mind turned as he swept mechanically, hardly aware of what he was doing. Then suddenly, he felt two slender arms wrap around him from behind. He froze for a second. The touch was delicate, but the way Hestia rested her face against his back conveyed more than words ever could. Luki-kun, her voice was muffled against his shirt, heavy with melancholy. I think, it's time for us to move. He tensed. No, church is home, we fix. We can't. Hestia's tone was gentle, but firm. I just realized something. Even though only this part collapsed, the rest of the building is full of cracks. The church was already old, Luki. After this, it's only a matter of time before it crumbles. If we keep fixing it bit by bit, we'll just be delaying the inevitable and wasting money. She tightened her arms around him. We don't have a choice. Hestia-sama. We can take only the essentials. Our clothes, your gear. Then we can pool what little money we have and rent a cheap inn room. Hestia-sama. You can keep going on expeditions, and I can find a job, maybe selling potatoes. I have a friend who does this. If we save, in time we'll have enough to buy a decent hoe. Hestia-sama. Her eyes widened at his sudden tone. Luki dropped the broom, letting it fall with a dull thud. Without leaving her embrace, he turned around and pulled her into a tight hug. It's okay. I don't care. He whispered against her hair. I know this church matters to you. We will find a way. Her chest tightened at his words. She looked up, her tear-filled eyes glistening. A smile formed on her lips, overflowing with emotions too many to name. Oh, Luki-kun, you're so good to me. Her voice shook, and finally a tear slid down her cheek. Thank you for caring so much about my feelings. But, it's okay. Hestia lifted her hand, brushing her fingers softly along his cheek, warm and delicate. It's just a church. As long as we're together, that's what really matters. Luki's eyes widened slightly. She had essentially confessed her wish to build a family with him. He'd already known about her feelings, but hearing them this way, seeing the way she looked at him, blushing, eyes shining with emotion, was entirely different. She loved him. Truly. And at that moment, the only thought in Luki's mind was that no one could resist this Hestia-sama, he whispered, raising his hand to gently hold her chin between his fingers. Hestia didn't pull away. On the contrary, her gaze softened, and slowly, she rose on her toes, lips parting in anticipation. Luki-kun. She closed her eyes. The world around them disappeared. The smell of dust, the cold night air, the weight of destruction, none of it mattered. There was only the two of them. Then bam! A loud crash shook the church, making the ground tremble. Both of them jolted, the romantic moment vanishing in an instant. A puff of dust rose as another part of the structure gave way, a chunk of wall collapsing into rubble. Luki instinctively pulled Hestia close, shielding her from the debris. She coughed a few times, eyes wide as she stared at the new pile of ruins. The silence that followed was almost comical. The two remained embraced, blinking as the dust settled. Luki, his face blank but radiating frustration, muttered with perfect eloquence. "Fucking chi, now I really won't fix you." Hestia blinked at him, then suddenly burst out laughing. It was spontaneous, genuine laughter, tumbling out through the dust. At first, it sounded almost nervous, but soon it turned true, filling the empty, broken space around them. Luki stared at her for a moment, surprised, before letting out a weary sigh. "Hey, stop, laugh." Hestia nodded through her laughter, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes. "It's just that," she tried to catch her breath. "This is so ridiculous. We can't get a second of peace." Luki ran a hand down his face, feeling the fine layer of dust sticking to his skin. "I deserve this." She laughed again and, without warning, threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Luki nearly stumbled back, but held her firm. "Thank you, Luki-kun," she murmured, still smiling against his chest. He hesitated, then relaxed. "For what?" Hestia raised her face, her eyes shining with a mix of tenderness and resignation. "I don't know, I think I just wanted to say this." Luki said nothing, just looked at her. Then, without answering, he absently ran his hand through her hair, breathing deeply. The church could be collapsing. The world could be in chaos. But at that moment, with Hestia smiling in his arms, none of it seemed to matter. He closed his eyes for an instant. "I might be pretentious and cheesy for thinking this, but, whatever happens from now on, if it means I can protect that beautiful innocent smile on her face, I'll do anything." And so, with unspoken feelings and a touch of humor, the two returned to their work, ready to face whatever came next, together. Chapter 27, 26. No results. The next day, Luki and Hestia got up, ready to begin a new day. Or almost. Just as Hestia had said, although only part of the church had collapsed, the earthquake had compromised its inner structure. Now, it was only a matter of time before the rest of the building crumbled completely. During the night, they had been woken up several times by the sound of chunks of the ceiling and walls collapsing little by little. The fear of something falling on them while they slept didn't help at all. The result was obvious: neither of them had a good night's sleep. Dark circles formed beneath their eyes, betraying their exhaustion. "Luki-kun. I'm so sleepy," Hestia muttered, dragging her feet as he pulled her along. "We must go," Luki answered, his voice heavy with fatigue. "We'll move tomorrow. The house can last a few more days." "I just want to sleep," Hestia insisted, almost stumbling. At that moment, the two wandered the streets in search of a new home. Considering their financial situation, the only viable option was to rent a room in an inn. It wasn't ideal, but it would be enough. As they walked, they couldn't help but notice the destruction around them. A night had passed since the incident, and the city was already beginning to recover, but that didn't mean things were fine. Piles upon piles of rubble lined both sides of the street, remains of what once had been houses and shops. People sat in corners, exhausted, hopeless, watching the world go by with red eyes, worn out from tears and or fatigue. The streets were strangely empty, and at the same time, full. There weren't many passers-by, nor the typical noise of the city. Instead, a suffocating silence hung in the air. It felt as though Orario had lost its life. Hestia glanced around, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of pity and sorrow. "This is so sad," she murmured, almost to herself. So many people lost their lives, their dreams, their homes, all because of a single accident. She paused, gazing at a family sitting among the ruins, trying to gather what remained of their belongings. Many of these people will probably never recover. Some will have to leave Orario and start from scratch somewhere else. Luki remained silent for a moment before muttering. "Yet." Hestia went on, her tone lower, more hesitant. "Do you think someday, the same thing will happen to us? That we'll watch everything we built together be destroyed right before our eyes? Unable to do anything but grieve?" Luki sighed. "Life." Hestia frowned. "I know life is hard and unfair, but I don't know. Is it wrong to want to be happy in peace?" Luki turned his eyes toward a broken window, the shards of glass still hanging from the frame. "Yes, happy, weak and broken." Hestia blinked, confused. "You mean, happiness is fragile?" Luki kept staring at the cracked glass. "Fragile? Fragile, yes, fragile." Silence stretched between them. The wind blew lightly, carrying dust through the air. "This is so unfair," Hestia muttered, folding her arms. "I hope our time never comes." Luki didn't reply, just kept walking, his eyes distant. Hestia followed him in silence, a tightness in her chest. Hestia and Luki spent several hours visiting inns across the city, but with no success. At every place they tried, the answer was the same: full. Many people had lost their homes in the earthquake and, just like them, were searching for somewhere to stay. And when that wasn't the case, the problem was even worse: some inns had been damaged by the disaster, forcing them to close for repairs or even be completely destroyed. Time passed quickly, and now the sun was nearing the horizon, painting the sky with orange hues. Tired, frustrated, and starving after gods know how many hours walking without eating anything, Hestia and Luki decided to take a break. That's when Hestia spotted something familiar as they turned a corner. Her eyes lit up. "Look! The hostess of fertility is still open!" she exclaimed, pointing excitedly. "And it doesn't even look like the place was affected much by the earthquake. How about we stop there for something to eat?" Luki said nothing, only nodded, accepting the suggestion without hesitation. They crossed the tavern's entrance and were immediately greeted by the warm, comforting aroma of food being prepared. The low hum of conversations filled the air, bringing a sense of normalcy amidst the chaos dominating the city. At the door, a blonde elf with an impassive expression observed them for a moment before speaking, her voice calm and professional. "Welcome to the hostess of fertility. Would you like a table for two?" "Ah, yes, preferably somewhere more private, please." Hestia smiled, trying to sound polite, though her tired face betrayed how exhausted she really was. The elf nodded. "Follow me." Without another word, she turned and began walking through the hall. Luki and Hestia followed, and as they did, he couldn't help but look at her with curiosity. "Wow, a real elf! She's even prettier up close. Are all elves like that, or is she just beautiful?" The thought made him reflect for a moment, until another strange realization struck him. Wait! I'm an elf too. The thought almost made him laugh. He had spent so much time living like everyone else in Orario that he rarely thought about it. Still, there was something fascinating about her presence, and then another detail came to him. Now that I think about it, this is the first time I've interacted with her. It's not like we're regular customers, but I've never seen her before. Her name, was it Liu? Ryu? Something like that. He vaguely remembered hearing stories about her. A strong adventurer, with a complicated past. If I asked nicely, would she train me? After all, we're both elves. But then again, forget it. I don't even have a sword. Kerhoorn. The sound of someone forcefully clearing their throat snapped him out of his thoughts. Turning his head, he found Hestia staring straight at him. Intensely. Meanwhile, Liu, standing beside the table where they were to sit, kept her impassive expression, though a slight discomfort flickered in her eyes. It was only then that Luki realized. He had stared too much. Oh, sorry, he scratched the back of his neck, looking away, a little embarrassed. Liu closed her eyes for a moment, sighing softly, before gesturing for them to sit. Here's the menu. Without another word, she set the menu on the table and disappeared among the other customers. Hestia, still with her arms crossed, turned her head away and puffed her cheeks, clearly irritated. Luki-kun, you idiot! She muttered through her teeth, not even looking at him. Luki blinked, confused, before scratching his neck. Sorry, Hestia-sama. I am surprised. She is also an elf. Hestia opened one eye, giving him a piercing look. He seemed genuinely puzzled, not realizing what he had done wrong. She sighed and relaxed her shoulders a little. Yet, come to think of it, this must be the first elf you've seen since you got here. After all, you Goss are all very reclusive and don't like leaving their homes. I think someone as young as you being here is quite unusual. If I remember correctly, at your age you're still considered a child among elves. She looked up, thoughtful, before turning back to him. But that doesn't mean you're forgiven for staring like that. With a sudden gesture, she pointed her finger at him, her irritation flaring again. Luki averted his gaze, clearly not knowing how to respond. Sorry, I pay? Silence lingered for a moment. Hestia narrowed her eyes, weighing his offer. Humph. I'll think about it. She crossed her arms again, though the playful sparkle in her eyes betrayed that her anger was already fading. Then, as if remembering something, she slapped her hand against the table. Just now. I think you meant I'll do anything when you tried to apologize. But that one's a bit more complicated, so I'll let it slide. Luki blinked several times, trying to absorb the sudden grammar lesson. Learn? Hestia rolled her eyes and sighed wearily. At least he's cute. Luki gave a faint smile before picking up the menu. He didn't understand many words there, but that didn't stop him from pretending he knew what he was doing. Not long after, Liu returned to their table. Have you decided what you'll order? Honestly, we're starving and just want something to eat as soon as possible. What's ready right now? Hestia asked. Pasta with red sauce and basil leaves. The dish also comes with a jug of wine. Perfect. I'll have a serving for, Luki-kun, are you okay with that? Luki blinked, confused. That? You didn't understand what she said? The moment Hestia asked this, Liu's eyes turned to Luki with a strange gleam, a subtle yet noticeable interest. But before anyone could truly notice, she had already returned to her neutral expression. No, only red, leaves, and jug. Hestia sighed, running a hand over her face. All right, how am I supposed to explain this? After a really long explanation, Hestia leaned forward, smiling hopefully. Do you understand now? Luki, on the other hand, looked ready to explode. His gaze fixed on Hestia was that of someone whose mind had just been fried. Urgh! He let out a long, exasperated groan. No. Hestia slammed her head against the table. Damn it! Now she faced a dilemma. Elves were extremely particular about food and drink, whether because of culture or even physiological traits, she didn't know. In Orario, there weren't many options that followed elven standards, which meant that any elf who came to the city would have to swallow their pride, and their food, until they got used to it. Luki had already tried some dishes since arriving. He quite liked the salad prepared by the owner, Mia, but didn't seem to handle other kinds of food very well. But it had been so long since their last meal, and the tavern was packed. Ordering something too specific would take time. It would be so much easier if Luki just ate like a normal person. Then suddenly, Liu broke the silence. You don't know the local language? Chapter 28, 27 Unexpected Encounter. Author, sorry, forgot to post again. Underscore 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 un. You don't know the local language? The question caught Hestia by surprise. What? Of course he does. I mean, he knows the basics, more or less. She averted her gaze, crossing her arms. Okay, fine, he's still learning, so what? Liu ignored her defensive tone and looked at Luki with subtle interest. That's unexpected. Where you came from, don't they teach the common tongue there? No? He replied, somewhat uncertainly. Liu slightly furrowed her brow. How strange. I thought all elven villages had already accepted that. But it seems your homeland is even more traditional than mine. Where exactly are you from? Hestia narrowed her eyes, her lips curling into a pout. And why are you asking him that with so much interest, hey? Planning to recruit him for your fancy little elf club? Or maybe you just like sticking your nose where it doesn't belong? She crossed her arms with a huff, leaning closer to Luki as if to shield him. Just so you know, he's my child, and you don't get to interrogate him like you own the place. Liu, as always, kept an impassive expression, but gave the goddess a brief glance before returning her eyes to Luki, ignoring the provocation. Luki, on the other hand, felt a chill run down his spine. Be Brazil. Boracilo? Liu repeated, stumbling over the word. Yeah, it's a place really far away. He let out a nervous laugh. Hestia kept looking back and forth between them, her foot tapping impatiently against the floor. Humph, I've never heard of that place, and I know the world better than anyone here. Never heard of it. Liu ignored Hestia's interruption and crossed her arms. Must be really far. But even so, traveling all the way to Orario without even knowing the local language? You're an idiot. Ha! Finally something we agree on. Hestia said, smiling victoriously. Luki looked embarrassed. He might not have understood every word, but that last part, oh, that one he understood perfectly. He turned his eyes away, sulking, but before he could protest, Liu continued, her tone shifting. But surely you understand Elfic, don't you? She asked in a different language. Instead of the expected reaction, Luki just frowned, even more confused. Don't bother, I already tested it. He doesn't recognize any of the common tongues. Hestia replied in Elfic, surprising Liu with her fluency. The elf raised an eyebrow and turned her attention to the goddess. You know Elfic. I'm a goddess, remember? I can speak almost every language in the world, except for a few that belong to smaller groups, Hestia explained, scratching her cheek with a sheepish smile. Apparently, his is one of those. Luki, who didn't understand a thing, narrowed his eyes, spending a few seconds trying to process Hestia's words without grasping a single one in that unknown tongue. Realizing his confusion, Hestia set aside a few moments to explain what was going on. Meanwhile, Liu observed them with slightly widened eyes. An elf who couldn't speak the common tongue was already strange, but one who didn't even know Elfic? How old was he? 50? Out of pure curiosity, her eyes analyzed Luki's ears, measuring their length and angle, a rudimentary but effective method of estimating an elf's age. That's when it hit her. Less than 20 years old. The shock didn't reach her face, but her mind was in chaos. What was a child like that doing in Orario? This makes no sense. No elven village would let someone that young wander around here. Where are his parents? Miss Waitress? The goddess's voice, with a slightly bitter tone, pulled her back to reality. The elf blinked a few times, returning to the present. Her gaze fell on Luki again, and for a brief instant, something like pity crossed her face. But only for an instant. "I'll be right back with your order," she said simply, spinning on her heels and disappearing among the tables. Hestia watched her walk away, then turned her eyes to Luki, who was still sulking, scratching his head, clearly confused about what had just happened. She sighed and rested her cheek on her hand. "You really are a hopeless case, hey, Luki-kun?" He frowned. "Me? Yes, completely your fault." Luki huffed, not really understanding what Hestia meant, but decided not to ask. It didn't take long before Liu returned with the orders. With precise movements, she set the plates and the wine jug on the table. Before leaving, however, she paused, her eyes lingering on Luki. "If you need help, don't hesitate to call me." Luki blinked a few times, processing her words. "What? Oh, sure. Thanks." He answered a bit hesitantly. To his surprise, Liu leaned forward slightly, her hand reaching out to ruffle his hair in a slow, gentle motion. Her usually impassive face softened, and for the first time, she offered something close to a smile. "You're still just a child, after all," she said in a quiet, almost maternal tone. Luki froze, unsure of how to react. "Kid? Hey, I'm not a kid," he protested weakly, his cheeks heating up. Without realizing it, his long ears twitched in agitation, betraying his embarrassment. The moment, however, didn't last. "What do you think you're doing?" Hestia's voice erupted like thunder. She shot up from her seat, fists clenched and face red with indignation. "Don't you dare pat his head like he's some lost puppy. He's mine, you hear me? Mine." She leaned over the table, practically shielding Luki with her whole body, glaring daggers at the elf. "Touch him again and I swear, I'll. Her outrage was cut off only by the smug calmness in Liu's eyes as she straightened her posture, withdrawing her hand without a hint of guilt. "Relax. I was only being kind." "Kind?" Hestia stomped her foot so hard the table rattled. "That didn't look like kindness to me, that looked like shameless flirting." Liu showed no reaction to the goddess's hostility. She simply confirmed that Luki had understood her words and turned away without another comment. Hestia, on the other hand, puffed her cheeks, glaring at the elf's back with irritation. "Humph, meddling elf. We don't need her help. We're doing just fine on our own, aren't we, Luki?" Expecting confirmation, Hestia turned, only to find Luki focused entirely on his food, completely oblivious to what had just happened. He chewed absent-mindedly, eyes fixed on his plate as if nothing else mattered. Noticing Hestia staring at him, he looked up, still chewing. "Hestia Shama?" The goddess puffed her cheeks in frustration. He clearly wasn't paying attention to her. Before she could scold him, the tavern door swung open with a loud bang, momentarily quieting the background noise. A rowdy group entered the establishment, bringing with them an air of celebration and confidence. "Ha ha ha! Come on in, folks. First round's on me. The loud, energetic voice of a woman echoed through the hall. Luki turned his head instinctively, spotting the figure at the front of the group. His gaze passed over her quickly before returning to his food, but something inside him faltered. A strange feeling, like a distant echo in his mind, a déjà vu. He knew this person, but how? He'd only been in this world for just over a month. Curious, he looked up again to study her more closely. The woman was short, her slender frame and mischievous face resembling that of a cheeky teenager, but there was something in her sharp eyes that radiated experience and cunning. Her short, messy hair was a vivid red, matching the roguish smile on her face. She wore a black long-sleeved, high-collared shirt that hugged her body, over which she had a short blue vest that didn't quite cover her torso, not that there was much to cover. Below, she wore dark leather shorts that barely covered her rear, giving her a daring look without much sensuality. Not much on the plate, but as a man of culture, I'd still dig in. After all, rich folks always serve small portions for a reason. He thought. Her outfit was completed with long dark stockings and simple boots, all in matching shades of blue and black. Her attire stood out from Orario's usual style, looking more modern and practical. The discomfort lingered. The more he looked, the stronger the feeling grew. Until suddenly, like a spark, the memory surfaced. He knew exactly who she was. But before he could open his mouth, Hestia suddenly stood up, pointing at the newcomer with pure shock on her face. The scream rang through the tavern, making other patrons turn their heads curiously. The redhead stopped in her tracks, blinking a few times as if trying to process what she saw. For a few seconds, time seemed frozen. Then, mirroring Hestia's gesture, she widened her eyes and pointed back. She yelled, her expression a mix of disbelief and disgust. The two stood there, pointing at each other like kids about to fight over the last slice of cake. Luki blinked, looking from one to the other, pretending to be confused since he wasn't supposed to know this yet. You two know each other? The answer came simultaneously, as both of them shouted at once. What are you doing here, you big-booked cow? What are you doing here, you flat ironing board? Luki almost choked on his food. Chapter 29, 28 Loki Familia, 1. What are you doing here, you big-booked cow? What are you doing here, you flat ironing board? Both goddesses shouted at the same time, their voices echoing through the tavern and silencing the rowdy atmosphere for an instant. The customers who didn't know their relationship looked at each other, sensing they were about to witness a spectacle. Some of the bolder ones were already starting to set up bets on who would win the exchange of insults. The more experienced or simply those who knew them sighed with resignation. Finn and Riveria, used to this kind of scene, exchanged a weary look. Here we go again, Finn muttered, rubbing his temples. Loki-sama, behave yourself. Riveria warned in her cold tone, though without much hope of being obeyed. The tension lasted for a brief instant until Loki crossed her arms and let out a mocking laugh. Ha! Never thought I'd see the great Hestia wasting her Valis in a cheap tavern like this. You've even lost the right to be called a goddess, living like a beggar now. Hestia growled, clenching her fists tightly. And I never thought I'd see the great Loki going out drinking instead of taking care of her familia. Wait, she narrowed her eyes and gave a venomous smile. You do that all the time, don't you? I bet they're already used to fending for themselves without you around. Loki's smirk twitched for a moment before twisting into a scowl. At least I have a familia. Unlike a certain failure who couldn't even recruit a single member. Playing solo mode, Hestia? Pathetic. Hestia smiled dangerously sweet. Who said I don't have a familia? For your information, mine is already bigger than your chest. Oh wait. I forgot. You don't have one. The vein on Loki's forehead bulged, and in the blink of an eye, the two lunged at each other. Why you? And then, without a shred of the dignity a goddess should have, Loki and Hestia began slapping and pulling each other's hair, rolling across the tavern floor like two children fighting over the last slice of cake. The hall erupted with cheers and laughter, some customers rooting for one side, while others were simply stunned by the absurd scene. Luki watched with a mix of shock and amusement, for never in his wildest dreams did he imagine things would escalate this far. Finally, he stood up. "Hestia-sama, please, calm down." He sighed, wrapping his arms around his goddess's waist to pull her back. Riveria, equally exasperated, was already one step ahead, advancing with her staff to restrain Loki. "Loki-sama, stop this now. Do you have any idea how detrimental this is to your image?" But the redhead wasn't about to stop anytime soon. Her fingers dug into Hestia's hair mercilessly, pulling without restraint. "Only if I can rip out a handful of this slut's hair!" Loki shouted, eyes wild. "Luki-kun! Let me go, Luki-kun! I'm not done with this wretch yet!" Hestia screamed, struggling to break free, though she was clearly at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Luki and Riveria held their respective goddesses firmly. For a brief moment, their eyes met, and something passed between them, not words, but a feeling of camaraderie. Both let out the same defeated sigh, rolling their eyes. "Oh, you two? A pleasure to meet you." But their brief moment of mutual understanding was shattered by a loud, thunderous sound. Bam! All eyes immediately turned toward the kitchen counter, where Mamma Mia, the tavern's owner, stood with her fist raised. The impact had cracked the top of the wooden counter, scattering splinters across the room. A thick plume of smoke rose from her fist, as if she had just released all her pent-up rage. Absolute silence filled the tavern. "Hey! I don't allow fights in my place. Are you trying to wreck my shop?" Mamma Mia's voice cut through the air with sheer authority. "If you don't want me tossing you through the windows, you'd better calm that temper right now. But you're the only one who broke something." Everyone thought at the same time, looking from the cracked counter to the woman who had just smashed it. After all, up until that point, neither the goddess's brawl nor the customers' excitement had caused a single scratch to the establishment. But Loki and Hestia, still high on adrenaline, weren't about to swallow the scolding so easily. They turned to Mamma Mia with wild eyes, still burning with fighting spirit. Hestia pointed a finger at her. "Hey! Who do you think you? Ha! And what do you think you're?" Loki began, but... Bam! This time, the sound was even louder, and the entire counter collapsed into splinters. Shards of wood flew across the tavern, making some customers duck on instinct. Mamma Mia's fist remained buried in what was left of the counter, smoke rising from it as if it were on fire. The silence became funereal. "Enough talk." Her voice was heavier now, no longer a warning but a sentence. "If I hear one more word out of those mouths, I'll grab you both by the collars and throw you into the street myself." Both goddesses widened their eyes in sync, their faces paling fast. It seemed Mamma Mia's threat had hit home. Hiding their fear and shame behind stiff smiles, the two released each other's hair, hurriedly fixing their clothes and messy locks, each returning to their seats with irritated expressions. Loki kicked a chair before flopping into it with a grumble, her familia trailing behind her in silence, head slightly bowed. Hestia, pouting and still fixing her tangled hair, sat back down and resumed eating as if nothing had happened. The customers finally exhaled breaths they hadn't realized they were holding, and the tension slowly dissipated. Luki and Riveria sighed in relief before returning to their seats. Meanwhile, Mamma Mia glanced at the wrecked counter and let out a heavy sigh. "Tch. I'll have to fix that later." Without another word, she returned to the kitchen, leaving behind two goddesses who now knew exactly how far they could go before being tossed out the window. The mood at Luki and Hestia's table was heavy. The young elf clearly didn't know where to look, uncomfortable under the piercing glare of his goddess, who seemed like she wanted to burn a hole through him with sheer frustration. She muttered under her breath while stabbing her fork into the pasta as if she were murdering someone. "Stupid Luki-kun," she growled, grinding her teeth before shoving another bite into her mouth. Luki hesitated, feeling he should say something. Hestia-sama? Don't call me that." She slammed her fork on the table and pointed at him. "Call me Miss Hestia. I'm still mad at you." "Humph. Stupid, idiotic Luki-kun," she shouted in a half-contained tone so as not to disturb the other customers. "Arg! Miss Hestia? Angry? Am I angry? Of course I'm angry. Why didn't you take my side? You were supposed to help me finish off that ironing board. You're my child, so act like it." Luki said nothing, simply crossing his fingers into an X and then raising one finger, twirling it in the air. "No fighting." He pointed around. "Someone else's house." Hestia frowned, puffing out her cheeks. "Even so, you should have been on my side. Now I got scolded by Mamma Mia in front of everyone, including that rusty gate of a Loki. This is all your fault, stupid, idiotic, traitor Luki-kun." Without hesitation, she kicked Luki's shin under the table. The elf only forced an awkward smile. In a way, Hestia wasn't completely wrong. Being part of her familia, he should have supported her, even if she was wrong. But no one, not even him, expected the two goddesses to end up rolling on the floor pulling each other's hair like children fighting over a toy. It all happened too fast for him to react. And in the end, they were in a private establishment. The wrong ones were them, not Mamma Mia for telling them off. As he pondered, an irritating voice cut through his thoughts. "Humph, this was only to be expected from you." Loki smirked, sipping from her mug. "Can't even discipline your own familia." Hestia slammed her hand on the table. "Humph, look who's talking. Those kids of yours, who've been with you for who knows how many years, didn't even care to help you. Guess they're not that loyal after all. I pity you, Loki." Loki raised a brow. "Humph, at least I have a big and wealthy familia. I don't need to live in a crumbling church." Hestia clenched her fists. "Humph, at least I've got Jacob weight, I mean, at least I have breasts, unlike a certain walking ironing board. You milk cow." Loki slammed her mug on the table. "Humph, I won't waste my saliva on someone like you. I have better things to do, like celebrating the arrival of a new talented daughter into my familia. You stick bug." Hestia shot back, puffing out her chest. "Humph, I won't lower myself to childish bickering either. I've got more important things to do, like having a date with my only child, who is far more handsome and talented than all of your kids combined." "Humph. Humph." Both goddesses turned away at the same time, crossing their arms and pouting in an act of absolute maturity. Meanwhile, the familia members not used to this kind of scene, including Loki, were left slack-jawed. "How come, Loki? You said you wouldn't waste your time on someone beneath you, but you were the one who started the conversation. Hestia, you said you wouldn't lower yourself, but not only did you answer, you made sure to craft an entire counter-argument before sulking like a child. Also, it was funny how, despite the restaurant being relatively empty, Loki had chosen to sit at the only table right next to Hestia, in the seat directly beside her. And meanwhile, Hestia, who had just fought with her, hadn't bothered to move away and even kept answering her provocations. It was obvious that, despite acting like this, the two were actually friends, but apparently neither of them wanted to admit it. "Sigh, this night is going to be long," he muttered, before shoving another forkful of pasta into his mouth. Tasty, but missing the tiny bits of cockroach from a regular industrial tomato sauce and that inherent pesticide aftertaste in the basil, but the pasta itself is the same, he thought, before going back to eating. Chapter 30, 29 Loki Familia, 2. The atmosphere inside the hostess of fertility had finally calmed down. The laughter over the quarrel between Hestia and Loki had already faded into background noise, and the customers were returning to their meals as if nothing had happened. With a fresh mug in hand, Loki cast a lazy glance at the table beside her, where Hestia was still grumbling to Luki between bites. She sighed. "Hestia, if you're going to insult me again, shut that shriveled mouth of yours," the goddess replied, arms crossed, not even looking at her. "Relax," said Loki, rolling her eyes. "How about we pretend that circus earlier never happened and have a civilized talk?" Hestia eyed her with suspicion. "I'd believe you, if you weren't the goddess of trickery and lie." "Tch, don't start." Loki turned in her chair, resting her chin on her hand. "I just want to know how you're doing. It's been a while since I heard anything from you, and, considering yesterday..." Hestia frowned. Yesterday? The memory struck hard. What was supposed to be a new beginning had ended in closed doors and humiliation. She sighed, pushing her plate away. "Nothing happened." "Really? Because seeing a goddess sleeping on the street doesn't exactly look like nothing." "I said nothing happened." Hestia snapped, her eyes damp, her voice breaking. Luki, silent until then, placed a hand on her shoulder. Hestia held it firmly without a word. After a moment, she gave him a small, discreet nod. Understanding the gesture, Luki turned toward Loki's table and spoke simply. "Our house broke recently. Everything is falling apart." Even with his broken speech, the words carried weight. The Loki Familia members who were paying attention to the conversation averted their gazes. Loki took a long swig from her mug before answering. "If you need help, just say the word. We can't let a goddess live like that, it looks bad for all of us." "Shame is your mother's," Hestia muttered. Everyone heard. Everyone pretended they didn't. "Thank you, we been looking for a new house. But we weren't so lucky." Loki caught the meaning in between the words. They weren't desperate, but they weren't well off either. She made a mental note to keep an eye on them. From the other side of the table, whispers began. "Hey, that guy talks weird. Hey, do you think he's, like, off, a shame? I thought he was cute. Wonder if he has a girlfriend, too weak. Needs to level up first, his hair shines. Think he uses something, Riveria's hair shines too, and she doesn't even use the products I use." At the mention of her name, Riveria cast a sharp look that even made Bet clear his throat and turn away. Tioni and Lefia immediately fell silent, trying to look innocent. The mood turned more melancholic. Even Hestia seemed unwilling to stir more trouble. That was when Loki, wanting to lighten things up, shamelessly changed the subject. "Now that I think about it, with all the chaos, I didn't even get the chance to ask, who's that?" she said, pointing her chin at Luki. At once, Hestia, who had been downcast, brightened, her face lighting up with a mix of pride and mischief. She puffed out her chest as if she were about to unveil the greatest treasure in the world. "Ah! I'm glad you asked. Who is he?" "Nothing much, just the very first and glorious member of the Grand Hestia Familia." With a beaming smile, she gave Luki such a hearty slap on the back that he almost choked on his food. "Go on, Luk-kun. Just like I taught you." Luki chuckled nervously, wiping his mouth with a napkin before turning toward the Loki Familia's table. Though a bit embarrassed, he tried to keep his composure. "Hehe, nice to meet you. My name is Luki Brian," he said, making a simple but sincere bow. "So he really is part of your familia, how odd," commented Loki, resting her chin on her hand as she studied him. "I always wondered what kind of lunatic would join your familia, but he looks surprisingly normal." "What?" Hestia jumped to her feet, eyes practically blazing. "What are you insinuating, you damn red broom?" "Loki, of course, ignored the outburst completely and carried on as casually as ever. Since we're in the mood for introductions, it's only fair I show you my youngest as well. Hey, Bell-chan, come here for a moment. Sim, Loki-sama. At her call, a girl with white hair who had been quietly eating stood up timidly, moving toward her goddess with a soft, cautious grace. Luki watched her with growing attention. White hair just past her shoulders, deep red eyes, and a faint blush that never quite leaves her cheeks. She seems a little shy, and with this curvy and feminine figure, she quite cute. I know this is no longer a 2D anime world, but it's remarkable how naturally captivating some women are in this world. But doesn't she look familiar to me? Before he could think any further, she was already standing before them. She moved hesitantly, her hands nervously clutching the sides of her skirt. With a slight, uncertain bow, she spoke in a soft, almost whispering voice. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Bell Cranel, the newest member of the Loki Familia, just a simple and inexperienced level 1 adventurer in need of protection. I'll be counting on your guidance. Bell-chan. So cute. Smack. Ow. Loki yelped, rubbing the back of her head after the sudden blow. When exactly did you teach her to introduce herself like that? Riveria. I have no idea what you're talking about, Mama, Loki muttered, eyes wide with fake innocence. Bell remained still, looking like a lost child in the middle of the market. Meanwhile, Hestia was scrutinizing the girl from head to toe with merciless judgment. Then her gaze shifted sideways and caught Luki staring at her with a bit too much focus for her liking. His eyes were slightly widened, and his plate sat untouched in front of him, food growing cold. TCH, she's nothing special. Hestia grumbled, crossing her arms defensively, which, without realizing it, pushed her chest out even more. Loki muffled a snicker at the next table. Belle, like a puzzled owl, tilted her head slightly. She hadn't understood the jab. Or perhaps she hadn't even realized it was directed at her. But the gaze, that lingering gaze. She felt it, like a soft touch on the nape of her neck, the weight of being observed. Not with judgment or desire, but with something rare. A kind of serene curiosity. When her ruby eyes met Loki's emerald ones, time itself seemed to slow. The chatter, the clinking of cutlery, the tavern's noise, all of it faded away. It was as if a veil of silence had fallen between them. Neither looked away. He, with the calm expression of someone contemplating a painting without knowing why it captivated him. She, with the curiosity of a cat discovering a mirror for the first time. To anyone watching from outside, there was only one possible interpretation. Love at first sight. Riveria, sipping her wine, choked at the strange tension. Tiona nudged Tioni with her elbow, grinning ear to ear. Luffy Ya's eyes went wide, then wider still, if that were even possible. And at that precise cinematic moment, Hestia exploded. Like a bolt of blue-white lightning, she spun around and grabbed Luki by the waist, digging her fingers into him in a vengeful pinch. Arg! Luki yelped, writhing under the goddess's deceptively strong grip. What do you think you're doing, hey? Hestia's eyes blazed. Don't tell me you've fallen for those empty eyes and round face too. I didn't, it wasn't, Luki tried to defend himself, rubbing his sore side. Humph! You're forbidden from looking at her. There, I said it. She declared with childish conviction, still clinging to his side. Belle blinked, a little confused, but not at all bothered. On the contrary, her gaze returned to Luki as though nothing had happened, still intrigued by his calm, gentle presence. At the far end of the tavern, Loki was in hysterics, laughing so hard she nearly toppled from her chair. She wiped away tears, pointing theatrically at the scene. Ah, this is better than a stage play. Well done, Belle. That's my girl. Riveria sighed, crossing her arms with one brow arched. Don't talk as if you had anything to do with this. What do you mean? Who else do you think funds this golden dream called the Loki Familia? If that's the case, why don't you invest some of that into charisma, or, I don't know, a decent body? Riveria replied sweetly, though her words dripped venom, her eyes still on her mug. Loki froze like a statue. TTCH. Bell-chan, help me. Mama's being cruel again. She whined, dramatically throwing herself into the blonde's arms. Ace blinked once, twice, trying to balance Loki's theatrics. "Ah, goddess-sama. We are in public," she said, her face matching her eyes' color. Meanwhile, Luki was still rubbing his side, his face twisted with pain and humiliation. But his mind was elsewhere. Belle's words echoed in his head like an alarm. Did she said her name is Belle Cranel? The protagonist. Chapter 31, 30 Thinking. Time seemed to pass faster after the great revelation. Belle Cranel, the protagonist of all this shit, or at least a femme version of him, had just joined the Loki Familia as a mere level 1 adventurer. Something Loki clearly hadn't expected, but he didn't let it show, so as not to cause more trouble. Even so, the conversation remained relatively civilized, with subtle jokes here and there, until inevitably, the food was gone and it was time to leave. "Come on, Loki-kun. Let's find a place before it gets completely dark," Hestia said, returning to her serious tone as she adjusted her clothes while standing up. "Just a minute, paying for the food," he said, grabbing a pouch of money as he walked toward the counter. "Okay, I'll wait for you outside." Hestia left the establishment. Meanwhile, with Luki. "One more jug of drink, the total comes to 1,700 valis," said Liu, calculating the bill. "Here." Luki reached into the pouch and pulled out a few coins. "Thank you very much, please come again." With nothing else to do, Luki turned to leave, but before he could take another step, someone called out loudly. "Hey! The cute elf over there!" Even though he hadn't realized someone was calling for him, he instinctively turned around and saw Miss Mia leaning against the broken counter, staring at him intensely. Not knowing what was going on, Luki looked around before pointing at himself, silently asking if she was talking to him. "Yes, you. Come here," Mamma Mia said, gesturing with her hand for him to approach. Hesitant, he walked closer, only to receive a strong slap on the back. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" he complained in pain while trying to reach the sore spot. "Haha! You're pretty weak for an adventurer, you need more fiber in those muscles if you want to survive down there. But I can see why the girls like you so much," Mamma Mia said, folding her arms with a grin. "What was that for?" Luki asked, slightly irritated at the sudden slap that hurt more than he wanted to admit. "I heard from one of my girls that you're homeless right now," Mamma Mia said, nodding her head to the side. Curious, Luki followed the gesture and noticed that a certain waitress, Seer Flo, was hiding by an archway, spying on him. Luki waved at her. Realizing she had been caught, she blushed and vanished down the hallway. Yes, house kinda broken." "What you said, boy?" "Mamma Mia, I don't know if you've noticed, but he's still very young and doesn't understand our language very well," said Liu, clarifying things. "Is that so? How strange. Well, I've never met an elf who wasn't a little off anyway, so that's not saying much," she said, looking upward as if remembering old times. "Anyway, I've got a proposal," she said, staring at Luki. Proposal? I don't care if you'll understand me or not because I'll only say this once. Business is picking up, and I'm thinking of hiring another waitress. I'd definitely attract more customers if I had a goddess as one. So, I'll let you and your goddess live here for free, as long as she works for me. Got it?" Luki stared back at her with an even more confused expression than Ace Wallenstein's, steam practically coming out of his ears. Goddess, waitress, we live here, got it? He said with a broken accent. That's it. Now go convince my new employee. Pa. Mamma Mia slapped him on the back again, even harder. Ow. 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 Luki groaned in pain as he stumbled away. Mamma Mia snorted and crossed her arms. Humph, strange kid. Is that the one you're interested in? I'm not interested in him. I just met him, said Liu, with her usual neutral tone, though she slightly averted her gaze. Really? Funny, I could have sworn I saw you sneaking glances at him every time he passed by. Liu was about to reply when a sharp voice echoed from the hallway. What? Liu-san likes Luki-sama too. It was Seer Flo, cheeks puffed and eyes wide. Hey? What do you mean too likes Luki-sama? Said Anya Frummel, popping up out of nowhere behind Seer, her tail swishing playfully. Naya, looks like there's some competition here. Competition? Joined Chloe Rollo, leaning against the doorway with a sly look. I didn't know our little mystery boy was causing such a stir. This is getting interesting. Everyone, stop it. Seer covered her face, visibly flustered. I just thought he needed help with a place to stay. Just that, huh? Said Runo Faust, appearing with a tray of dishes, shooting her a subtle side glance. We saw how giddy you got when he smiled at you before, Seer. I was not giddy. Everyone laughed, even Liu allowed herself a micro-smile before sighing discreetly. Please, get back to work before I lose my patience with this circus. Mamma Mia said, stomping her foot, though the smile on her face made it clear she was amused by the chaos. A few hours later. Luki, now tired and a little sweaty from going back and forth rescuing belongings from his ruined home, dropped the last 2 bags of clothes onto the floor of the room he now shared with his goddess and without ceremony, collapsed onto the bed in the corner. For a few minutes, he lay there, motionless. Panting, sweaty, drowsy, his eyes fixed on nothing, as if staring into the void beyond the wall. He turned onto his side, fists half clenched near his face. What a day, hey! He thought, staring at the plaster as if waiting for it to answer. Last night, an earthquake simply destroyed the only place I could call home. It wasn't much. But it was mine. Ours. That's depressing. He rolled over again, now on his stomach, one arm dangling off the bed and the other covering his head. Life doesn't pull punches. And this morning, we were already out on the streets, me and my goddess, trying to secure a new roof before nightfall. Sleeping in a condemned structure that could collapse while we snored was too risky. He frowned slightly, thinking deeply. But here's the thing, that earthquake. It was too strange. I've got this nagging feeling that something's off, but I can't put my finger on it. That didn't seem like a normal event, or rather, a canonical one. And that could mean a lot of things. He let out a long sigh, the kind that carries more mental exhaustion than physical. But you know what? I'm too tired to overthink this. Let the gods deal with it. I'll just focus on my life, that's all that matters. Then an image flashed in his mind. A face. A name. The girl they had met earlier that very day. Belle Cranel. The little rookie, not yet a legend, but who had just joined the Loki Familia as a level 1 adventurer. He blinked slowly, and a realization settled in, heavy and undeniable. Disregarding all that discrepancy, she just joined a familia. That means. I was in the past all this time, he said aloud, with a long, resigned sigh. Wonderful. His expression relaxed, as if an invisible weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He raised one leg, resting his ankle over the knee of the other, arms folded under his head. His mouth moved slightly, chewing at the inside of his cheeks. Seriously though, this isn't all bad. Actually, it's great news. Being related to the protagonist is both a blessing and a curse. The current Hestia Familia doesn't have the capacity to handle someone like Bel in it. But if he is from the Luki Familia, Freya will have to be even more careful with her advances and Bel will grow even faster with the support of the two greatest powers in the city. In a way, I should be grateful that she didn't follow canon. Now I don't have to worry about half the shit that's going to happen in this world. At the same time I feel sorry for Loki, she seemed nice. Offering a small prayer to the tomboy goddess, Loki sat on the bed and began to think deeply while running his hands through his hair. He started counting on his fingers, lowering one with each thought. If that's the case, then I must be about 1 month before the first episode. 1 month, hey? It's not much, but at least I know exactly what part of time I am in. One would think that, having knowledge of the canonical events, Loki as a transmigrated could start planning preemptively and steal the protagonist's opportunities. So in the near future, he would basically replace him as the protagonist, end up with a big harem with all the most beautiful girls in the work and as a bonus, be the strongest person in the world. But there is just one error in this thinking that compromises the entire plan, the level of protagonism of the original protagonist. Bel is probably one of the least protagonistic protagonists in all of otaku culture. In terms of special origin, he is the last descendant of the two greatest families of Orario from the past, Zeus and Hera, as well as being the nephew of the most powerful woman in the world, apart from all the gods. But is this really as important as they say? Being descended from two powerful families literally means nothing in this world. This so-called special bloodline literally, in the crudest sense of the word, means nothing, nada, zero. He doesn't have a special constitution, special eyes, legendary equipment, or some secret protector watching over him. Nor does he have good looks, because cute is not a compliment for a man. In terms of opportunities falling from the sky into his lap, there are even fewer. Like, the living weapon Hephaestus forged wasn't because he was the protagonist, but because Hestia and Hephaestus were longtime friends. Now that he's no longer in the Hestia Familia, that's unthinkable. Now, whether Loki will be able to get a weapon like that for himself is also a matter of chance. It all depends on the goodwill of a goddess. His allies? Nothing impressive. Lily, who had the greatest potential of all, was reduced to a beast of burden. Welf Krazo isn't the only person in the world who knows how to make magic swords. Ryuo Lion, for all her reputation as Gale Wind, is just another strong adventurer. Her magic is powerful, yes, but far from game-changing in the grand scale of Orario. Mikoto Yamato's only notable contribution is her gravity magic, a tool that always seems to fall short when truly needed. Haruhime, though undoubtedly the most special among them, finds herself in a difficult position. She's not a warrior, and her coveted level-up magic ends up being too limited. Ultimately, becoming strong in this world is simply a matter of time and effort, not something that depends solely on talent or magical shortcuts. Still, in critical moments, her ability can completely change the course of a battle. It may not be an everyday card, but used at the right time, it becomes irreplaceable. Finally, his only special characteristics, Lyris Freeze and Argonaut, are something exclusive to him and cannot be taken, therefore, useless to Loki. These two skills are more of a writing resource than actually important, as sources indicate that Danmachi is planned to end within a year of the story. The author needed a special engine to keep Bel anchored to the world's events without being overwhelmed, although what he does most is get hit. Now that I think about it, it's true, I'm screwed. The world is going to end in a year and it's impossible for me to change anything without a rapid growth ability like Bel's. The best option is to organize our things, warn our friends, and get out of Orario. The world is very big, the Orario dungeon is just the biggest of all, not the only one. He let out a long sigh, rubbing his face as if trying to push the heavy thoughts away. For now, at least, there was nothing else he could do. Loki. The bath's free. Hestia shouted from the other side of the house. Okay. Grateful for the distraction, Luki grabbed a fresh change of clothes from his bags, left the room, and closed the door behind him. Chapter 32, 31 Going Back. Some days later, Luki was in his room at the fertility hostess, sitting on the edge of the bed as he put on his new set of equipment. The armor was simple, a hardened leather chest plate, dark brown in color, made with plates about 0.5 centimeters thick, stitched over a base of coarse raw cotton fabric. The piece covered his torso from the collarbone to just below the waist, approximately 50 centimeters in vertical length and 40 centimeters wide at the broadest part of the chest. Darkened bronze buckles adjusted the side straps, tightening the set around his body. Under the chest plate, he wore a thick, long-sleeved wool shirt. Dark, almost black, and form-fitting, its main purpose was to prevent the leather from rubbing directly on the skin and to minimize the feeling of stuffiness. On his arms were light protections called bracers, leather strips 25 centimeters long each, tied with rustic cords, covering from the wrist to just below the elbow. On his legs, sturdy fabric pants with leather reinforcements on the knees and shins, where simple leather greaves were secured, about 30 centimeters high and 10 millimeters thick. The boots, though heavy, were the most reliable his budget allowed, reinforced cowhide leather with thick solace of recycled rubber, 3 centimeters thick to absorb impact and provide stability on the dungeon's uneven stones. They reached halfway up his calves and were fastened with criss-crossed laces. The sword, fastened to his waist by a simple leather belt, was a standard short sword for beginners. The blade was 55 centimeters long, made of bronze, with a straight guard and a wooden hilt wrapped in leather for grip. It wasn't particularly sharp or well balanced, just enough to get the job done. The whole set weighed about 15 kilograms, light enough not to hinder mobility, but heavy enough to remind Luki that he was about to risk his life for money and glory. He stood up from the bed, stretched his arms, bent his knees, and took a few short steps around the room, feeling the friction and tension of the new equipment against his body. It's kind of tight, he thought, frowning as he adjusted the chest plate. But that must be on purpose. Loose armor is probably about as useful as a wet piece of paper. He tested his mobility a bit more, squatting, standing, twisting his torso. It was a little uncomfortable, but bearable, a fair price to pay for at least some protection. His eyes then landed on the backpack lying in the corner of the room. It was a thick canvas bag, with a capacity of about 50 liters, reinforced with heavy stitching and leather straps fastened with simple buckles. An illogical doubt struck him. For the 7th time, he bent down and pulled it toward him, determined to check the contents once again. Inside were the usual items: 3 red potion bottles, 150 ml each, a 3-liter water bottle, 2 packs of jerky, a slightly bruised apple, a 10-meter rope neatly coiled and secured with a scout's knot, and the map of the first 5 dungeon floors. With an almost childlike air, Luki picked up one of the potions and held it up to the light. The liquid shimmered a vivid red, swaying softly from side to side inside the thick glass. Potions. If there was ever any doubt that this is a fantasy world, I guess it's gone now. To think a little bottle like this can close a cut in seconds. This was the first time he bought a potion for his expedition, partly because he hadn't had the funds before and partly because it wasn't strictly necessary, but now that he could, it didn't hurt to have a few. With almost ceremonial care, he returned the potion to the backpack, treating it as if it cost 3 times what it actually did. Which, thinking about it, might not be far from the truth. The glass bottle alone was worth a few hundred valis, and the liquid inside, well, better not drop it. Next, he grabbed the map. A folded sheet of thick paper, handwritten and drawn with irregular but careful strokes. And to think I made this myself. Yes, that map didn't come from any equipment shop, nor was it bought from some shady stall in the guild alley. He had drawn it with his own hands. He did it for 2 reasons. The first was simple: free time. When you're bored, you end up doing unthinkable things just to occupy your mind, and to his surprise, he had enjoyed it. From memorizing the routes and layout of the tunnels to sketching the corridors, every step brought unexpected satisfaction. There was pride there, even if he knew he could have done better. The second reason was a bit more practical, and economical maps were absurdly expensive. Not unaffordable, but annoyingly overpriced. A mediocre map of the first floor, made by a dubious author, cost thousands of valis. And maps signed by renowned cartographers? Don't even mention it. At first, he considered splurging, buying at least one reliable map just so he wouldn't get lost inside. But after seeing the price? No way. He muttered, laughing to himself. Who needs a map? Just pay attention to the path. Not that I got lost last time, just took 20 extra minutes to find the exit. No big deal. He put the map back, closed the backpack securely, slung it over his shoulders, and sighed, feeling anxiety mix with a twinge of excitement. Today would be his first return to the dungeon since the forced suspension, totaling 27 days in another world. Although he had done this several times before, it seemed that after a week of inactivity, the same initial anxiety had returned. Without giving himself time to overthink, or to hesitate, he simply adjusted the backpack, took a deep breath, and left the room with a determined look. As he descended the stairs of the fertility hostess, the hall was still being cleaned and arranged for the day. The mixed smell of old alcohol, soap, and fresh bread lingered in the air. The waitresses were scattered throughout, busy with their morning tasks. Then a booming voice rang out. "Oi! Brat!" called Mamma Mia, drying her hands on a cloth and pausing behind the counter. "Finally heading to the dungeon?" Luki nodded casually. "Yes." Anya, carrying a stack of dishes, perked up with a mischievous smile. "Naya, careful not to end up as kobold poop out there, little boy." Chloe, sweeping a corner, stopped to lean on the broom handle. "If you don't come back by dinner, I'll assume you ran away just to avoid washing yesterday's dishes." Interestingly, seeing that Luki had a lot of free time, Mia had him work as an assistant outside regular work hours. Runo, quiet as always, merely cast a quick sideways glance before returning to stack chairs harder than necessary. But the one who really seemed nervous was Seer. She held a cloth but had clearly stopped cleaning, staring at Luki with slightly widened eyes and an indecisive expression. She bit her lower lip and hesitated before stepping a little closer. "Luki-sama, are you sure you're okay? You still look a little tired," she said softly, trying to sound casual, but concern was clear in her voice. He forced a warmer smile for her. "I'll be fine, Seer-san. I just need to get moving again. Standing still is driving me crazy." Meanwhile, he thought. "Tired, my ass. If a certain someone stopped sniffing my neck while I sleep, then I could really rest." Another interesting fact, Seer, or most likely Freya possessing the waitress, had snuck into Luki's room while he slept to watch him and do your fanatical woman things for people with pure souls that only knows how to do. The problem was, she wasn't as subtle as she thought and woke him up in the process. And, well, things were seen. She nodded with a subtle hum, but didn't look convinced. Her hand nervously clutched the edge of her apron. Leaning against the wall next to the stairs, Liu observed everything silently. She said nothing. Her face remained calm and expressionless as always, arms crossed over her chest, eyes half closed. But anyone paying attention would notice that, for a moment, her gaze lingered on Luki longer than usual. "Be careful down there, okay?" Mamma Mia repeated, calling attention again. "I don't want to have to hire someone to fetch your bones. That would be a huge waste of a room, and of time." "Ah, ha ha ha, yes, of course," Luki laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. He just waved at everyone and turned. He stepped out the front door with strides that tried to be firm but betrayed a certain contained urgency. "But, In any case, it was time to return to the underground. Luki-kun. Wait. The unmistakably loud female voice made him stop immediately. Along with it came the sound of quick, determined footsteps. Turning around, he saw Hestia running toward him with a smile that lit up her entire face. She wore the new hostess uniform, a white apron over a short green dress, giving her an almost professional look, if it weren't for the childlike excitement radiating from her. Luki-kun. She shouted, extending her arms. Whoa! Was all he could say before she leapt and threw herself onto him like a human koala. He almost fell backward into the street but managed to plant his feet just in time, holding her by the thighs to keep her in place. Hestia-sama. Problem? He asked, confused, trying to maintain his balance. It's worth mentioning that, thanks to the awkward position, his head ended up wedged right between the goddess's melons. A detail they both immediately noticed, but since neither commented, they continued pretending everything was perfectly normal. Yufu problem? Maybe the fact that my favorite child is about to enter the dungeon without saying goodbye to his loving, devoted goddess isn't exactly a problem, so, no, everything's great. She replied with a bright smile, her legs still wrapped around his waist. Ah, sorry. I didn't mean to. She interrupted, wagging a finger in front of his face. I don't want half-hearted apologies. If you really want to apologize, you'll have to give me something in return. Luki raised an eyebrow. Like, what? She smiled, eyes sparkling with mischief. Like, a kiss. Luki froze for a second. His eyes met hers. That small distance between them now seemed huge. You're joking, right? I'm always joking. Or am I not? She said with a wink. He sighed, laughing awkwardly. You're not letting me go down there until I do, hey? He said fluently. Exactly. Luki looked around, checking if anyone was paying attention. Some passers-by definitely were, and he swore he saw a few little heads peeking from behind the hostess's door. With a resigned sigh, he leaned in, but instead of going straight for her lips, he pressed his lips gently against her cheek. Does this count? Hestia pouted, but then genuinely smiled. I'll allow it, just because I'm in a good mood today. She finally released her legs, jumping to the ground with the lightness of someone who had done this 1,000 times. Take care down there, okay? And come back in one piece. Luki nodded. You got it. They laughed together, and then Luki turned again. Now, with his heart a little lighter. Now it was time to. Suddenly, Luki froze in place, still mid-step. He looked around as if confirming something, and seeing nothing nearby, he sighed and said. Now, it's time to go back underground, he repeated, more to himself than to anyone else. Chapter 33, 32 The 8 Incursion, 1. The sound of his boots echoed softly against the cold stone. Step after step, Luki descended the spiral staircase that connected the dungeon's entrance to the first floor. A torch fixed to the wall every 20 meters cast a flickering yellowish glow, projecting long shadows that twisted over the uneven walls. It was a familiar path. Even with the muffled steps and the warm draft rising from below, everything there felt known to him: the smell of mold and damp earth, the stifling heat that grew with each level, the faint creak of leather whenever he moved his arms to keep balance. And yet, something felt different. Maybe it was the silence. Normally, on the stairs, you could hear distant echoes even early in the morning, the noises of other adventurers descending or returning from their journeys. But now, only the sound of his own steps. The silence was dense, heavy. Not like a natural pause, but as if the place itself were holding its breath. Is it just me, or am I getting paranoid? He muttered in his own tongue, running his gloved fingers along the earthen wall to his right. The texture feels different. His eyes scanned the surface carefully. The color seemed darker, a deep brown tinged with green, as if more moisture had seeped in. The texture too, rougher, more brittle in certain spots. Wait, why do I remember the color of the wall so clearly? He whispered, frowning. That's not normal, since when do I have so much free time to think about this? He kept going down, but his focus was no longer on the steps. His mind spun restlessly, searching for patterns, trying to reconcile memory with the reality before him. When he reached the end of the stairway, he stopped. The entrance to the first floor was there, the stone arch he knew so well. It was the first opening, the northernmost one, and the most used by beginner adventurers. A safe point, or at least, it should have been. Luki always started from there. A true wall hugger, he liked to explore everything, every corner, every dead end, every useless slope of the dungeon. Almost a ritual. Starting at the same spot always helped him map his progress, to keep control. And precisely because of that, he knew. The passage is bigger. He narrowed his eyes, stepped forward. His instincts told him something was wrong, but he didn't rely on instinct alone. He measured with his feet, 1, 2, 3, 12 steps wide. Then compared the height with his own body, gauging angles and proportions. He touched the arch, assessing the thickness of the structure. Before, the passage was wide enough for 5 people to walk side by side. Now, 10 can pass easily. He drew half a step back, as if distance might confirm the suspicion. His gaze was pulled into the dungeon's interior, the very first corridor, the same one he had once taken his first steps in as an adventurer. That place carried memory, weight, familiarity. And now, it felt wrong. His eyes widened for an instant before narrowing. They scanned every detail, every curve, every shadow. His mind, like a silent machine, began to work. It was like playing Spot the Differences, with the dungeon from 7 days ago superimposed on the one stretching out before him, and the differences were everywhere. There was much more luminous moss on the walls. Far more. Enough that the corridor looked as if someone had lit the dungeon's lamps. Before, the glow was sparse, limited to small green clusters. Now, it seemed almost intentional. What once had been raw, earthy brown walls, had now taken on the solid, uniform look of grey stone. Almost as if the floor had been renovated. And the corridor itself, was bigger. Much bigger. Wider, taller, deeper. As if the dungeon had stretched its bones overnight and hadn't bothered to hide the cracks. Theories whirled in his mind. A natural change? Some magical phenomenon? Divine interference? But it was too early to conclude anything, and besides, he didn't have all day to stand contemplating hallways. So he just kept walking. 1 meter, 0.2 meters, 0.3 meters, 0.5 meters, 0.8 meters, 0.19 meters. He stopped. Frozen. His expression stiffened with a tension almost melancholic, as if an old, familiar weight had once again settled onto his shoulders. His green eyes, once bright like emeralds, now looked rigid, dull, as if something essential had been corrupted. There were no monsters. No noise. No metallic scent of blood or decay in the air. Only the tunnel, stretching to its end, and curving. A sudden curve. To the left. Silence. Luki stood there, staring at the change as if staring hard enough could undo it. The curve was to the right. The dungeon was wrapped in an almost absurd silence that morning. It felt like every adventurer in Orario had decided to take the day off. Even the monsters seemed to have joined in, as if they had read the calendar and decided it was a good day for a break from their cycle of spawning, hunting, and dying. Luki walked with slow, steady steps, every muscle in his body strung tight like a bow ready to snap. It had been an hour since he'd entered the floor, and he hadn't covered even a third of his usual route. Not because he was lost, but because this time, every step was measured, every shadow watched as though it hid some ancient predator. It was strange. Not even on his first day as an adventurer had he been this tense or this perceptive. But he had already accepted that today would not be an ordinary day of work. That was when he heard it. Groa. The sound burst through the muffled corridor like a sharp crack, a low, hoarse guttural roar. Luki stopped instantly, instincts reacting before his mind could. Goblin. He recognized it immediately. Too familiar to mistake. A funny fact, probably more than half the adventurers in Orario couldn't recognize a goblin by sound, even after years of experience. He moved cautiously to the end of the corridor and hid near the right turn. Pressing against the wall, he peeked around the corner with the careful precision of someone who knew a mistake could be costly. And there it was. A goblin. Alone. Small, with long, thin limbs, a pot-bellied gut, and dirty green skin. Pointed ears, yellowed teeth, wild, gleaming eyes. Everything about it screamed it was just another common goblin from the first floor. But Luki frowned. Something was wrong. It's searching the area. The goblin wasn't wandering aimlessly, as expected. It was exploring. Looking around. Stopping at small ridges in the walls, sniffing the air, listening carefully, as if it were looking for something. Food? An exit? Other goblins? The reason didn't matter. What mattered was the behavior, and this was not normal. Goblins, though dangerous in groups or when underestimated, were never exactly known for cunning. They didn't hunt prey. They reacted. They followed the scent of blood, or the sound of heavy steps. Drifters of instinct. But this one was thinking. Primitive, savage thought, yes, but thought nonetheless. Xeno. That was the first association that came to mind. Thinking monsters. For reasons still unknown, these beings were born in the dungeon like any other, but were fundamentally different. Not in physical form, but in behavior. The ability to speak. Self-awareness. Emotional reactions. The capacity to learn, even notions of society. It wasn't common. It shouldn't be common. And it definitely shouldn't be happening now. If logic followed the story he knew, the Xenos weren't supposed to become relevant until much later. The timing simply didn't match. He leaned against the wall, ears alert for sound, but used the next seconds to organize his thoughts. Possibilities. 1. The Xenos already existed, but the original story only showed them later. 2. This world follows an alternate path, and narrative timing doesn't matter. 3. His own presence in this world caused unpredictable changes. Classic butterfly effect. 4. Last week's earthquake was directly connected to all this. Luki ruled none of them out. The most plausible theory, for now, was the fourth. Ever since that earthquake, everything had been different. The dungeon had changed, its structure, its atmosphere, and now, maybe even its monsters. That was no coincidence. If it really is a Xeno, then I don't know what I should do. Instinctively, his gaze dropped to the bronze sword in his hand. For a moment, it felt heavier. Not in weight, but in meaning. The reason was obvious. I don't think I'm ready to kill someone. Monster or not. Luki was used to violence. Cutting, stabbing, surviving, it was part of the job. And in the context of the dungeon, monsters were nothing but obstacles. Instinctive, repetitive, without will or identity. Almost automatons. Almost, easy to dehumanize. But that thing, what he was watching, was different. Maybe it was because he came from a more peaceful world. Maybe it was the weight of stories he carried from fiction. Or maybe he simply didn't have the stomach to accept that sometimes, the monster wasn't something you could just slice in half and move on from. To him, that was, or at least could be, someone. And killing someone, no matter how strange it sounded, was a line he hadn't yet crossed. No matter how much he prepared himself, the thought just didn't fit inside him. Even so, he didn't look away. He kept watching the goblin in silence, trailing it at a distance with utmost discretion. Every step measured, every breath controlled. He needed certainty. He wanted to see with his own eyes if this truly was something different, or just paranoia fueled by 7 days of waiting and a mind too tired to rest. If it was just a monster, he would kill it. Without joy, without anger. Just out of necessity. But if it was a Xeno, then maybe there was another choice. Long minutes passed in observation. He followed the creature through its short path, noting every reaction, every curious gesture, every hesitation that didn't fit the pattern. Every pause, every glance over its shoulder, every moment of doubt. Behaviors that didn't belong to a common goblin. Until finally, Luki came to a decision.